Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 351, The Royal Wedding Part 2. After the wedding ceremony was held within the confines of the Grand Cathedral, Berenger, Adela, and the hundreds of guests retired to the palace for the reception. In the ballroom of the royal palace, there was a place set for dancing, where Berenger and Adela were currently waltzing in the middle of the dance floor. In Berengar's past life, it was a tradition of Germany for the groom and bride to waltz, followed by the bride dancing with her father and the groom dancing with his mother. This was a tradition Berenger had already established in Austria, and as such, he was currently waltzing with his new bride. As he did so, Adela began to speak to him with a loving smile plastered on her doll-like face. "Berenger, my love, you look so handsome in your current attire. Your regal appearance is befitting of a man of your position." Berenger continued to smile as he danced with his wife. In doing so, he returned her compliment. "Adela, my darling, you are breathtaking. I knew you would look exceptional in that dress. But you are the personification of the ancient goddess of beauty and love, Freya." Though Adela was a devout woman and frowned upon paganism, she could not help but blush at Berengar's remarkable comment. As such, she leaned in and kissed him as they waltzed the night away. Shortly after doing so, the song ended, and Adela began to dance with her father, while Berenger danced with his mother, Gisela. As he did so, his mother could not help but comment on his appearance just like Adela had done so. "My son, when you were young, I never believed you would live to see the day of your wedding. I must admit I am quite proud as your mother to say that you have grown to be an exceptionally handsome young man. If only your brother were here to see this." When Gisela said this, Berenger began to frown and look away from her sight. Though she was aware of Lambert's death, Berenger and his father Sieghard had decided to hide the truth of the exact details behind Lambert's demise to spare her some heartache. As such, Berenger had never revealed the truth behind his injury that served as a permanent reminder of his brother's betrayal. With this in mind, he began to switch the subject to something more lighthearted. "Mother, I thank you for all the support you have given me throughout these years. I know I haven't been the best son, but I assure you that I have done everything for the sake of our family and the Austrian people. If there is anything you need from me, feel free to let me know, and if it is within my power, I shall grant it to you." In response to this, Gisela chuckled before hugging her son. As she did so, she made a joke about his position. "It's good to know that I have the King of Austria supporting me. Very well, if I ever have anything I need of you, I will not hesitate to ask, though I do have one question in mind." Berenger smiled and nodded to his mother's request before responding. "Go ahead, as long as it is not a state secret, I will not hide anything from my mother." Seeing how the king had given her the permission she needed, Gisela began to ask the question that weighed heavy on her heart ever since she first arrived at the new royal palace. "What will become of the old castle? Now that you have a new and luxurious home, what are your plans for the seat of your ancestors?" Berenger relaxed the moment he heard the question. At first, he thought it was something serious, but it just turned out to be something as simple as this. As such, he quickly relayed his thoughts on the matter. "It will be preserved for generations to come, as a museum about our family's history. Do not worry, mother. I will never allow our family home to be torn down." Upon hearing this, Gisela let out a sigh of relief, knowing her son's rather industrious and pragmatic nature. She was afraid that he would have the castle removed in favor of some new project. It was good to know that Berenger still valued his roots, despite climbing far above the position of his ancestors. Shortly after this conversation, the dance concluded, and Berenger reunited with Adela as they approached the dining table. As he did so, his father came to him before clasping his shoulder. The man did not age as severely as the last time Berenger had seen him. In fact, he seemed to be in exceptional health. He had even seemed to put on a few pounds of muscle. Sieghard had a proud smile on his face as he congratulated his son on the monumental occasion. "My son, to believe that you would live long enough to marry, it is truly the happiest day of my life. On top of that, you are now a king respected by your people and feared by your enemies. If someone were to tell me such an outcome was your destiny just 5 years ago, I never would have believed it. Yet here we stand. Words cannot express how proud I am of you, Berenger." After saying this to Berenger, Sieghard approached Adela, where he hugged his niece before complimenting her. "Oh, little Adela, you have grown to be such a beautiful young woman. When I first told Berenger about his marriage to you, he was deeply concerned about being engaged to such a young girl. Time has a way of solving all of life's problems. I am glad that you stuck with my son, despite his lecherous nature." Adela put on a graceful smile as she curtsied before her uncle and father-in-law before expressing her thanks for his compliments. "Thank you, Uncle Berenger may be a bit of a playboy, but he is the man I love, and I assure you, I will put his lovers in their place so that they remember their position in the hierarchy." When Sieghard heard this, he began to chuckle as he gazed at his son and his lovely bride. As he did so, he expressed his approval. "You two are a great couple. All right, I will allow you to be. It is time to eat after all." As Sieghard had said, it was a time for celebration, and as such, a massive amount of food had been prepared. Growing up in a German family, Berenger had seen and learned how to make many dishes from the fatherland. He had also witnessed his cousin's weddings and was aware of what was traditionally served at a German wedding. With this in mind, Berenger had a variety of dishes served in the feast to the hundreds of people who had gathered in his dining hall to celebrate his marriage to Adela. The first course was a traditional German soup known as Hochzeitsuppe. It comprised beef shank, carrots, cauliflower, asparagus, spätzle noodles, and egg dumplings. Alongside the soup, a noodle dish known as Hochzeitsnudeln was served as part of the first course. This dish was of Prussian origin and had meatballs, capers, and cream sauce over whole egg-flavored noodles. The second course of the meal was Tafelspitz, which was tender beef boiled in vegetable sud. Berenger had it served with K unspecified currency Sespan specified currency and La Bernadelle as side dishes. These two dishes were the German equivalent of mac and cheese and beef liver dumplings. All of these dishes were served with a combination of coffee and wine. As such, the festivities were quite exceptional. Berenger and Adela sat at the head of the table. This was natural as Berenger was the king of Austria, and now Adela was the queen. As such, they entertained their guests as they drank their wine and dined on the delicious food that had been prepared. Sitting on Adela's side were her parents and siblings, and by Berengar's side were his own family. Further down the table were Berengar's lovers and his children, as well as the foreign dignitaries and high-ranking Austrian noblemen, such as the Grand Duke of Switzerland, a position afforded to the previous Count of Chur, the man known as Rainer von Chur, who had previously sided with Berenger upon his army's invasion of the Swiss Confederation. Linda and Honoria were quite perturbed that they were forced to sit so far away from Berenger. Despite this, they behaved themselves as they did not want to invoke their lover's ire. As such, the meal at the reception continued relatively peacefully as the people present enjoyed the exceptional Austrian cuisine that Berenger had introduced to his realm from the memories of his previous life. For Berenger, the wedding reception was progressing smoothly. The guests all seemed to be enjoying themselves, and Adela seemed perfectly happy with the result. In his mind, it was indeed the perfect wedding. The meal had just begun, and with it, Berenger would be forced to entertain hundreds of his guests. Chapter 352, The Royal Wedding Part 3. At the head of the dinner table, Berenger sat alongside Adela, a position that had until relatively recently been reserved for Linda. However, now that Berenger was married, it was appropriate for his wife to sit next to him and not his lover. Berenger and Adela were the primary attraction of the hundreds of dinner guests who had gathered to celebrate their marriage. Among his guests were his two most powerful allies, Emperor Vetranis Palaiologos of the Byzantine Empire and Sultan Hassan al-Fadl of the Emirate of Granada. These two men had been staying in Kufstein since Berengar's coronation ceremony, which was only a matter of weeks prior. Though Vetranis was unhappy that Berenger had married Adela before his daughter, his rage had settled down after witnessing the beautiful ceremony and dining on the exceptional cuisine. He was beginning to believe that Adela made a perfect queen for Berenger. Maybe it was because the couple was related by blood and shared many physical similarities, such as the golden blonde hair, the sapphire eyes, and the pale skin. Whatever it was, Vetranis greatly approved of Berenger and Adela's marriage. He was also astonished by the stature and luxury of the Grand Cathedral of Kufstein and the Austrian royal palace. With this in mind, the Emperor of the East began to compliment the Austrian king for what he had accomplished in such a short period. "King Berenger, I must say that I am thoroughly impressed with the city of Kufstein and all that you have accomplished in under 5 years. I look forward to the future that you create here in Austria. Allow me to congratulate you on your wedding to your stunning young bride. If your children are half as exceptional as you, then I am certain your kingdom will flourish for generations to come." In response, Berenger lifted his glass chalice, which was filled with wine, and took a sip. After doing so, he made a bold declaration to the Emperor from the East. "Emperor Vetranis, I thank you for your kind words, but I am only just beginning on my journey as a ruler. Within 5 years, the Kingdom of Austria will be transformed into a marvel of industry. So much so that you will feel as if you have walked into a new world entirely. Mark my words, the glory of Austria will be unrivaled within a single generation." When Vetranes heard this, he smiled before responding to Berengar's claims. Though he believed Berenger was being grandiose in his statement, he decided to play along with his claims. If such a thing were to occur, then the emperor would admit defeat and submit to Berenger as the supreme power of the West. I look forward to seeing such a sight. As for Hassan, he was deeply concerned about his nation's ongoing war. He had no idea what Berengar's plans were for military intervention in his conflict with his Catholic neighbors, but he felt as if it were taking too long. It had only been a matter of weeks since he discussed such a thing with Berenger, and with each passing day, he felt a growing sense of dread. Despite this, he performed a graceful act befitting a man of his position as he congratulated Berenger on his marriage to Adela. King Berenger, I must say that your wife is breathtaking. She is every bit as beautiful as my sister Yasmin. You are a lucky man, and I look forward to working with you further in the future. Berenger nodded his head in response to Hassan's compliments as he dined on the meal set before him. At the moment, he was working on the first course, which comprised of soup and noodles. He immensely enjoyed the cuisine as he gobbled it down with the manners befitting of a king. Adela sat next to him and had a wide grin on her face, as if she were a kid who had just been given candy. Though in the past, she had always had preferred desserts over dinner. With age, she was beginning to find that food other than sweets could be equally delectable. As such, she snacked on the food as if it were the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Berenger noticed the happy grin on her face and smiled in response. It was good to see the girl was warming up to food other than sweets. The dinner went on for some time as Berenger and Adela entertained their guests until finally all meal courses were finished, and the dessert was brought forth. This dessert was a giant wedding cake in the form of the traditional bankachin. This cake was made on a spit and was a complex process to bake. It was finished in a sugar glaze and was more than enough to satisfy the guests. As such, Berenger and Adela got up from their seats and cut the cake together. After doing so, they fed each other the first bites from their forks. Berenger and Adela gazed at each other passionately as they did so much so that Linda and Anuria, who were watching the scene, grew green with envy. Despite this, Berenger did not take notice after all. Tonight was entirely for Adela. His other women could wait until their wedding nights to feel such bliss. As for Berenger, he sat down in his seat with his slice, alongside his wife, as the rest of the cake was divided up and handed out to the guests. Adela, in particular, was delighted by the taste of the cake as she moaned in pleasure with each bite. Though she was starting to enjoy food other than sweets, it would appear that her sweet tooth was not disappearing anytime soon. Berenger didn't mind this. If anything, he found it to be adorable. As such, Berenger and Adela continued to eat the cake alongside one another and chat about their plans for the future. Before long, the clock had struck midnight, and Berengar's guests began to depart. Berenger himself noticed that Adela was quite flustered and dizzy from the amount of wine she had drunk on her wedding night, and as such, he grabbed a hold of her and carried her to the royal bedchambers as if she were a princess. After arriving in the room that would belong to the two of them in the future, Berenger began to strip. As he did so, Adela stared at his chiseled body in awe. Her cheeks grew even redder as she stared at her husband's naked body. It was the first time in her life she had seen such a thing, and after a few moments of observation, Berenger walked over to his wife where he began to kiss her on the lips. As he did so, he stripped her of her wedding gown. It was not until she was entirely in the lingerie that Berenger stared at her with a shocked expression. He could not describe his young wife as anything other than angelic. Adela grew increasingly embarrassed as Berenger stared at her for some time. As he did so, he grew stiff, which caused great shock to the girl. Eventually, she knelt before Berenger and closely examined his lower shaft before asking the question on her mind. Is it supposed to be this big? Berenger chuckled with amusement before confirming his wife's suspicions. You could say I am blessed. Adela was hesitant to touch it, but she mustered her resolve and began to service her husband after a while. Before long, Berenger found himself grunting in pleasure as Adela stroked his rod, where she proceeded to lick it. Eventually the young queen began to suck upon Berengar's shaft as if it were the tastiest lollipop. However, her lips did not get far. After all, she was not accustomed to having such a large object in her little mouth. Eventually, Berenger could take it no longer and lifted his wife into the air before lying her down on the bed. As he did so, he pulled down her panties and positioned himself at the entrance of her wet cave. A hint of fear filled Adela's eyes, as she was uncertain if such a thing could fit inside her. Upon seeing this reaction, Berenger kissed his wife upon the lips passionately before reassuring her with his kind words. Don't worry, it'll be gentle. With this said, Adela nodded silently while biting her lip. It was her wedding night, and she knew she had to consummate her marriage with Berenger to achieve her place as the main wife. As such, she allowed Berenger to take the lead as he slowly inserted his shaft inside of her. As he did so, he kissed his beautiful young wife with passion as they twirled their tongues together. Blood flowed onto the sheets, signaling that Adela's chastity had been taken. As he did so, Berenger halted his advance before grabbing a hold of Adela's doll-like face and asking her the question on his mind. Is it painful? To his surprise, Adela shook her head softly and leaned in to kiss Berenger further. After doing so, she whispered in his ear, "Maybe it is because of the wine, but it's less painful than I thought it would be." With this said, the couple began to move their hips into one another. Berenger matched Adela's pacing, making sure not to cause her any significant pain in the process. He continued the intensity until Adela was finally brought to orgasm as she climaxed. So too did Berenger release his seed inside of her. In doing so, he had taken the first step towards conception. Whether or not their love would bear fruit this night had yet to be seen. After finishing their first experience as man and wife, Adela grabbed a hold of Berengar's face and kissed him once more before expressing her deepest thoughts. "That was amazing. I have waited so long for this day." Berenger responded with a gentle smile as he stroked his wife's silky golden hair before expressing his desires. "You are now my woman, no, my queen." Adela gazed softly at her husband until he asked the question on his mind. "So, shall we go again?" With this said, Adela had finally realized the beast she had married, and was thankful that there were other women to share her burden for the first time in her life. Despite this, Berenger and Adela continued their actions well for several hours. After all, they had a lot of time to make up for. Chapter 353. Discussing plans for the future. Having spent his wedding night with his new wife, Berenger awoke later than he usually would. After all, he had his fill of food and wine the night before and was in the mood to sleep in. It was not until roughly noon that he awoke to see Adela still asleep by his side. The young woman was still tired from their joint exercise the night before. As such, Berenger kissed her on the forehead before rising from his bed and getting dressed. He decided to take the day off from his usual fitness regimen, and instead approached the dining hall for his morning coffee and breakfast. As he sat down at the table, he saw Honoria and Linda sitting alongside Henrietta and Berengar's two children. It would appear that they had been waiting some time for his arrival. His two lovers immediately began to inquire about Berengar's night with Adela with wicked grins on their lips. Linda, who was gracefully sipping on a cup of coffee, was the first to speak about this issue. "So, how is the little queen doing? I hope you weren't too rough with her." Berenger chuckled as he sat down at the table shortly after that. A mug of coffee was brought over, prepared in just the way he liked it. He began to speak about his previous night's conquest with a gaze of pride as he drank from the cup. "Could not have gone better. She and I are very compatible. Maybe it is because we're related? Who knows? Anyway, you might have some competition going forward. After all, Adela is now my lawful wife, and though she may be inexperienced, she is a quick learner." An enviable expression formed on Lindy's face as she lightly bit down upon her exquisite lips. The truth was that she did not sleep well the night before. It was the first time in a long time that Berenger was home and yet not sleeping by her side. One could say she was dreadfully uncomfortable. At this moment, a brilliant idea appeared in her head, and as such, a mocking smile appeared on Lindy's lips as she began to tease her lover. "That is fine by me, Honoria, and I had a girl's night. It would appear you aren't needed to have a good time." Berenger gazed up from his coffee mug and into the eyes of Linda as he tried to determine whether or not she was telling the truth. Although he had said in the past that if he were gone and Linda ever felt horny, she and Honoria should entertain themselves, he had never actually expected them to do so. It wasn't until he looked at Honoria's confused expression that he knew Linda was bluffing. As such, a wicked smile appeared on his face as he called his lover's bluff. "Really? Then I guess I will spend the next week with my wife after all. I wouldn't want to spoil your girls' nights." Linda began to panic internally, seeing as her attempt to make Berenger jealous had backfired spectacularly. She quickly thought of a solution to the problem at hand. As such, Linda grabbed a hold of her lover's hand before whispering in his ear, "You are more than welcome to join us next time, master." Berenger chuckled in response to this and fired back in a flirtatious manner. "Oh, but then it wouldn't be a girl's night, would it?" Honoria, who watched Linda and Berenger battle each other with their wits, smiled silently as she drank from her coffee. After witnessing Lindy's tortured expression, Honoria couldn't help but get involved in the affair and quickly began to side with Berenger on the matter. "I honestly don't know what Linda is talking about. I slept in the harem room last night by myself. Maybe she got a little too drunk and hooked up with some random girl at the party, thinking it was me. As you already know, I am always willing to share you, Daddy." Linda could hardly believe her ears. Honoria and her were supposed to have an alliance against Adela, and yet the bitch had just stabbed her in the back so ruthlessly. As such, she glared daggers towards the treacherous princess, who simply stuck out her tongue in response. Seeing how the conversation was starting to get out of hand, Berenger decided to end the whole charade and accepted Honoria's request. "Sure, just don't let Adela find out you know how much of a prude she is." The moment Berenger said this, he heard a voice call out to him from behind and instantly felt a chill go down his spine. "Oh, I'm a prude, am I?" Just what exactly is it that you three are hiding behind my back? Henrietta, who was watching the conversation, remained silent once more. She was old enough now to know what Berenger and his harem were fighting about, and as such, she merely smiled as she enjoyed her coffee and her meal. Berenger had dug his own grave by having 3 women by his side, and now he had to lie in it. Berenger immediately turned around to see Adela standing behind him with her arms crossed and a pouting expression on her face. He had no idea that she had woken up and snuck up behind him. As such, she smiled awkwardly as he attempted to calm his young wife. "It is nothing, sweetheart. Linda and Anuria were just telling me how they entertained themselves during our wedding night." The moment Adela heard this, several thoughts came to her mind, and she instantly began to flush with embarrassment. Berengar's words had worked like a charm because she immediately decided to switch the topic. "So, what are your plans now that we are married?" After saying this, she sat down at the head of the table, next to her husband, who was just glad to see that she had voluntarily changed the conversation to something more productive as such. Berenger smiled as he drank from his mug once more. After doing so, he began to speak about his ambitions. "Well, now that I have bought our kingdom some time of peace, I intend to take advantage of it. Industrialization is the path I am bringing forward. With that in mind, I plan to build railways across Austria and Switzerland. I will set forth a decree looking for the labor necessary to produce a vast network of railways across our kingdom so that supplies and troops can be rapidly transported to every corner of our realm. It will take several years, but I have no doubt that it will ultimately be successful." With this said, Adela stared at him with a curious expression. She had no idea what a railway was or what it was used for. As such, she instantly began to question Berenger about the function of such a device. "What exactly is this railway you speak of?" Berenger smirked as he took a sip from his mug once more before speaking about the details of his plans. "A railway is basically what you might call a metallic road. On this road, a locomotive, which is a steam-powered device, is used to drag train cars across the railway at high speeds. These train cars can carry supplies or people, allowing rapid transport across the kingdom. With this system, traveling from Kufstein to Vienna, or Zurich, or Trieste can take a matter of hours instead of days. Thus, we need to build long canals connecting the river into the Adriatic Sea. With a railroad, we will quickly transfer goods and people from our ports in the Adriatic across the entire kingdom, thus stimulating our trade. Of course, from a defensive standpoint, it is also exceptional, as the construction of railroads will allow us to send troops and supplies to any corner of the kingdom in a mere span of hours. No matter where we might be invaded, reinforcements can rapidly arrive." Anuria was the most excited of all to hear about this. No longer would she have to take the route of the Black Sea to return to Kufstein. She had meant to speak with Berenger about the construction of canals to make her life easier, but this seemed like an even better plan. As such, she could not prevent herself from doubting Berengar's words. "You can actually make something like this?" Berenger nodded towards his lover with a smile on his face before responding in the affirmative. "Absolutely. It will be expensive and require a lot of effort, but it can be done. Luckily for us, we just acquired the Medici fortune and can easily afford such an expense. I have decided that the first section of the railway will travel from Kufstein to Trieste, to connect the capital to our major port city." Adela was equally as happy as Anuria to hear about such plans. If the railway truly connected all significant areas of the Kingdom of Austria, she could visit her family far more frequently in the future. As such, she had a broad smile on her face as she heard of Berengar's ambitions. If he was going to work so hard for the kingdom and its people, then she too had to help in any way she could. With this in mind, she began to think about plans for improving the culture within Austria. As she did so, a couple of plates were brought to the table by the servants. These plates contained the breakfast Berenger had ordered for himself and Adela. After the food arrived, Adela said a short prayer before Berenger and herself began to dig into their food. As they devoured their food like a couple of ravenous wolves, Berenger thought of ways to begin the construction of his railways. He wanted them to be fully operational when the Crusaders invaded his lands. As such, he spent the rest of the meal in relative silence. Chapter 354. Demonstrating the Rifled Breech Loader. Roughly a month had passed since Berengar's wedding. With it, Ludwig's workshop was fully updated with the steam-powered, precision engineering equipment that Berenger had designed and begun to introduce across Austria. This did not mean that the entire industrial district of Kufstein was updated. In fact, it still had several months to go before such a feat could be achieved, but it did mean that Ludwig could get to work on some prototype weapons that Berenger had recommended for use in the armed forces. For Austria to truly dominate on the battlefield, more modern artillery was desperately needed, especially since Berenger had begun to fear that his current artillery was dreadfully obsolete compared with his infantry's weapons. As such, Berenger had designed a horizontal sliding block rifled breech loader loosely based upon the designs used by the German army in the latter portion of the 19th century. For now, this was the best his factories could manage to produce, as anything further would require an advanced recoil mechanism that his factories were simply incapable of making at this point. Over the past month, Ludwig had endured substantial difficulties in producing and refining the prototype that Berenger had designed. However, with the help of his team of engineers and Berengar's support, the man had finally managed to create several rifled horizontal sliding block artillery pieces capable of undergoing field testing. At the moment, Berenger and a few of his generals were gathered at the testing ground, where they witnessed the artillery crew load one of the weapons from the rear. While the crew was busy doing so, Ludwig stood in front of the gathered military officials dressed in formal attire, with the same groomed appearance he had during Berengar's wedding. He began to make a speech as the weapon was rapidly loaded, his voice brimming with confidence. What you see before you is the newest innovation in field artillery. This weapon utilizes a 75x200 mmR separate loading case charged shell filled with TNT. It can launch this projectile up to 5 miles in the distance, with far greater lethality than the primitive ordnance used by our current muzzleloading cannons. In a minute, you will see this weapon tested. With it, I hope to show you the new era of firepower that our soldiers will wield on the battlefield to bring greater glory to our king and fatherland. Without further ado, feast your eyes on the brilliance of my newest invention. After saying this, Ludwig sat down next to Berenger, who tapped him on the shoulder and nodded. That was an excellent speech, my friend. Ludwig smiled as he heard this before shifting his attention ahead to the weapon on display. He had gone through exceptional lengths to ensure these weapons were correctly manufactured. Without the precision instruments that Berenger had introduced, he would never have been able to create such a complex piece of engineering. After a few moments, the artillery team yelled their commands as they pulled the lanyard attached to the operating mechanism. The moment they did so, a roaring thunder filled the air as the projectile was launched into the distance. Approximately 5 miles out, the shell landed and exploded upon roughly 5 straw targets contained within sets of full-plate armor. After the shell exploded, not a single salvageable piece of the armor or the dummies themselves remained. Berenger and his advisors gazed through their binoculars and witnessed the site of the explosion. The moment the shell had impacted the targets, Berenger cried out in joy. Wonderful. However, the show had not finished there. The artillery crew immediately withdrew the spent casing before loading a separate shell. After doing so, they fired the shell, which landed only a few feet away from their last blast. Whatever had remained of the targets was unguled in a fiery explosion. It did not end there. The artillery team repeated this process 8 more times, for a total of 10 shells fired in 1 minute from a single artillery piece. Such speed, power, and range completely shattered the general's expectations, as this one cannon had proven capable of outperforming an entire battery of their current issued artillery. Though this was just a simple demonstration, Ludwig hoped to convince the generals of the army to immediately begin extensive field testing of the weapon. As such, he crossed his fingers as Berenger discussed with his generals about the testing and procurement of such weapons. Berenger approached his generals with his arms stretched out in excitement. As he did so, he spoke informally with the men under his command. What did I tell you? It is an absolute game changer. With these weapons, we can sell off our old artillery to our allies for a substantial sum, and if they have the nerve to bite the hand that feeds them, we can destroy their artillery with our own before they can even leave a scratch on our army. We have hundreds of the old model 14, 17, 12-pounders lying around that would fetch a high price from our allies. What do you think? Should we begin rigorous field testing of these new weapons? The generals could not get over their shock by just how effective a single artillery piece of this new design was. If they successfully replaced all 350 of their current artillery pieces with this new design, no alliance in the world could stop their advance. The very idea of their infantry being equipped entirely with needle rifles and their artillery fitted with the new rifled breechloaders filled the generals with excitement and ambition. With this in mind, not a single general declined the idea of immediately beginning field testing of the weapons. As such, they nodded their heads with eager smiles on their faces before complimenting Berenger and Ludwig for their efforts. Your Majesty, as always, the weapons you and Lord Ludwig come up with are exceptional. I think I speak for everyone here when I say that we are excited to begin field testing of these magnificent weapons immediately. Berenger clasped his hands together with a broad smile on his face when he heard this and expressed his agreement. Wonderful. Very well, I will allow the Department of Defense to begin the process of testing the weapons. If they prove suitable to field conditions, we will then place an order to begin replacing our obsolete muzzleloaders. Gentlemen, it is the dawn of a new era, and we are leading it. After saying this, Berenger turned his attention to Ludwig, where he approached his old friend with a smile on his face. Come, Ludwig, let us go for a drink. I feel like celebrating the occasion and discussing some of my ideas with you. Ludwig did not deny the king's request, and as such, he followed him into the city of Kufstein, where the two men entered a local pub. The new fashion designs that Berenger had begun to implement hadn't entirely overtaken Kufstein yet. Berenger and Ludwig were exceptionally well dressed compared to the common laborers who still dressed in largely Renaissance attire that dwelled within the pub. Berenger was currently clad in his full military dress uniform, similar to his wedding attire but in black, with a dark gray collar and sleeve cuffs that were filled with golden embroidery. Every other medal and order he had on his wedding uniform was the same on his military uniform. As such, he stuck out like a sore thumb when he entered the tavern. Despite this, not a single person in the room looked at him with a sign of greed or envy. When the king entered the pub, more than half of the men jumped up and saluted him. Many of these men had either served in the military or were currently serving in the military, and as such were well accustomed to doing such a thing whenever they were in the king's presence. Berenger motioned for the men to be at ease before he sat down at the bar, where he ordered 2 fingers of whiskey for both himself and Ludwig, as well as a liter of beer to chase it down with. After doing so, he immediately began to discuss some of the arms developments he wanted to introduce in the upcoming years with Ludwig. So Ludwig, what do you think about metallic cartridges? The moment Ludwig heard Berenger say this, he was pretty shocked. As such, he lowered his voice before answering the king's question with one of his own. How did you know I have been working on metallic cartridges? Berenger merely chuckled as he heard this and downed the whole 2 fingers of whiskey in a single go. After doing so, he took a sip of his beer before speaking his thoughts. You came up with the needle rifle on your own logically. The next progression is to build a bolt-action rifle that is capable of using metallic cartridges. Or am I assuming too much? Ludwig was stunned when he heard this. It was exactly as Berenger had said the moment he completed the needle rifle. He wanted to replace the paper cartridge due to its inherent disadvantages. However, despite tinkering with the idea of metallic cartridges in his free time, he had not been able to produce a reliable version. Thus Ludwig asked with suspicion on his mind as he dared to utter the words, "You know the solution, don't you?" Berenger merely smiled as he drank from his beer, not revealing the truth behind the matter. However, his silence was enough for Ludwig to comprehend the answer, and as such, the older man sighed heavily before asking Berenger the question he had been dwelling on for years. So tell me, my king, how do you know so much about, well, everything? Berenger smiled as he heard this before deciding to tease his old friend. As he did so, he leaned in and whispered to Ludwig the truth of the matter. Would you believe me if I told you I was from the future? Ludwig thought about it for a few moments and chuckled before responding to Berengar's wild claim. I don't know if you're actually telling me the truth or just messing with me. However, I know one thing that is a better explanation than anything I have been able to come up with to explain your unworldly knowledge. Berenger chuckled as he heard Ludwig's response. After doing so, he patted the man on the back before saying, regardless as to how I know these things, it'll help you out with your metallic cartridge problem. Send me your designs when you get the chance, and I will gladly assist you with how I think they can be improved. After hearing this, Ludwig nodded with a smile on his face. Whether Berenger was telling the truth, or he was a man who had sold his soul to the devil for unlimited knowledge, it honestly did not matter. At the end of the day, Berengar's reforms immensely helped the people living in Austria, and to Ludwig that was the most important thing of all. Chapter 355. Doomed to obsolescence. Berenger had been dreadfully busy with work over the past month, particularly in overseeing the beginning phases of his industrialization process, so much so that he had even begun to forsake his duties as a husband and father. At this moment, he was sitting in his study, overseeing the expense reports for the initial startup costs of constructing a railroad. It was well within his expectations, and as such, he quickly signed his approval on the document with his fountain pen. At this moment, he heard a knock on his door. As such, he instinctively called out to the person behind it. It's open. After saying this, the door creaked open to reveal his newlywed wife, who was standing before him with a platter filled with food and a mug of beer. Before Berenger realized it, noon had approached, and lunchtime had arrived with it. After seeing his beautiful young bride standing before him holding a plate filled with sausage, specified currency Cespa unspecified currency Tzli, and schnitzel, Berengar's fatigue began to wash away as he stood up from his seat and greeted his woman. Adela, is it lunchtime already? I'm sorry, I should have met you in the dining hall. I have just been so busy with work. Adela laid the food tray down upon Berengar's desk and forced herself upon his lap. As she did so, she placed a finger on Berengar's lips, silencing him from speaking. She looked into his deep sapphire eyes that she herself had in common before telling the thoughts on her mind. I understand you have been busy managing the realm. There is no need to apologize. Without you, I fear to think what Austria would have become. At the very least, allow me to assist you in any way I can. After all, your work is necessary, but skipping meals is bad for your health. Berenger smiled as Adela lifted the liter mug of beer and brought it to his lips, in doing so forcing him to drink from the hearty lager contained within. After he did so, he began to continue his work while Adela continued to feed him from the plate of food. He was careful not to damage the documents with the fine Austrian cuisine residue. As he continued to focus on his work while taking short breaks to eat Adela's food, his young wife noticed the documents on the table and the amount of guldens Berenger was spending on the process of industrializing his nation. As such, her mouth gaped in shock before asking the question on her mind. Can we afford such expenditures? Berenger chuckled before assuring the young woman that they could indeed afford the expense. Not to worry, my love, with the assets we have seized from Italy during our war for independence and the income we receive from all of our businesses, the Austrian crown can easily afford the expenditure. Besides, this is an investment into the future of our realm. These railways will provide significant economic and tactical advantages over our rivals. Adela relaxed when she heard Berengar's assurance, and after doing so, fed him a spoon filled with the delicious cheesy dish known as Khan's specified currency Cespa unspecified currency. After doing so, she helped her husband wash it down with a sip of beer. After finishing approving the distribution of funds to the construction of the railroad, Berenger began to take a look at the metallic cartridge design that Ludwig had struggled to create. The base material for the cartridge was copper, and the older man had attempted to embed a percussion cap in the rear. Berenger instantly saw the faults with such a design and quickly began to draw the necessary modifications to make a proper metallic cartridge for use in firearms. Though Berenger could introduce smokeless powder, it would take some time to begin producing such a thing, and he currently had a massive stockpile of black powder built up. With this in mind, Berenger began to redesign the cartridge around a reliable and proven black powder cartridge from his previous life. He began to draft the dimensions based upon the .4570 government used by the American armed forces in the latter half of the 19th century. The bullet itself was a solid piece of lead, and its diameter was .458 in or 11.6 millimeters. The cartridge itself was made of brass, which was more reliable than the copper cartridge that Ludwig had designed. The casing's neck was .480 in or 12.2 millimeters in diameter, with a base diameter of 5.05 inches or 12.8 millimeters. The rim at the bottom of the cartridge was .608 in or 15.4 millimeters in diameter. As for the thickness of the edge, it was 0.70 in or 1.8 millimeters. As for the length of the casing, it was 2.105 in or 53.5 millimeters. For a rifle to properly stabilize the flight of this projectile, it would need a 120 rifling, which meant that for every complete revolution that the bullet twisted within the barrel, 20 inches were required to achieve it. Adela watched in shock as Berenger was hard at work. Before her very eyes, he began utterly overhauling the rudimentary metallic cartridge that Ludwig had devised. Finally, he began to create the most critical point of a functioning metallic cartridge from memory as if it were second nature. When Berenger began to create the centerfire primer seemingly from scratch, he lamented that he had no idea how to create a more modern lead stiffenate explosive compound, which was required to make non-corrosive primers. He substituted the mixture with the far more primitive and cheaper to produce mercury fulminate that his chemists had already created and utilized in the current percussion cap production. A centerfire primer was something that took decades for Europeans to discover in Berengar's previous life. Still, because Berenger was an engineer and a firearms fanatic in his earlier life, he was well aware of how to manufacture such a thing. The centerfire primer he designed was a small cup embedded within the cartridge's rear. It utilized mercury fulminate as the charge to ignite the black powder contained in the casing. This effect was achieved by using a firing pin to strike the primer, which would cause the mercury fulminate to spark, thus igniting the black powder and propelling the projectile through the barrel of the rifle and downrange into the target. After Berenger had finished designing a reliable and functional cartridge, he sat back in his seat and reflected on his previous life with a smile. His family was far from wealthy in his earlier life, and as such they tended to utilize any firearm they could get their hands on for cheap. One of these rifles was an old Springfield trapdoor rifle. His father in his past life had purchased the firearm for a few $100 at a pawn shop and had taken Julian hunting with the rifle numerous times. They even hand-loaded their cartridges to use in the gun. As such, Berenger was familiar with all the details needed to make the cartridge reliable and functional. Adela immediately inquired about the designs she had seen Berenger design out of thin air. Based solely on a plan given to him, she had no idea how Berenger had taken a rudimentary concept and improved it effortlessly as if such a thing was natural. Berenger, what is this I am looking at right now? Berenger looked over at Adela with an awkward smile. He had been so immersed in recreating the .4570 that he had utterly forgotten his wife was sitting on his lap watching him work. As such, he began to pet her pretty head before revealing his thoughts on the matter. This is the invention that will allow our kingdom to reign supreme over our rivals for centuries. Now all I need to do is design a rifle capable of utilizing it. Of course, I will do such a thing at a later date. It is a pity. Adela instantly looked up at Berenger with confusion as she heard the last part of Berengar's explanation. What is? A smug smile appeared on Berengar's face as he began to explain his thought process. Ludwig did an exceptional job creating the needle rifle, and I fear it will only see two conflicts before it is ultimately replaced by a superior design of my own making. It is such a waste. In response to this, Adela giggled innocently. She found it cute how Berenger thought so seriously upon such a meaningless topic and began to console her man over his regrets. Well, if it helped you win 2 wars, then it wasn't a waste, was it? Berenger smiled bitterly as he heard this. It would appear the needle rifle was doomed to rapid obsolescence in both of his lives. Though it had served as the primary weapon of the Prussian army for a few decades, in his past life, it was ultimately replaced by the superior Mauser 1871, and its metallic cartridge not long after it had helped win a major war. It would appear that such a fate awaited his needle rifle in this timeline. Berenger figured he would not be able to mass-produce the new cartridge or the rifle he would have to design around it before his army intervened in Granada. The Schmidt needle rifle would only serve in partial capacity towards the Austrian War for Independence and total capacity in the Austrian intervention in the Reconquista. With this in mind, Berenger sat up from his chair and began to stretch his legs, forcing Adela off of his lap as he did so. After moving around for a bit, he kissed Adela on the lips while hugging her. As he did so, he thanked her for her assistance. "Thank you, Adela, for bringing me food. Without it, I likely would have worked until I starved." Adela smiled graciously as she accepted Berengar's thanks. "No thanks is required. I am your wife. It is my job to look after you." After saying this, Adela grabbed a hold of the food tray and followed Berenger out of his study. Berenger needed a break from work after putting in so much effort, and he intended to entertain himself with his new wife. Chapter 356. Hussite Victory. Eckhard stood within the great hall of the royal palace within the city of Prague. The halls were stained with the blood of the Bohemian loyalists and their allied forces. Their corpses littered the ground and had already begun to rot. The blade of the Austrian field marshal was coated with the sanguine liquid of life. Though he had not personally slain King Radek of Bohemia, Eckhard had done his fair share of bloodshed in the battle that led to such a result. Standing atop the Bohemian king's lifeless body was none other than Alexej Kasper, a man revered by the radical Hussite sects as a war saint of their faith. With Berengar's assistance, the Kasparians and the other Hussite armies had waged a long and bloody war against the Bohemian crown and their Catholic allies. However, it was not until Austrian agents posing as servants of the Bohemian crown distributed weapons to criminals and brigands that the common people began to take arms against their masters. With the support of the common people, the Hussite forces steamrolled over the Catholic armies and brought their vengeance upon the Church for their crimes against Jan Hus and his followers. For the first time in centuries, the Catholic Church had lost a crusade. Alexej stared at the blood-stained golden crown lying upon the fractured skull of the once mighty Bohemian king for several seconds, debating what to do with it. Though the radical Hussites revered him, the moderate factions of his faith viewed him as a fanatic and a war criminal. Not to mention the many Catholics who lived within Bohemia that had not supported him and his cause. Even a significant minority of ethnic Germans followed the teachings of Berenger and his German Reformation. One thing was sure: the kingdom of Bohemia was far from united. If he were to place this crown upon his head, it would only invite greater chaos. Yet without a strong leader, Bohemia would become nothing more than a puppet state of their powerful neighbor to the southwest. Austria was a behemoth that could swallow Bohemia whole by a single decree. The royal army of Austria could march onto Bohemia and wipe away years of blood, sweat, and tears that the Bohemian people had shed for a proper reformist state. As such, the man was at a crossroads. Should he allow someone else, someone more unifying, to become king of Bohemia, or should he claim the position for himself and negotiate the terms of repayment of their debt to Austria from a place of authority, in doing so creating long-term social strife? Before he could make a decision, a few heavily armored men entered the scene. They were flying the banners of a Hussite nobleman by the name of Waldemar Zuckel among the moderate Hussites. He was the most renowned. Upon seeing Alexej standing above the bloodied corpse of the Bohemian king, eyeing his crown with avarice, Waldemar refused to stand by and began to approach the radical Hussites while flanked by his soldiers. As he did so, he rested his hand upon the hilt of his blade, eyeing the radicals with suspicion. "Alexej, you did not think that I would allow you to place that crown upon your head, thus naming yourself king of Bohemia, did you? You have butchered thousands of Bohemian citizens in the name of your fanaticism, and thus you must answer for your crimes." As Waldemar said this, Alexej's followers unsheathed their blades in a show of force. As they did so, they stared down the moderate nobleman with fierce expressions. Just like how the moderates would never allow a radical to sit upon the throne, so too would they never permit a moderate to rule as king. As for Eckhard, he and his Austrian troops were caught in the middle of these two armed groups. Thus the aging field marshal immediately attempted to appease both sides and come to a compromise before they began killing each other over minor differences of opinion. "Gentlemen, stow your blades. We have won the war, and that is all that matters for now. As for who becomes king, it can be decided upon at a later date by all factions involved in this great victory that we have achieved together." Alexej and Waldemar gazed at each other with murderous intent. Even after Eckhard's plea of reason, they still felt the urge to cut each other's throats on the spot. In Alexej's eyes, the moderates had done too little for the cause, allowing him and his forces to suffer as the vanguard in the war against the Catholics. While the radicals fought, the moderates hugged the sidelines, waiting for a clear victor to emerge. As such, the radical leader would never allow an opportunistic man like Waldemar to seize the Bohemian crown, not after all the blood he and his comrades had shed to achieve this victory. Seeing that tensions were only increasing, Eckhard played his final card to make the two men see reason, and as such, he sighed heavily before speaking in a grave tone. Word of your victory has already been sent to King Berenger. Imagine his surprise when he pays a visit to the Bohemian court and sees that you fools have begun slaying each other over your slight differences. Stow your blades or face the wrath of your benefactor. If it were years ago when the war had begun, such a threat would have been seen as a joke by the two sides facing off against each other. However, after news had reached Bohemia of Berengar's absolute victory over the Holy Roman Empire, nobody present was foolish enough to take Eckhard's warning lightly. The radicals were the first to back down as Alexej sheathed his blade. The moment he did so, his men followed suit. He and the radicals owed Berenger a far more outstanding debt than the moderates, for it was them who Berenger had sent the majority of his aid to. As for Valdemar, he clutched his blade intensely as he struggled to come to terms with the outcome. Was he going to sit idly by and allow the Austrians to play kingmaker over their realm? Despite his unwillingness to do so, the man ultimately accepted the futility of his situation. If the Austrians could wipe out the Italians and Swiss in a matter of months, what could they do to a divided and battle-worn Bohemia? As such, the man quickly did as the Austrian field marshal commanded him and stowed his blade. Upon doing so, a sour expression formed on his face. He could not imagine the consequences that would befall their realm for allowing Berenger von Kufstein to act as the judge regarding the question of Bohemian succession. However, his hands were tied, and as such, Valdemar spat on the ground before departing. As he did so, he left a passing message. This is not the end. Alexej, you will answer for your crimes against Bohemia and her people. I swear to God I will make you pay. After Valdemar and his cronies had left, Alexej let out a sigh of relief before thanking Eckhard for his support. Thank you, Marshal Eckhard. I owe you and your king a great deal. What is it that your master has planned for us going forward? Eckhard sighed as he dwelled upon the question. He did not know what Berenger intended for Bohemia. Years had passed since he last spoke to the man in person, and Eckhard did not doubt that the young monarch's ambitions had grown once more. As such, he could not honestly answer the question. Instead, his response was cryptic. I honestly do not know what Berengar's intentions are for Bohemia. I am sure that he will ask a great deal of you and your people for repayment. I suggest that you remember that he is not the minor nobleman you first approached years ago. I give you this warning as a friend and a companion who has fought along your side for years. Do not underestimate the man known as Berenger von Kufstein. He is as cunning as he is cruel, and he will find a way to extract the most significant value from your lands, a value that you yourself may not even be aware of. Most of all, be aware that he is not afraid to use war and violence as a means of diplomacy. If he threatens you during negotiations, do not take it lightly, as he has the means to back up his claims. While you have spent the last few years waging a brutal war, he has spent it by consolidating his power and advancing his army to unimaginable lengths. I do not know to what degree the Austrian military has advanced in my absence, but I assure you it is beyond your capabilities. If you keep all of this in mind, I am sure you will be able to mitigate the damage done to your people during what is to come. Only ruin awaits you if you choose to ignore my advice and cling to your pride. This is all I can say as your friend, for my loyalty is to Berenger and his kingdom. Good luck, for you and your people will need it. With this said, Eckhard did not wait for a response. He quickly fled the scene with his men following in tail. They had much to prepare for with a Hussite victory in Bohemia. The timeline was forever altered, and Berenger intended to take full advantage of it for the benefit of his realm. Chapter 357. Military Parade. Berenger gazed upon thousands of his infantry gathered before him marching in the streets. Most of these soldiers were standard infantry. However, there were grenadiers mixed within their ranks. These men were dressed in the newest military uniforms and equipped with the most modern weapons that Berenger and his engineers had devised. They were clad in the distinctly Victorian-style uniform that Berenger had designed from head to toe. On their head was a black steel pickelhaube helmet, with brass accents in the form of a double-head eagle and a brass spike. Their tunics were black with gold trimming and had a single line of brass buttons from the neck down. However, this tunic was concealed by a thick wool greatcoat in the pattern used by German soldiers in the Great War of Berengar's past life. The primary difference being it was black. Over this greatcoat was a cuirass made of quenched and hardened high-carbon steel and painted in the same black lacquer applied to their helmets. Atop this cuirass was the standard-issue black leather webbing that contained the paper cartridges utilized in the infantry's needle rifles, as well as a few other forms of essential equipment such as their bayonet sheaths and their field spades. The pants were rich black wool, with a gold stripe on the sides. The legs were tucked into their knee-high black leather infantry boots. Overall, it was a clean and crisp uniform devised for a more modern military. Since Berenger had begun the process of industrialization, he had introduced new attire for his kingdom, both in the military and civilian sectors. These men marched in parade formation, with their rifles unslung and held within their shoulders. These needle rifles were unloaded. However, their bayonets were affixed. The crowds of Kufstein were gathered to witness the thousands of soldiers march through the streets to show off the pride of Austria, which was her military. Today was a special occasion as it was now January, and with a new year, Berenger decided that it was time to introduce the medals and awards to all of the soldiers who had fought in his wars over the past few years. Without their aid, Berenger would never have been able to achieve everything he had accomplished in such a short time. As such, tens of thousands of soldiers marched through the streets of Kufstein in the dead of winter, many of which were veterans of the armed forces who had retired and now served in the reserves. Berenger was dressed in a greatcoat. However, it was open to reveal the luxurious general uniform and its awards beneath. Like all of the men present, he wore a pair of black leather gloves to protect his hands from the cold of the Austrian Alps. He stood on a stage built above the parade, where the soldiers who had proved themselves in battle would be called up one by one to receive their rewards. He was surrounded by his newly established royal guard, dressed in specialty uniforms. Their uniforms had the colors reversed. They were white with gold trimming and had a single line of brass buttons from the neck down. Atop this tunic was a gilded cuirass, matched by a gilded steel pickelhaube helmet atop their heads. The royal guard was selected from the most elite, battle-hardened, and loyal of Berengar's armed forces. Many of them had served in either the Jaeger Corps or the Grenadiers. However, others belonged to his cavalry units, such as the cuirassiers and the hussars. Regardless, they were the most suited to protecting Berenger and the royal family. As such, they stood by stoically as they guarded their king against any potential violent outburst during the festivities. After the infantry had passed by the location and circled to present themselves before the stage, the artillery marched through the streets, with their field guns in tow by the horses that belonged to their units. Their uniforms were similar to the infantry, with a slight difference. Instead of a spike on the top of their pickelhaube helmets, they had a brass ball affixed to a brass shaft. They also did not wear the steel cuirass as it was simply unnecessary for the artillery to wear body armor. Though they had no way of knowing it, the new rifled breech-loading cannons were undergoing rigorous military testing before they could be approved for use in the field. Once these wonder weapons made their way to the field, the artillery would be so far removed from any form of danger against their medieval foes that it was simply a waste of resources to equip them with body armor. After the artillery marched through the parade and regrouped behind the infantry, standing in front of the stage, the cavalry made their way through. There were various forms of cavalry present. The cuirassiers were the heavy cavalry. They wore black and gold cavalry uniforms in the style of the Prussian cuirassiers from the Franco-Prussian War of Berengar's past life. They had black steel breastplates and cuirassier-style pickelhaube helmets. As for the hussars, they were dressed in a uniform similar to the legendary Death's Head hussars utilized by Prussia during Berengar's previous life. However, their uniforms were black and gold instead of black and silver. Like the cuirassiers, they were outfitted with more modern cavalry sabers instead of the older heavy cavalry swords that Berenger had previously equipped his cavalry with. The Uhlans followed after the hussars had marched through the streets on horseback. These were modernized versions of Berengar's older lancers. They were also dressed in a military uniform based upon the old Prussian 1870s Uhlan uniform. Of course, it shared the same color scheme as the rest of Berengar's army. After the magnificent display of Berengar's modernized military had proudly marched through the streets, Berenger finally broke his silence and spoke to all of the men gathered before him. Over the last few years, all of you present have followed me into battle. Since the beginning, some of you have been with me, and others have joined my army as I gained more power. We have lost many of our brothers in arms in combat against our enemies, yet we now stand an independent kingdom, more significant than any force in all of the Western world. It was due to your sacrifices on the field of battle that we have achieved everything that we have accomplished. As such, today is a day for all of you, and thus I have decided to give out awards to all of those who have proven themselves and their courage on the field of battle. For every soldier wounded or killed in the conflicts since the Battle of Miningtown so many years ago, I will be awarding them the Austrian Wound Medal, a symbol of the price they have paid for their king and fatherland. Now, as I call your names, come forward, and I will give you the awards that I have deemed your service history worthy of. Berenger started by calling up the highest echelon of generals and officers present. Those currently embedded in his proxy wars as military advisors would be given their awards later when they returned to Kufstein. After getting through the general officers and those directly below them, Berenger finally made his way to the regular officer class. Captain Arnwald Gerwig, step forward, please. Arnwald was surprised to hear his name being called despite the fact that he had worked his way up from an enlisted position to that of a full-fledged grenadier captain. He had not expected himself to be given any significant form of award. When he finally arrived in front of the king, his heart was palpitating. However, the words Berenger spoke next shocked him to the core. It has been some time since I last saw your face. I was beside myself when I heard your friend Bardo had passed away. I am ashamed to admit that it was only after I researched my casualty reports for this ceremony that I realized that one of the men who so bravely stood by my side during that first ambush had passed away in a previous war. Arnwald struggled to find the words to express his thoughts. He could not understand how Berenger managed to remember his face and name after so many years had passed since that fateful day. The man struggled to choke back the tears forming in his eyes as he listened to Berengar's decree to the crowd. For your bravery in protecting your king on the night of the ambush of our forces outside of Schwaz during the war for Tyrol, fighting bravely on the front lines during the war against Bavarian occupation, and your acts of gallantry while leading our grenadiers to protect our supply lines during the war for independence, I hereby grant you, Captain Arnwald Gerwig, the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, the Military Merit Order, and the 4th Class Order of St. George. After saying this, Berenger opened a small container containing the 2 fabled medals. The first was worth more in prestige than the U.S. Medal of Honor, the second was the most distinguished military honor that Berenger could award, and the third established Arnwald as a Knight of the Austrian Crown. Berenger proceeded to hang the black, white, and gold ribbons containing the Iron Cross and the Military Merit Order around Arnwald's neck before pinning the white and black, and gold Maltese Cross of the Order of St. George onto his chest. After doing so, he shook Arnwald's hand before saluting the soldier, just as he had done to all of the officers who had come before him. Arnwald responded with his salute before returning to the crowd of gathered soldiers, who began to cheer for him. All citizens gathered outside the venue roared in applause for Arnwald's award. The ceremony continued for several hours as Berenger handed out awards to all the men he felt had deserved them. These medals and awards varied greatly based upon an individual's performance. Among these men were soldiers who had proven their bravery on the field of battle, such as Captain Andreas Jaeger, whose actions as a Jaeger captain led to the swift elimination of Italian skirmishers during the War for Independence earned him a first-class Iron Cross, as well as Captain Wilhelm Krieger, whose efforts to put down brigands in Austria following Berengar's brief regency over Conrad had earned him the second-class Iron Cross. After many hours, the night fell upon Kufstein, and Berenger dismissed the parade. Among the soldiers of his army, thousands had been awarded honors, most of which were the Austrian Wound Medal. The event itself was a rousing success, as it increased public interest in the military and was utilized as a propaganda tool in the papers to celebrate Austrian dominance. This would be the first of many military parades that Berenger would arrange during his tenure as a monarch. The first generation of Austrian soldiers had finally been recognized for their efforts on the field of battle, and thus morale was at an all-time high. In the future, foreign countries would begin to adopt similar ideas of military awards to inspire their troops to achieve greater glory. However, for now, it was something unique to Austrian military culture. Chapter 358. Preparing for Intervention in Bohemia. After the military parade had been finished, Berenger was alerted that the war in Bohemia had come to an end, and just as he expected, the various Hussite sects could not agree on who the next king would be. He began to chuckle to himself as he read the letter written by Eckhard that was currently in his hands. Of course, it would turn out this way. Did Eckhard expect a bunch of religious fanatics to have a plan for after they had overthrown the legitimate monarchy? King Radek of Bohemia was dead. So too were his male heirs. Prague was in a disastrous state, and the various Hussite sects had turned on one another in an attempt to put their representatives on the vacant throne. If not for Berengar's fearsome reputation being utilized by Eckhard to pressure the various factions into maintaining civil ties, then a new war would have broken out between the victorious Hussites. After spending years backing the various Hussite sects in their war to overthrow the Catholic monarchy, now was the time to lay claim to the Bohemian crown. Eckhard had openly invited him into Bohemia, and as such, Berenger would show up with an army at his back. With the Austrian royal army behind him, the various factions vying for the Bohemian crown would have to take him seriously. As such, Berenger got up from his seat within his study and ventured to the headquarters of the Austrian royal army located within the city of Kufstein. After entering the building, the various soldiers who worked as administrative personnel saluted their king as he made his way to the general's chambers. After entering the room, Berenger saw multiple of his generals gathered. They were discussing the trials of the new field cannons. However, when they saw the king enter the room, they immediately halted their discussion and saluted him in the more modern fashion he had recently implemented among his ranks. After doing so, Berenger returned their gesture before answering the questions he knew they had on their minds. The war for Bohemia is over. The Hussites are victorious. After saying this, the generals began to break out into cheers. However, shortly thereafter, Berenger raised his hand, signaling them to be silent. After doing so, he spoke up once more about the current situation. The various Hussite sects are ready to turn on themselves in an attempt to put a member of their faction on the throne. The situation is volatile, and I fear it is necessary to intervene before the kingdom of Bohemia descends into further chaos. I want 10,000 men gathered and ready to deploy to Bohemia within 72 hours. I will personally lead them. After all, it has been some time since I have last seen my good friend Eckhard. The generals immediately began to nod their heads as they received their order. Not a single man among their ranks was willing to anger the king. As such, they quickly began to relay the orders to muster a small division of soldiers capable of stabilizing the situation within the neighboring kingdom. Berenger knew the likelihood of violence occurring after the Austrian royal army arrived in Bohemia was slim. This was merely a show of force. Thus he returned to the palace where he began to prepare for his journey. As Berenger was getting his supplies in order within the royal bedchambers, Honoria snuck up behind him and pounced on him, pinning him to the bed in the process. She had a pouting expression as she gazed upon her lover with a sense of dread. "You're leaving so soon? It has only been a month since you returned home, and you have spent most of it with Adela." Berenger chuckled as he tried to get up from under the young princess. However, she refused to relent and continued to put pressure upon him. With his combative's training from his previous life, the young king could easily escape the princess mount. Still, he decided to endure the gesture and instead grabbed Honoria and brought her mouth into his own, where he began to kiss her passionately. After a few moments, he let her go with a wicked grin on his face. He began to tease the young woman as he removed himself from under her grasp. "Does that make you feel better?" However, Honoria did not relent. Instead, she continued to pout as she looked away from her lover. Berenger had not spent nearly enough time with the girl since his marriage to Adela, and she was starting to feel left out. Now all of a sudden, he was going off to God knows where. As such, she would not forgive him so easily. Instead, she merely began to question Berenger about his plans. "Where are you going now?" Berenger smiled as he heard his lover slowly begin to open up as such. He began to inform her of the ongoing crisis in the neighboring kingdom. "The war for Bohemia is over. However, the Hussites are dumber than I thought. Every faction among their ranks is currently vying to put their representative on the Bohemian throne. The only reason blood has yet to be shed is because Eckhard had mentioned that I would be arriving to settle the dispute. It would appear my neighbors have become afraid of me. As such, I am given a perfect opportunity to claim the Bohemian crown for myself and annex it into my domain. Who will dare to oppose me after all the pain and suffering the Hussites have caused upon the Bohemian kingdom?" After hearing Berengar's explanation, Honoria began to break out into laughter, which was not the reaction Berenger was expecting. As such, he gazed at her with confusion before asking the question on his mind. "What is so funny?" In response to this, Honoria wiped a tear from her eye before pouncing on Berenger once more, hugging him tightly as she whispered into his ear. "A year ago, my man was a lowly duke. Soon he will have 2 crowns. I knew I chose correctly when I decided to run away from home and into your arms. I dread to think what my life would be without you." Berenger smiled as he spent some time in the arms of his lover. The two of them rested there for some time before Berenger finally got up from the bed. He needed to inform the remainder of his family that he would be departing for a short while, and as such, he looked over at Honoria once more before commenting on her career path. "Enjoy the peace while it lasts. In a few months, we will be forced to intervene on Granada's behalf. When that happens, I want you and your crew to begin raiding the vessels of the Catholic Iberian kingdoms. Speaking of which, go visit Ludwig while I'm gone, and inform him to equip your girls with some needle rifles. Your current weapons are obsolete." Honoria smiled as she heard this and nodded her head. After doing so, she hugged Berenger from behind one last time before thanking him for his support. "Thanks for all your help." Berenger chuckled as he patted the girl's head before forcing himself out of her grip. "Alright, I've got to go inform the others. I won't be leaving for another 3 days. So you and Linda should meet me in the harem room later. I'm sure we can find some way to entertain ourselves for the next few days." After saying this, Berenger left Honoria alone in the bedroom when he sought out his other family members. Interestingly enough, he found them all gathered within Helga's room, playing with his young daughter. As Berenger witnessed the wholesome sight, a broad smile appeared on his face. After watching in silence for a while, he finally announced his entrance. "Ahem, I have an announcement to make." After saying this, everyone within the room gazed over at Berenger with shock. They had no idea how long he had been standing there. All of them except for one. Hans was aware of Berengar's presence the entire time. He chose not to say anything as he continued to read from a book about Alexander the Great. After Berenger had gotten their attention, he announced his plans for the upcoming days. "In 3 days I will be embarking for Bohemia. The situation there is at a critical point. If I play my cards right, I can gain control over the region and all the wealth within it. I won't be gone for long. I just wanted to warn you." Adela immediately rose from her seat and approached Berenger with a worried expression. As for Linda, as the director of Austrian Royal Intelligence, she had become aware of this matter at roughly the same time as Berenger. As such, she already expected this result. Thus she stood back with her son and daughter as Berenger consoled Adela. Berenger held his young wife within his embrace as he stroked her silky hair. She was not in the greatest mood after figuring out her husband was leaving so soon after their wedding. As such, she asked the first question on her mind while giving Berenger a stern gaze. "When will you be back?" In response to this, Berenger decided to be honest. "It will likely be a fortnight, a month at most. I have to stabilize the situation and bring it under my control. As soon as I am able, I promise I will return to your arms." After saying this, Berenger began to kiss Adela. Only after several moments had passed that he released himself from her grip. After doing so, he approached Linda and whispered something in her ear that caused her to blush. Though Adela noticed this, she decided not to inquire about it. Berenger was likely going to find himself in danger again, and she had been monopolizing his time since their marriage as such. She decided to let Berenger have some fun with his other future wives. Berenger and Linda left Adela and Henrietta alone with their 2 kids as they absconded to the harem room where Honoria was waiting for them. As for what the trio would get up together, that was something only they would know. Chapter 359, The Man with 2 Crowns. Over a week had passed, and Berenger had set out with a division of 10,000 men. This specialized unit was equipped with infantry, cavalry, and artillery. While the rifled breech-loaders were currently undergoing field testing, Berenger would have to make do with his traditional muzzle-loading smoothbore cannons. However, the young monarch did not expect an actual war to break out. After all, the threat of this task force and its willingness to use violence to pursue Berengar's goals would be more than enough to deter any idea of resistance. Like a conqueror laying claim to a city, Berenger rode atop his trusty steed in his full dress uniform. The gazes of envy from the battle-worn Hussite soldiers as they saw such a crisp and elegant uniform affixed on Berengar's exemplary visage did not go unnoticed by the young king. Ultimately, the area set for discussion regarding the new monarch of Bohemia was established within the royal castle in Prague. As such, Berenger marched up its steps with his royal guard in tow, without the slightest hint of hesitation or fear in his eye. Instead, an oppressive aura exuded from his figure, filling anyone who witnessed it with dread and trepidation. After bursting through the doors of the castle and entering the great hall where the various factions were engaged in a brutal argument about who should be king, Berenger ignored their shouts, walked past the crowd, and sat upon the Bohemian throne as if it were the most natural thing for him to do. After doing so, he crossed one leg over the other and rested his face on his fist with a smug expression. It was only after several moments of silence had passed that Berenger made his decree known to all of the men present. All who seek to lay claim to the Bohemian crown step forward and present your cases. I, Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name, and King of Austria, will hear your words and choose the most fitting to sit upon this throne. The moment Berenger said this, the room was filled with shock. Berenger did not hide his intent in the slightest. He had brazenly stated that he would choose the next king of Bohemia. As such, Valdemar was the first among the candidates to object to the notion of having a foreigner choose their king. Who do you think you are, to come into this great hall, seat yourself upon the throne that belongs to our people, and declare that you shall be the man who determines our king? Berengar's smug expression faltered as he heard the man so brazenly question his judgment. In response to this, the young monarch snapped his fingers. The very next moment, a rifle was lowered, and the echo of gunfire resounded throughout the chamber. Valdemar, the favored candidate of the Hussite moderates, stared in shock as blood began to pour from his chest. He could not believe that, in a single moment, his life had been stripped away by the bullet of one of Berengar's royal guards. The surprised expression on the man's face was his last reaction before he collapsed dead on the floor. The various factions vying for the Bohemian crown instantly began to panic. However, the doors were sealed shut and blocked by Berengar's royal guards. As such, there was no escape to be had. Seeing that he had garnered everyone's attention, Berenger rose from his seat and gazed sternly upon the men who had gathered before him. As he did so, he began to project the full authority that belonged to him as the only monarch in the room. Who am I? I am the man with an army of 10,000 men capable of shelling this city into oblivion. You would be wise to obey my commands, for the lives of you and everyone who remains within this wretched city exists solely because of my decision. I will not ask again. All of you who lay claim to the Bohemian crown, step forward and present your case. Only the man in this room most fit to rule shall be given the authority to act as king. After seeing what Berenger had done to Valdemar, not a single man was willing to step forward. After all, it was becoming increasingly clear to the men who wanted to rule what Berengar's plan was. To step forward was to face certain death. As such, only silence prevailed in the room for some time. Eventually, Berenger broke the silence by spitting upon the ground before him in disgust. As he did so, he spoke, his words laced with venom as he chewed out the men gathered in the hall. Pathetic, truly and utterly pathetic. I know there are men among your ranks who wish to be king, and yet here you stand utterly silent, in fear of what I might do to you. If you do not dare to step forward and press your claim in the face of overwhelming authority, then what right do any of you have to rule as king? What I see before me are a bunch of cowards from all walks of life. Religious fanatics, opportunistic noblemen, and war profiteers. That is what you all are. If any one of you were to be given the title King of Bohemia, you would lead these lands to ruin in a matter of years. It is becoming increasingly apparent to me the solution to this problem. Since none of you are worthy of being king, then the burden of governance must fall to me. After saying this speech, Berenger walked over to the blood-stained crown that lay on the floor of the great hall, where he picked it up and placed it on his head. After doing so, he sat down once more upon the throne and gave his command to the various men who had sacrificed everything in their brutal war, only to have the prize stolen before their very eyes. I, Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name, and King of Austria, hereby usurp the kingdom of Bohemia for myself and my dynasty to rule in perpetuity." After saying this, Eckhard, who had watched the whole thing, stepped forward and stood by Berengar's right side, where he gave an order to all of the men present. "Kneel before your new king." Though he disapproved of Berengar's way of handling the matter of succession, after all, he had fought and bled alongside most of the men present for the past few years. Ultimately his loyalty was to Berenger, and if his king wished to usurp the kingdom of Bohemia, then he must follow those orders. Seeing how Eckhard had fallen in line, all hope of resistance within the eyes of the various Hussite sects and their leaders were thoroughly tarnished one by one. They knelt before Berenger and proclaimed their loyalty to the man with 2 crowns. In the end, only one man was left standing, gazing at Eckhard with a degree of shock and humiliation. Alexej Kasper thought that he could negotiate with Berenger about repayment of the Hussites' debt to the Austrian crown, yet the discussion had never even occurred. The Austrian monarch had strolled into the great hall and had proclaimed himself king without the slightest bit of debate over the matter. In the end, he only had himself to blame, for he too had not stepped forward when asked by Berenger to present his case for ruling over the kingdom. After witnessing Valdemar's sudden demise, he was petrified with fear like the other men present. It took him a moment to notice that all eyes were gazing upon him, the fierce leader of the Hussite radicals, who had shed the blood of tens of thousands of lives in pursuit of overthrowing King Radek and his Catholic backers. If he, too, bent the knee, then the hopes of an independent Bohemia would be thoroughly crushed. In the end, Alexej stepped forward and made his decision after standing in front of Berenger, who gazed upon him with an arrogant expression. He, too, bent the knee to his new monarch. After all, if what Berenger had said was true, then the city was surrounded by the most powerful military in the world, and resistance was futile. Having seen the various leaders of Bohemia kneel before him, a cruel smile appeared on Berengar's face as he sealed the fate of the kingdom to the east. "Very well, if there are no objections, then my first act as king of Bohemia is to rebuild this realm. The damages your people have suffered over the past few years are substantial, and thus to reconstruct this nation from the bottom up, I will be moving in tens of thousands of German workers to aid in the restoration efforts. As for the family of the previous monarch, are there any surviving members?" Alexej gazed up at Berenger with a conflicted expression. He did not know what Berenger intended to do with the remaining members of the previous ruling dynasty. As such, he was hesitant to reveal their status. However, before he could decide, another nobleman present quickly declared the reality of the situation. "King Radek's wife and youngest daughter are still alive, Your Majesty. As for the rest of his family, they were killed in the sacking of the city." The moment the nobleman said this, he received glares from all the Bohemian men present. However, when Berenger heard this, a satisfied smile curved upon his lips before revealing his intentions. "Very well, bring them to me. I would like to have a word with them. Let it be known that the survivors of the previous monarch's family are henceforth under my protection. Any harm that has been done to them will be strictly punished. Go forth and do as I command." After saying this, the Hussite representatives left the castle, leaving Berenger alone with Eckhard and his royal guard. As such, a friendly smile appeared on Berengar's face as he embraced his closest friend, who he had not seen in years. "Eckhard, my friend, it has been too long. I am thoroughly impressed with what you accomplished here when you returned to Kufstein. I will award you with the highest honors for your achievements." A bitter smile revealed itself upon Eckhard's haggard face. He appeared as if he had aged 10 years since the last time Berenger saw him. After a few moments of silence, he sighed before revealing his thoughts on what had transpired. "With a single shot, you have annexed a neighboring kingdom. I must admit I never thought you would waltz in here and place yourself upon the throne. I honestly believed you would establish one of those men as king of Bohemia to act as a puppet." Berenger chuckled before revealing his thoughts on the matter. "None of those men were fit to rule. I had initially planned to do as you believed, yet they all stood there petrified in fear, not willing to take the final step necessary to claim the throne. Such weakness cannot be present in a ruler, even if he is nothing more than a puppet. Come, let us celebrate this great victory." With that said, Berenger left the great hall with Eckhard and made their way to the dining hall, where he and the veteran field marshal began to catch up on lost time. Before long, the former queen and princess of Bohemia would be brought before Berenger, where their fate would be left to his decision. Chapter 360. An Audience with the King. Nearly 30 minutes had passed since Berenger and Eckhard began to drink beer within the castle's dining hall in Prague. Berenger had spent this time informing the man of Austria's changes over the last few years. Since Eckhard had been deployed to Bohemia to act as a military advisor to the Hussites, there had been substantial advancements among all facets of life within the fatherland. Eckhard himself was shocked by the new fashion trends and military equipment that the men who had followed Berenger to Bohemia were equipped with. It had only been roughly 5 years since he had first met Berenger, and yet during that time frame, the young man had risen from the position of a lowly baron's son to the king of Austria and Bohemia. He also had advanced Austria's technological levels to a degree nobody would ever have believed. The fatherland was at the pinnacle of a pre-industrial society and just beginning to advance into the age of industry. Ultimately, Eckhard sighed heavily before revealing his biggest regret of staying in Bohemia all this time. "It is a damn shame that I missed your wedding. It is a sight I have always wanted to see." Berenger chuckled when he heard this and patted the grizzled veteran on the back before revealing his plans for the future. "Don't be so down, you will still be able to witness at least 2 more royal weddings." Eckhard was confused when he heard these words as such. He began to ask for clarification on the issue. "What do you mean? Is Adela not in good health? Do you plan to divorce her? You're going to need to explain this to me." Seeing how flustered Eckhard had become only further encouraged Berenger to laugh at his state after a few moments of fun. Berenger fully revealed what he intended to do in terms of marriage. "Nothing of the sort, my dear friend, I intend to legalize polygamy. A man can have up to 5 wives in the Kingdom of Austria. That will be the law of the land shortly." Eckhard was shocked when he heard this. He had no idea that Berenger had strayed so far from the path of traditionalism and instead asked the first question on his mind. "Are you serious? You're willing to enact polygamy so that you can marry that mistress of yours and legitimize your bastard?" Berenger chuckled in response to this. He took a sip of his beer before answering Eckhard's question. "Not just that, I also have an engagement to the princess of the Byzantine Empire. A lot has happened since you left, my friend. What can I say? I can't turn away a pretty girl in need." Eckhard immediately began to rest his forehead in the palm of his hand as he heard this. He could not believe Berenger was willing to drastically overhaul the social fabric of Austria to accommodate his lust. Before he could vocalize his disagreement with Berengar's decision, their chat was interrupted by the sight of a stunning and mature beauty who was in her 40s. This woman was the former queen of Bohemia. She had a petite and slim figure with a relatively small bust. Despite that fact, her proportions were perfect, and she appeared to have aged like fine wine. She did not look a day over 30. She had long blonde hair and shining blue eyes. She was dressed in a burgundy dress with gold trimming in the typical style among the higher nobility within the Kingdom of Bohemia during this time. She exuded an aura of regal authority despite the death of her husband and the fact that she was standing before a usurper. However, it was not this stunning woman that Berenger was attracted to. It was instead the doll-like girl standing hiding behind her. Berenger only got a glimpse of the girl, but it was enough to capture his attention. The girl behind the queen was at the cusp of adolescence. However, the part that drew Berengar's gaze was that this girl had heterochromia. Having 2 different eye colors was a rarity among humans, and Berenger was intrigued by this development. Though the girl was young, she was as cute as a doll. The girl had pale skin with long and wavy blonde hair. Her eyebrows and lashes matched her hair color perfectly. As for her eyes, one was a solid sapphire, while the other was the color of a flawless emerald. Berenger was sure that in a few years' time, when this girl physically matured, she would undoubtedly be a knockout. When the sun hit the girl's hair just right, Berenger could swear that there was a slightly pinkish hue to it. This girl had a slender and petite build, much like her mother. Despite this, he found it to be fitting, as it matched her cute appearance. She was dressed in a white and pink dress fitting for a girl of her position. The duo approached Berenger as he sat at the head of their table while the mother stood proudly with the grace befitting a queen. The daughter hid behind her before being ruthlessly pulled in front by her mother. It was only after she was on full display that the girl attempted to kneel before Berenger. However, the moment she did so, she was viciously slapped across the face by her mother, who instantly chastised the poor girl. "Veronika Brezanova, you do not kneel before this usurper. You only kneel before one man, your father Radek Brezanova, King of Bohemia." The young girl held her cheek, which was red with the print of her mother's palm. She choked back the tears in her eyes after her mother had struck her in front of the man who would decide their fates. As such, she attempted to plead her innocence to the woman who had given birth to her. However, before she could finish her thought, she was slapped again. When she did so, Berenger raised from his seat and shouted at the duo. He could not contain his rage after seeing such a pretty young girl so viciously struck by her parent. "Enough! I did not have you dragged before me so you could abuse your daughter. Introduce yourselves properly. You are standing before the King of Austria and Bohemia." The girl known as Veronika gazed at Berenger with confusion. Nobody, not even her father, had stood up for her against her mother's abuse. Yet a stranger and the man who had usurped her family's birthright had just done so. On the other hand, Dagmar snubbed her nose at Berenger. It was only after his royal guards began closing in on the duo that the woman finally introduced herself. "I am Queen Dagmar Brezanova, wife of King Radek. This is my daughter Princess Veronika Brezanova. You may be the King of Austria, but the title of King of Bohemia belongs to my husband and his sons." Berenger was uncertain if the woman was unaware of her family's fate or if she was being obstinate for the sake of it. As such, he responded to her with a smug grin on his face as he appeared in front of the woman, staring down at her with the oppressive aura of a tyrant. Tell me, Queen Dagmar, where's your husband now? What about your sons? I would very much like to meet them. Dagmar knew the truth about the fate of her husband and children. The fact that she and her freak of a daughter were the sole survivors of the Bohemian royal family was something that she dreaded to the core of her being. Out of all of her children, the one she despised more than anything ended up surviving alongside her. The moment Berengar's chilling gaze stared into Dagmar's deep blue eyes, her confident facade shattered. The former queen immediately began to back away from Berenger in fear of what he might do to her after all. He had named himself King of Bohemia, which meant that he had forced the various sects vying for the throne into submission. As she imagined all kinds of wicked scenarios that Berenger might force upon her, the man in question shifted his attention to her pitiful daughter. The moment he did so, she was greatly relieved after all. Dagmar did not care what cruel fate awaited Veronica. As Veronica saw the usurper approach her with an authoritative gaze, she, too, was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. However, unlike her mother, she did not back away. Instead, she was paralyzed in fear as she stood there shivering. The moment Berenger softly laid his hands upon her red cheek, Veronica instinctively flinched, gazing at Berenger like a scared rabbit caught by a hungry wolf. However, Berengar's gaze immediately softened as he stared at her with a solemn look in his one good eye. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he reassured the girl that he was not the monster she was led to believe. Do not be afraid. You no harm. You and your mother are now under my protection. I swear that I will not allow you to suffer any injury in the future. Even your mother will not be able to lay a hand on you without my permission. You are my ward, and as such, I will look after you from this day forward. The moment Berenger said these kind words to the young princess broke out into tears. Berenger had no idea what kind of inner demons she had been fighting until now, but from the way her mother treated her, he could make an educated guess. It was not uncommon for people with heterochromia to be treated harshly in society. As such, Berenger held onto the girl as she poured out all of the emotions that she had bottled up over the years into his tunic. Since she was born, nobody had ever been so kind to her as Berenger had this day. As for Eckhard, he had sat in silence as he witnessed the entire display. He gazed at Berengar's actions and sighed heavily while muttering under his breath. You really can't turn away a pretty girl in need, can you? Chapter 361, Good Riddance. The Bohemian princess known as Veronica continued to weep into Berengar's tunic for some time as the young monarch consoled her. While this was ongoing, Dagmar, the former queen of Bohemia, glared at her daughter and Berenger with an intense fury. What Berenger had just proclaimed greatly diminished her perceived rights as the mother of Veronica, and more importantly, as Queen of Bohemia. She refused to believe that her time as royalty had come to an end, despite all evidence pointing to the contrary. However, with Berengar's royal guard eyeing her closely, she could not make a move on the man who had usurped power in her family's lands. As such, she was forced to watch the intimate display between Berenger and Veronica while stewing in her hatred. Veronica had wept for nearly 30 minutes by the end of it. She had no tears left to cry despite her sorrowful state. Berenger had consoled the girl during this entire time. He could only imagine the horrors she was forced to endure as a person with heterochromia in the medieval period. As such, he took pity on her after all. There was a special place in his heart for pretty and broken things. After a while, Berenger began to wipe the now dried-up tears from the girl's eyes before reassuring her that she was safe under his protection. Veronica, was it? Do not worry, you will not suffer abuse or humiliation, so long as you are my ward. If anyone dares to do so, they will be strictly punished. When Berenger said this, his gaze shifted from Veronica to her mother with a chilling stare that warned the harsh woman. Evidently, she understood Berengar's intent because her vicious glare immediately faltered as she succumbed to the oppressive presence of the Austrian king. After saying this, Berenger attempted to break away from Veronica's grasp. However, she quickly gripped his sleeve with a frightened expression. She had someone to confide in for the first time in her life, and she was afraid to let him go. As such, she summoned the courage deep within herself to ask the young monarch the question that resounded throughout her mind. What will happen to me now? Berenger instantly gazed down upon the girl who was latched onto his sleeve like a lamprey, utterly refusing to let him go. A warm expression appeared on his face as he petted the girl's head before reassuring her that he would not leave her behind in Prague. You are now my ward, which means I will bring you back to Kufstein, where I will look after you until you come of age, after which I will marry you off to a man fitting to be your husband. Veronica grimaced when she heard the last part. She truly feared what kind of depraved man would want to marry a freak like her. However, she bit her tongue in silence and nodded her head slowly. After a while, her silence was interrupted by her mother's shrieks. You cannot take my daughter away from me without some compensation. The damage you and your ilk have caused to my realm is something you must pay for. Berenger immediately felt compelled to backhand the woman. Just what position did she think she was in? Her very survival was because Berenger was merciful towards women and children. He immediately approached the former queen with a grave expression in his eye. Being a tall man himself, he towered over the petite woman, so much so that she was deathly frightened by the sight of the enraged king from the west. Berenger raised his hand in the air, prepared to strike the woman, which caused her to flinch instinctively. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Berenger lowered his hand before shouting at the woman and her arrogance. "Just who do you think you are to make such demands of me? Your husband is dead, your sons have shared his fate. The army of Bohemia is decimated, and it is solely because of my good graces that you stand here capable of making such outrageous statements. You no longer have any authority here, and it is time you learned your place." In the words of the ancient Romans, vi victis, Veronica gazed at Berenger with shock. Nobody she knew ever had the gall to stand up to her mother before. Not even her father would speak to her in such a bold manner. However, Berengar's following statement startled her even more and immediately caused her to blush. "If not for the sake of your precious daughter, who you have so brazenly tormented in front of me, then I would have been far crueler in the way I have handled your insolence. Be grateful that I have stayed my hand, however. Dare to provoke my ire further, and I will not be so kind in the future." Veronica hid behind Berenger. Though he was a stranger, he had done the unthinkable and shielded her from her mother's abuse. This fact had made the young girl instinctively trust him. Upon seeing Berenger defend her monstrous daughter so brazenly, Dagmar could no longer contain her fury, and disgust thus, she began to lash out at Berenger verbally. "You find my freak of a daughter to be precious? What kind of sick pervert are you? It is true what they say, you must be the devil incarnate to find a monster like her to be attractive." The moment the woman said this, Berenger could no longer contain the urge to slap her as such. He viciously backhanded her across the face, causing her to fall to the ground, in doing so shocking everyone present, especially Veronica. Berenger immediately closed the distance between himself and the former queen before stomping his foot lightly on her head, pressing her skull to the stone floor. As he did so, a vicious expression filled his otherwise handsome face. "I believe I said there would be strict punishment for abusing the girl, did I not? To think you would have the gall to insult your daughter in such a relentless manner, even after I had proclaimed she was under my protection. You truly do not value your life, do you, bitch?" After several moments, Berenger released his boot from the woman's face. As he did so, he did not gaze upon her even once, for the former queen was unworthy of such a thing. Instead, he gave an order to the young Bohemian princess. "Veronica, come, it is about time that we return home. I am certain that you will find Kufstein to your liking." After saying this, Berenger began to depart without looking back upon the queen, who had been so thoroughly disgraced in front of everyone present. Veronica gazed once upon her mother with fear of how she might retaliate against her for Berengar's actions. However, under the overwhelming pressure of Berengar's royal guards, she stayed her hand and merely glared at her daughter with a hate-filled gaze. Upon seeing this, Veronica immediately ran after Berenger, seeking the safety that she felt he had provided. She quickly latched onto his sleeve with her pale hand as they walked out towards the courtyard of the castle where his mount lay in wait for him. Eckhard and the royal guard followed Berenger into the courtyard, where the veteran field marshal protested Berengar's hasty retreat. "Your Highness, the situation in Bohemia is still volatile. Though the Hussites have begrudgingly accepted your rule, the other Bohemian noblemen may still find fault with your proclamation. Even then, there is no way of knowing when treachery will follow from the men who knelt before you. Returning to Kufstein so early will have disastrous effects." In response to his objection, Berenger turned around and stared at Eckhard with a warm gaze. As he did so, he reached out and grasped the man's shoulder before giving him yet another order. "Marshal von Hallstatt, I hereby give you full command of the 10,000 men I have brought with me. You are granted authority to act as you see fit. You have one goal, bring stability to the region. I do not care how you manage to do it, but the lords of Bohemia must submit to my rule within 1 year, or I will bring the full might of the Austrian military down upon them. I have full faith that you will succeed in this endeavor, and when the Bohemian noblemen have surrendered their arms and recognized my sovereignty, you will be allowed to return home." Though Eckhard was weary of battle and wanted to return home to Kufstein, he knew that Berenger would not trust any other man with this vital task as such. He immediately saluted Berenger and obeyed his commands. "Yes, your majesty." After saying this, Berenger gazed upon his friend one last time before departing. After seeing the poor state of his armor, Berenger chuckled before saying farewell to his friend. "I will make sure to send a new uniform with all of the awards you have earned over the years attached to it. After all, your current attire is dreadfully outdated." With that said, Berenger mounted his trusty steed, where he immediately grabbed a hold of Veronica and dragged her into his lap. His journey back to Kufstein would be a short one. With the 10,000 men left behind in Bohemia, only his royal guard would be entrusted to his protection. However, luckily for him, the journey would be uneventful. Veronica gazed upon the home that she had grown up in one last time as Berenger, and his host began to depart from the city of Prague. The only thought on her mind was a single phrase: Good riddance. Chapter 362. An awkward return. Several days had passed since Berenger and his host had begun their journey. Throughout the entire trip from Bohemia to Austria, Veronica had sat in front of Berenger on his horse. She had personally witnessed the vast difference in agricultural technology and military fortifications between her former kingdom and Berengar's. Star forts were constructed on Berengar's borders. Allowing for good defense, these forts were staffed by many cannons and small garrisons of a couple of hundred men each. Regular patrols were sent out between the various fortresses to ensure safe borders. Upon entry into Austria, the young princess noticed the vast fields operated by very few men. However, these men utilized advanced horse-powered machines the likes she had never seen before to tend to their crops. Strange metal pipes existed throughout the fields that provided water to the plants that grew in abundance. So much so that Veronica truly believed that God had blessed Austria. As they passed through towns and cities, the exceptional Baroque architecture that had begun to prop up across all of Austria during Berengar's reign truly astounded the girl. The people were dressed in luxurious clothing, largely still in the previous style Berenger had implemented, where they seemed to be perfectly healthy. Very few, if any, citizens were malnourished, unlike the poor masses toiling the fields in Bohemia. As they continued their journey, Veronica asked more and more about how Austria had managed to develop to such a state, and Berenger was not afraid to exaggerate his tales of how far he had come as a ruler. The more she listened to Berengar's marvelous adventures, the more she came to respect him and feel safe by his side. Finally, after several days of travel, Berenger and his host arrived within Kufstein. Out of all the cities she had seen up until this point, it was by far the most advanced. The smoke of the burgeoning industry filled the air, but not to the point where it would harm one's health. The hemp fields growing outside the city soaked up more than their fair share of carbon in the air. The capital of Austria was the most advanced and prosperous of all the regions of the kingdom, and for the first time in her life, Veronica had seen what an industrialized city could look like. However, most impressive were the significant monuments and constructs in the city forever glorifying Berenger and his achievements. From the personal statue of Berenger overlooking the city to the luxurious Grand Cathedral to the Royal Palace of Austria, feats of supreme art and architecture ruled over the city and its uniquely Austrian landscape. The advanced plumbing systems used in Kufstein that had begun to spread to the rest of the realm meant that there was very little waste or refuse in the street. After all, littering was a misdemeanor, one with harsh penalties. Eventually, Berenger made his way to the royal palace, where his family was ready to meet him. However, when his girls saw the strange foreign beauty in his lap, they immediately began to scowl. Adela was the first among them to directly inquire about the nature of Berengar's relationship with the girl who appeared even younger than she was. "Darling, I don't mean to take away from your triumphant return, but who exactly is that girl sitting in your lap?" Veronica immediately began to hide her face in fear after seeing the less than welcoming expressions on Berengar's women's faces. She did so by retreating into Berengar's chest, which had become her safe place. This only further created a misunderstanding in the minds of Berengar's wife and lovers. Berenger had an awkward smile on his face, as he tried to ease the tension that was rapidly increasing among his family's faces. Ultimately, Hans made the situation worse with an excited expression on his face. He gazed up at the young princess and blurted out his thoughts on the matter. "Did father bring home another mommy?" Veronica instantly looked up at Berengar's awkward expression with a questioning gaze. Just what exactly did this kid mean by another mommy? As for Adela, Linda, and Honoria, they gazed at Hans with frightening expressions, instantly shutting the boy up. Seeing how the situation was only getting worse, Berenger immediately proclaimed his innocence and attempted to control the damage that had already been dealt. "This is Princess Veronica Brezanova from the Kingdom of Bohemia. From this day forward, she is my ward." Upon hearing this, Berengar's trio immediately glared at him, giving him further pressure. However, after seeing the startled expression on the girl's doll-like face, they immediately began to gaze at each other with suspicion. As if they had somehow communicated telepathically, they unanimously came to a decision and sighed before speaking at Berenger in unison. "Fine, but make no mistake, we will be keeping an eye on her." Though Berengar's harem might be cautious about the new arrival of a pretty young girl, at the end of the day, they knew Berenger was not a lolicon, and as such they came to the conclusion that she could stay. Upon seeing that his girls had calmed down, Berenger got off from his seat while placing Veronica on the ground. He petted the girl's hair as he introduced her to his family. "Veronica, this lovely little blonde is my wife, Adela. This charming redhead is my spymaster and mother of my 2 children, Linda. As for this purple-haired vixen, she is the princess of the Byzantine Empire and my lover. The girl who is roughly your age, hiding in the back, is my little sister Henrietta. I think you two will get along just fine. And this little rascal who can't seem to keep his mouth shut is my son, Hans." Veronica gazed at Berenger intently for a few moments with a curious expression. After a few moments of silence, she innocently asked the question on her mind. "Your Majesty, are you some kind of playboy?" Berenger chuckled awkwardly as he heard this. He did not expect a girl her age to ask such a question. As such, he had a hard time looking into her eyes as he cautiously dismissed her accusation. I don't think it is appropriate to discuss such a thing with a girl your age. The moment he said this, Veronica began to pout in silence. As for Berengar's girls, they began to flush with embarrassment and refused to comment on the matter. Noticing the uncomfortable atmosphere, Henrietta approached Veronica and grabbed her hand with a friendly smile. So you're going to be living with us from now on? Huh? Allow me to give you a tour of the palace. I am sure you will love it here. After Henrietta walked off with Veronica and Hans in tow, Berenger was left alone with his 3 women, who were staring at him with vicious gazes while crossing their arms. Berenger knew at this moment that he had fucked up by bringing another chick into the hen house. As such, he immediately began to switch the conversation to something else. So, how were things while I was gone? Despite his attempt to change the topic, the girls weren't buying it, and Linda immediately shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. So, you disappear for over a week on short notice so that you can seize the kingdom of Bohemia, and you come back with a princess in your arms? Why am I not surprised? Berenger sighed when he found out that his attempt to change the conversation had failed and immediately defended himself. He spent some time telling the girls everything that had happened during his absence, and after it was over, both Adela and Honoria were practically in tears. They could only imagine the pain and suffering Veronica had gone through in her life. As for Linda, she was less perturbed than before, but she was pretty obstinate. She maintained a stern expression, only saying one phrase before returning to the castle. I'll look into the little bitch's background for myself. If she even thinks about harming a hair on your head, I will have her eliminated. After everything was said and done, Berenger let out a sigh of relief at the very least. He had managed to convince 2 out of 3 of his girls to accept Veronica as a ward of his house. As for Linda, he knew she would come around eventually. After all, it was not as if he had plans to marry the girl as his 4th wife after all. She was way too young to capture his interest. However, Berenger immediately considered the idea of betrothing the girl to his son Hans when he got the chance. Though she may be something like 7 years older than the boy, ultimately, it was her position as the last princess of Bohemia that made the idea appealing. Berenger was sure that even Linda would eventually approve of the idea after all. If Veronica married Hans then, he would inherit the kingdom of Bohemia from Berenger after he retired or passed away. In this way, the boy's future as a monarch was guaranteed even if he did not inherit the main title as King of Austria. As such, he had great hopes for this girl he had picked up by random chance. Chapter 363. Getting involved in the 100 Years' War. Deep within the city of Paris sat the French monarch King Gilles de Valois, who was currently sitting upon his throne, entertaining a diplomatic delegation from the Kingdom of Austria. Berenger had finally begun to make his move within the Kingdom of France, and the French crown was only one faction in his plot to destabilize the region even further. Though Gilles had no way of knowing what Berengar's true intentions were, and as such, he begrudgingly accepted the Austrian delegation who currently stood before him. Standing by the right side of the French monarch was his son Prince Aubry de Valois, who had returned from the war effort after much pleading to his father. As per usual, the French king never followed through with disciplining his errant children. On the left side of Gilles was his daughter Princess Sibylla de Valois. A young woman is known for her cruel and vicious nature. She had caused more than a few diplomatic crises due to her rotten behavior. The 2 royal offspring watched with bored expressions as the Austrian delegation presented themselves to the French king. Baron Ludwig von Dürnstein was tasked with leading Austrian intelligence's efforts to undermine the Kingdom of France. As such, he acted as the chief diplomat to the French crown. In doing so, he hoped to gain their trust while his other operatives worked to supply France's rivals. Your Majesty, King Gilles de Valois, I am Baron Ludwig von Dürnstein, diplomat of His Majesty King Berenger von Kufstein. My liege has tasked me with aiding you in your efforts to crush the infernal rebellion of the Duke of Burgundy, as well as repel the English invasion. Thus I have come bearing gifts. The moment Berenger von Kufstein came up, Aubry's interest was sparked. Whereas King Gilles instantly grew sour, he could not contain his wrath any longer and immediately began to shout at Ludwig. Your master sends gifts after he has stolen my son's bride? What form of compensation can he possibly offer me that will ever compare to the alliance I have lost? You are lucky I even accepted your delegation considering your liege is a known heretic, who has invoked the ire of the Holy Father. Do you realize there is a crusade declared against your kingdom? I should have you locked up for even stepping foot in my realm. Sibylla gazed over at Aubry with a mocking expression. She knew her brother never intended to marry, and most likely did everything he could to force the princess of the Byzantine Empire to run away during his visit. Aubry, on the other hand, was practically licking his lips in excitement. He had heard rumors of Berengar's handsome appearance and courage in battle. As such, he grew dreadfully excited thinking about the man who had risen from the ranks of lesser nobility to the status of a full-fledged monarch through his own sheer will. The moment Sibylla saw her brother's lust-filled expression, She immediately became disgusted as she knew exactly what the little slut was thinking about. As such, she returned her gaze to the show on display in front of her. Ludek did not panic in response to the king's outburst. Instead, he motioned for his delegates to bring forth one of the wooden crates stacked behind him. After doing so, they pulled out a steel crowbar where they pried open the crate to reveal what was contained within. Inside the large wooden box were several dozen matchlock arquebuses. The arquebuse was a weapon utilized by Berenger allies and had even begun limited production within the Byzantine Empire and the Kingdom of Granada. Several hundred examples had even been captured by the Iberian Union, who was close to reverse engineering the final product. The Catholic Church had received a small portion of these captured weapons and were themselves close to production. If the fact that all sides of the war were equipped with arquebuses ever came into question, Berenger could point to any number of countries as a potential supplier of France's rivals. Though the countries would deny it, there would be virtually no way to prove that they weren't responsible, thus giving Berenger and the Kingdom of Austria plausible deniability. The moment the weapons were revealed, Aubrey jumped with joy and ran over to the crate, where he immediately picked up one of the firearms and aimed down its bore. The moment he did this, Gillis placed his head within his palm. His son's overeager actions had thoroughly ruined any position of authority he, as King of France, had in this negotiation. As Aubrey aimed down the bore of the arquebuse, he pointed it in the direction of his sister with a broad smile on his face, where he immediately pulled the trigger, making a pow motion with his feminine pink lips. When Sibylla saw this, she pouted and complained to her father. "Father, Aubrey is pretending to shoot me. Do something about this." Gillis sighed heavily and began to rebuke his son for his childish behavior. "Aubrey, knock it off and stow that weapon away, it is not a toy." Aubrey immediately began to pout as he placed the weapon back in a pile, where he returned to his spot by his father's right side. He was incredibly excited about the prospects of cooperating with Austria, and as such made his opinion known despite his father's reluctance to accept the gift. "I heard King Berenger is exceptionally handsome and has the vigor to entertain 3 women. He is truly a man among men. I would very much like to meet him." Gillis' jaw dropped when he heard his son so blatantly praise the enemy of the Catholic world within his court. He was well aware of his son's sexuality, but he could not believe the boy was potentially entertaining the thought of hooking up with the Austrian king. As such, Gillis immediately tried to shut down the conversation. Yet before he could, Sibylla made her statement. "I heard that King Berenger personally leads his troops into battle and is always in the thick of combat. He must surely have a love for violence. If that is the case, I too would also like to meet the man and see if he lives up to the hype, having been utterly betrayed by his contemptible children." Gillis' expression sank into defeat as he leaned back in his chair and sighed, waiting for the Austrian delegation to respond. Ludek took advantage of the situation, clearing his throat before speaking on the matter. "King Berenger is busy maintaining the realm, and as such, he won't be able to make a personal visit to Paris anytime soon. However, I will be sure to send your regards to him. As for these firearms, they are a gift. There are 300 of them in total. Use them however you see fit. If you require more, my liege would be more than happy to assist your armies. For a nominal fee, of course." Gillis raised his brow as he heard this. If Berenger were willing to supply military aid to France, it would be helpful in his war against England and the uprising in Burgundy. However, it also meant he would be taking assistance from a heretical kingdom, invoking the ire of the Catholic Church. There were advantages and disadvantages to each side of the argument, and he would have to consider his options for some time before making a decision. The French monarch rose from his seat and spoke to the Austrian delegation. "Very well, I will accept your gift. As for any future assistance in our war effort, it will have to wait until after Berengar's troubles with the Church have been resolved. I am not willing to step on the tail of the Holy See to gain some minor military assistance." Ludek smiled as he bowed his head in modesty to the French monarch. "Of course, your majesty, if that is all, then we will be departing back to the fatherland. If you ever desire to discuss terms further, you and your family are always welcome in Kufstein." With this said, the Austrian delegation began to depart, and King Gillis began to discuss the matter with his children and his ministers. "Damned Austrians, forcing me to accept such a troublesome gift. If it weren't for your actions, Aubrey, I could have denied them." However, when the French king looked around to scold his errant son, he was nowhere to be found. Instead, Aubrey had followed the Austrian delegation to the docks, where he whispered a personal message into the ear of Baron Ludek von Dernstein. "Tell His Majesty King Berenger von Kufstein that if he ever grows tired of that foolish princess, I'd be more than happy to entertain him." Ludek was shocked when he heard this. However, as a member of Austrian royal intelligence, he managed to keep a calm facade as he smiled and nodded towards the French prince before responding with respect. "I will be sure to inform the king of your words." When Aubrey heard this, his eyes sparkled with anticipation before he began to skip back to the castle. His father would surely scold him, considering he went missing at such a crucial moment. Yet, He did not care about that. He was more interested in contacting King Berenger than being yelled at by his father. Having begrudgingly promised to convey the French prince's words to Berenger, Ludeck sighed heavily before stepping onto his vessel, where it began to depart for Trieste. It would be a long journey back home, but ultimately their objective had succeeded. Ludeck was quite sure that once the rivals of France got their hands on firearms, the French would be begging Berenger for military support. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 364, Hatching a Devilish Plot. Days had passed since Berenger first returned from the Kingdom of Bohemia with its former princess in tow. Though the girl found a friend in Henrietta, she could not help but notice the intense glares that she received from Berengar's harem every time she came into eye contact with them. Because of this, she had grown frightened and stayed primarily within her quarters. Though Berenger wanted to help, he found himself buried under paperwork that had amassed itself while in his absence. On top of that, he was confident any involvement with the girl's matters was sure to invoke the ire of the women who surrounded him, and as such, he opted to give Veronica some space for the time being. While Veronica was slowly adapting to her new life in Kufstein, Linda had begun to investigate her background. Due to the extensive network of Austrian spies established within Bohemia during its civil war, she was quickly able to gather all kinds of information about the young prince's personal life. Berengar's suspicions were confirmed. The girl was mistreated by her family and locked away from the public eye to ensure that the superstitious peasants did not try to murder the poor girl. Though Linda felt pity for Veronica, she did not yet accept her existence within the royal palace. As such, the veteran spymaster made sure every action the Bohemian princess took was closely watched. After all, Veronica was an unknown variable, and Linda feared those most of all. As for Adela, she spent this time supporting her husband in any way she could, primarily by bringing him his meals while he worked day and night to overcome the seemingly insurmountable degree of paperwork that he was forced to contend with. If there was one thing Berenger despised most in this world, it was paperwork. Honoria had opted to laze about within the confines of the royal palace. She and her crew were currently enjoying the era of peace Austria found itself in. Unless they wanted to break faith with the Austrian crown and take up piracy, there was not much work to be had. However, they had made a fortune during the war with the Empire, and as such, the women who made up Honoria's crew were more than happy to spend some of that wealth on themselves and enjoy the moment of peace and luxury. After nearly a week had passed, Berenger emerged from his study with bags under his eyes. He was beyond exhausted after spending almost every waking hour going through various documents. Berenger had finally finished his paperwork. In doing so, he made his way to the bath, where he would wash away the sweat and grime that had accumulated on his body over the past few days. It was a testament to Berengar's tenacity as a ruler that he would forsake his health for a few days at a time to ensure that he accomplished the most amount of work possible. If not for Adela and her efforts, he likely would have died of dehydration by now. When Berenger finally arrived within the bath, he noticed a peculiar scene. Adela was currently within the large pool floating in its center, oblivious to his arrival. Her hair, usually contained within twintails, was loose and flowed down to her hips like a river of honey as it soaked in the steaming bathwater. This gave Berenger a wicked idea as he silently entered the pool's tub, where he sunk beneath its surface and swam up to Adela's naked body from below. After a few moments, he emerged from beneath its surface and latched onto Adela's waist like a kraken swallowing a ship, where he proceeded to drag her beneath the pool's surface. The young queen immediately began to panic until she stared at her husband's excited expression, where she proceeded to flick him on the nose, forcing the couple to rise to the surface. Berenger could not contain his laughter as he gazed upon his beautiful young wife with his one good eye. On the other hand, Adela was furious and pouted. She had every desire to slap her man across the face for his practical joke. After a while, she sighed and swam over to Berenger, where she pressed her naked chest against his, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him passionately. Her anger subsided, and with it, Berengar's exhaustion seemed to vanish. "So, I assume you are done with your work?" In response to this, Berenger yawned before nodding his head. He did not even want to think about paperwork at the moment. The very idea rekindled his physical exhaustion. For the time being, but there is always more paperwork to be had. Adela began to giggle as she heard this before swimming back to the edge of the pool and sitting upon its steps. As she did so, she beckoned Berenger over to her side, who was more than happy to oblige. After arriving near his wife, Adela reached for the body wash, where she began to rub it upon her bare chest before pressing herself against his back. While cleaning his back sensually, the young queen began to admonish her husband for his lack of self-care. "I know you're busy with work, but you really shouldn't forget to groom yourself. You're filthy. Let me take care of you." Berenger, of course, did not refuse such exemplary treatment and as such sat back and relaxed as his wife washed every corner of his body. After seeing that Berenger had grown excited, Adela reached for his shaft and began to stroke it softly. A wicked grin appeared on the young monarch's face as he began to tease his beautiful bride. "You naughty girl, what do you think you're doing in the bath?" In response to this, Adela rolled her eyes before gripping his rod even tighter. As she did so, she whispered in his ear from behind, "You think I don't know what you and the others get up to during your baths?" A wife must aid her husband, so sit there quietly and let me relieve you of some stress. Berenger did not know what had come over Adela. She was not usually this authoritative, but he did not dislike this part of her, and as such he sat quietly as she stroked his shaft up and down with increased intensity. The oily body wash combined with her small and soft hands brought intense pleasure to the young king. Eventually, Adela began kissing Berenger on the neck as she pressed her bare breasts against his back. The more stroked, the closer Berenger reached a climax, that is until the doors to the bath opened and two other women appeared. The moment Anuria and Linda appeared naked within the bathroom, they witnessed the intimate scene between Berenger and his wife, forcing him to ejaculate into the air and the pool below. Berenger breathed heavily as a wicked smile appeared on Anuria's face. She instantly teased the young couple as she entered the steaming water. Why, Adela, I had no idea you and Berenger got up to such raunchy behavior while you were in the bath. To think the prudish Queen of Austria would be giving her husband a handjob as he bathed, it is truly scandalous. Adela instantly began to frown. Just when things started to get exciting between her and her husband, the others had to arrive and ruin her fun. As such, she stuck closely to Berenger as Anuria approached, like a lioness protecting her territory in the face of a ravenous hyena. As for Berenger, he saw this as an opportune moment for some bonding between himself and his three women. Thus when Linda finally joined the bath, a wide smirk appeared on his face. Well, why don't we all continue where Adela and I left off? However, when Berenger suggested this, Adela sighed with disgust and got out of the tub. She had no desire to engage in such debauchery alongside Berenger and his lovers. The moment she exited the pool, she glanced back at Berenger with a stern gaze and muttered her words of contempt. You have fun by yourselves. If you need me, I will be eating breakfast. After saying this, she disappeared from the bathroom and proceeded to get dressed. As for Berenger, he was left alone with his two lovers. However, seeing Adela's disappointed expression, he was no longer in the mood for fun. As such, he too sighed and raised from the bath. When he did so, Linda immediately called out to him. Wait, where are you going? Berenger gazed back upon his lovers, who appeared as if they had lost all hope, and smiled bitterly before expressing the thoughts in his mind. I'm going to go calm Adela down. It wouldn't be right to enjoy myself while she's in a bitter mood. After all, we were in the middle of something. Linda and Anuria both began to pout when they heard this. However, it did not change Berengar's mind, and thus he left the bath and followed Adela to the dining hall where he hoped to gain her favor. After both Berenger and Adela were gone, Linda finally spoke with a bitter tone in her voice as she began to hatch a wicked scheme. We need to find a way to get that bitch to join us. Otherwise, Berenger will continue to choose her over us. Anuria immediately began to frown upon hearing this and voiced her concerns over the matter. How? She's a prude, and you know it. There's no way we can convince her to have a foursome. Upon hearing this, a wicked smile formed upon Lindy's perfect lips as she remembered an important event of her past. As such, she leaned in close to the Byzantine princess and prefaced her scheme with a single question. Did I ever tell you how Berenger and I first made love? Chapter 365, Legalizing Polygamy. Currently, Berenger was within the chambers of the Reichstag making his case as to why polygamy should be legal. Against the wishes of hundreds of Austrian members of Congress, he championed the cause that he desperately believed in. After weeks of being married to Adela, he felt that an appropriate amount of time had passed for him to push forward with his plan. As such, he began to speak passionately to the members of the Reichstag about his views on the subject. You ask why I think one man should have many wives? If you think about it, the reason is quite simple: fertility rates. If every German man were to take multiple wives, our nation's birth rates would vastly increase. A new era is upon us, and soon our people will spread across the world and claim its vast territory for ourselves. In order to fill these lands, we must have a larger population. Currently, our great kingdom holds control over Switzerland, but there is a significant minority within those lands that are not German. As such, every German man must help spread his seed and Germanize the non-German population of our kingdom. This includes Bohemia, which I have recently seized control over. I wish for the Bohemian population to speak our language and embrace our great culture within 4 generations. Thus I propose that every German man will be allowed up to 5 lawful wedded wives, while a woman can only have 1 husband. After saying this, one member of parliament immediately began to debate with Berenger about a crucial point. What about the offspring of these non-German women? The constitution clearly states that only full-blooded Germans can be citizens of our realm. What do you propose to do with the children of these marriages? Berenger smiled as he began to address the question. An excellent question. The solution is simple. The offspring will remain permanent residents until a point where their descendants have at least 3 German grandparents. They will be excluded from inheritance laws and will not have any of the political privileges that the German people are afforded within our kingdom. The chamber immediately began to erupt in outrage as they fiercely debated with Berenger over the issue. Berenger had the power to pass this law regardless of how they felt. Still, he felt the need to maintain the appearance that the people had some form of representation and thus continued to debate with them about the legalization of polygamy. Little did Berenger know that while he was hard at work to legalize polygamy, Linda and Anuria had begun to act behind the scenes to get Adela to join their little sisterhood. For too long, the young queen had ignored their desires to share Berenger, and as such, they were forced to take drastic measures. With this in mind, Linda had abused her control over Austrian royal intelligence to spike Adela's drink with the same drug that she had attempted to use on Berenger so many years ago. As Adela drank from her glass of wine, waiting for Berenger to return from the Reichstag, she suddenly began to feel dreadfully dizzy and hot all over. Her knees began to buckle before she collapsed to the floor. As she did so, she saw Linda and Anuria enter the room with wicked grins on their faces. Instantly, the young queen began to fear for her life as she lashed out verbally at her aggressors. "What did you two bitches do to me?" Linda, however, knelt before Adela and instantly began to kiss her, which made the young queen's cheeks flush red with embarrassment. After pulling their tongues apart, Linda started to tease Adela. "Don't worry, you won't die. Trust me, by the time we're done with you, you're going to feel like you are in heaven." After saying this, Linda and Anuria began to drag Adela to the harem room where they proceeded to lock the doors behind them. After doing so, they began to strip her of her lacy sapphire dress, where they gazed upon her undergarments with excited expressions. Adela was currently wearing a black lacy bra with a matching thong and garter belt. Adela had no control over herself as her hands reached for her dripping wet cave, desperately trying to put out the fire in her loins. After seeing this enticing sight, Linda and Anuria stripped the queen completely naked and they began to follow suit. After they were all undressed, they pinned Adela onto the bed where Anuria sat upon the queen's pretty face, forcing her to lick her slit. While Anuria was enjoying herself, Linda began to have her fun. She began to tease Adela's lower region with her tongue before sliding her finger inside it. She continued this until Adela had climaxed all over her face. However, it did not end there. The duo continued their assault on the queen until she was utterly spent. After a few hours of sexual torture, Adela began to come down from the effects of the drug and glared murderously at the two naked women lying next to her. She instantly began to curse them out. However, she did not become violent. "You fucking cunts. How do you soil me like this? I am now forever tainted, thanks to you. How will I ever enter heaven's gates after what you have done to me?" Linda immediately began to giggle when she heard Adela's naive comments, which got on the queen's nerves considerably. She continued to stare daggers at the older woman when interrogating her. "What is so funny?" Linda chuckled for a bit longer before revealing the truth behind Berengar's beliefs. In doing so, she shattered Adela's lofty ideals revolving around the man she had married. "I find it funny, you're so religious and yet Berenger despises that crap. Why do you think he's fighting a war with the Catholic Church? Because he wants them to have no authority over how he governs his realm. The most significant point of Berengar's reformation is the separation of church and state. Everything else is just there to appease the fanatics who flock to his cause. You act all high and mighty, but you married a man who is at the very least indifferent to religion and at most despises everything about it. To Berenger, religion is just a tool to manipulate people into doing what he wants." Adela was taken aback when she heard this. While she knew Berenger was always uneasy whenever she discussed the Lord's plan with him, she had never guessed that Berenger was an outright non-believer who created the Reformation as a way to manipulate Christians into giving up their power over society. She instantly began to hug her knees to her chest as her image of Berenger being chosen by Christ to lead the German people to greater prosperity began to fade from her mind. In its place, a new idea began to take form, one of a godless heathen and a brutal tyrant who enforced his will on the world. As soon as she imagined this new image of her husband within her mind, she was shocked to find that she was not disgusted. In fact, she was quite the opposite. Adela was now more aroused than she had ever been in her entire life, and this did not go unnoticed by the girls next to her, who gazed at her slippery slit with shock. Linda realized that the drug's effects should no longer be in Adela's system, yet this realistic depiction of Berenger brought the young queen great excitement. As such, she smiled before teasing Adela once more by whispering in her ear, "If you thought that felt amazing, wait until you share Berenger with us." Adela began to flush in embarrassment as she thought about what she was just forced to do and how much better it could feel by adding Berenger into the mix. She instantly began to reject the idea as she shook her head in embarrassment. "No, I couldn't. It is wrong." Linda sighed before hugging Adela and stroking her silky golden hair. As she did so, she seemingly tried to comfort the girl while in reality manipulating her into doing her bidding. "One way or another, Berenger is going to enjoy his time with Anuria and me. You might as well be a part of that. After all, how do you think it makes him feel knowing that he's enjoying himself with us while you're pouting by your lonesome? You know he intends to marry all of us, right? Why should we be constantly fighting for his attention when we can share his love?" The three of them sat in silence for some time before Adela came to a decision. Berenger had no way of knowing it, but while he was arguing for the legalization of polygamy, his three women had come to a tacit understanding about the nature of their polygamous relationship, one which would greatly shock him when he returned home to find all three of them ready to worship him together. Chapter 366, Every Man's Dream. After returning home from a long and fierce debate over legalizing polygamy, Berenger was excited beyond his normal means. He had just engaged in an intense discussion where Berenger was forced to pull out solid reasoning, religious, historical, and cultural precedent, as well as general charisma to convince the Reichstag to acquiesce to his demands. In the end, he succeeded in convincing Congress. Now, all that was needed was for the bill to enter the ranks of the Senate, where it would then be sent to his desk for approval. At this moment, he was beginning to understand the need to hold a constitutional convention to further refine the process that he had devised to reduce the workload on his shoulders. However, now was the time for celebration. As such, he returned to the palace where he was shocked to see that only 2 people were there to greet him. Henrietta and Veronica were present, yet his 3 wives were nowhere to be seen. As such, Berenger hugged his little sister before inquiring about the whereabouts of his women. "Henrietta, it is good to see you. Tell me, where are the others?" Henrietta immediately began to blush as she thought about the sight she had seen earlier in the day. She had witnessed Linda and Anuria carry Adela up the stairs and into the harem room. As such, she did not withhold the information from her beloved big brother. I think they're all in the harem room." Berenger was shocked to hear this, as Adela had never stepped foot in the room where he commonly engaged in amorous adventures with his 2 lovers. As such, he kissed the girl on the forehead before setting off to the harem room. Upon reaching the doors to his favorite room in the palace, Berenger noticed that the doors were closed but not unlocked. As such, he quietly opened the door and began to investigate. Smoke filled the air, signaling to him that Linda and Anuria had been smoking his hookah without him, yet despite this, he did not see any of the women within the room. It wasn't until he entered the bedroom and saw his 3 women lying naked and stoned on the bed that Berenger finally began to put together what had transpired. However, before he could ask just what exactly the 3 girls were up to when he was gone, they pounced on him, dragging him onto the bed and stripping off his clothes. It was only after Berenger lay naked and on the bed surrounded by 3 beauties that he realized what was going on. He was about to speak up when Linda shoved a glass pipe in his mouth and lit it, forcing Berenger to smoke the hash that was within. After taking a significant hit, he began to relax and not worry about what came next. Adela, Linda, and Anuria gathered near his crotch as they began to lick it together as if it was the tastiest treat on earth. Adela took the lead and began to take it down her throat as Linda pressed her head down upon his enormous shaft. While this was happening, Anuria began to intertwine her tongue together with Berengar's. He had no idea how or why this was happening, but he was just happy that it was. After Adela began to gag on the massive rod in her mouth, Linda took over where she took it down her throat until she reached the base of Berengar's member. As she did so, Adela switched to licking his sack beneath it. The 3 girls switched roles for some time until finally Berenger released his seed all over their angelic faces. Despite having just finished, he was still eager to go, and as such, the girls immediately presented their backsides for him to choose who he wanted the most. For Berenger, the choice was obvious: whoever was in the middle, which just so happened to be Adela. As such, he eagerly inserted his shaft into her lower lips and began to grind his hips against hers. As he did so, he used both of his hands to tease the other girls' insides. While this was happening, the girls began to lick the spunk off of each other's faces. Once they were as clean as a whistle, they began to kiss. Berenger pulled it out before pushing his shaft inside of Linda, which caused her to moan in pleasure. As usual, Berenger was much rougher with Linda as he thrust intensely inside her hole repeatedly. He grasped a hold of her throat with one firm hand and dragged her face over to his lips, where he began to kiss her passionately. Anuria dragged Adela atop her as that was going on, where they began to interlock their legs and rub their slits together. Berenger watched the sight as he continued to play with Linda for some time. Before long, he could feel himself getting close to the finish, and as such, he pulled out of Linda before dragging Anuria off of his wife, where he immediately forced his massive shaft inside of her. He continued to thrust his hips into hers as Adela sat down upon Anuria's face, forcing her to lick her slit. Adela herself reached up toward Linda, who was lying in front of her, and began to eat her out. The group continued like this for some time until Berenger climaxed inside the depths of Anuria's womb. After the past few weeks of sex with his wife, Berenger was confident that if Adela wasn't pregnant by now, then she was infertile, which meant that it was now Anuria's turn to carry his child. As such, he chose her for last. If he played his cards right, he might be able to knock up all 3 of his girls at the same time. After Berenger pulled out of Anuria, he gazed at his 3 girls whose lust seemed to match his own. As such, he could not help but ask just what exactly caused them to be in such a state. "What the hell happened to you girls while I was gone? It's as if you're all in heat and Adela is here with us." At this moment, Berenger noticed a large vial in the corner of the empty room. It was 3/4 empty with a clear liquid which Berenger assumed to be some kind of drug. Not willing to lose to the girls in a contest of endurance, he quickly downed the contents of the vial, where he immediately felt an intense heat in his loins, compelling his instinctive desire to breed. As such, he grabbed a hold of Linda, who was giggling, and shoved her face down onto his shaft, forcing her to suck upon it. As he did so, he began to yell at her. "Oh, you fucking bitch, you have done it now. I finally figured out what is going on." After Berenger said this, Linda released her mouth from his shaft with a lust-filled gaze as she admitted to her crime. "I spiked our drinks, punish me, master." As Berenger heard this, he thrust his rod into her throat once more as he began to spank her fiercely, leaving a red handprint behind with each slap of the cheek. Adela instantly crawled over to Berenger and began to kiss him as he punished Linda. It wasn't until Lindy's makeup was running from tears and saliva that had accumulated on her face that Berenger released his hold over her head. After doing so, he flipped her around and took her from behind, where Adela and Anuria linked up to the same position that Anuria was in moments before. Before long, Berenger was thrusting inside Linda with all the fury his hips could manage. After doing so for several minutes, he released his side deep within her womb, just like he had done to Anuria not long prior. After going through all of this, Berenger was still not finished as the drug was still in his system. He continued to breed his 3 wives for the rest of the night. It was not until morning rose and the group was covered in bodily fluids that Berenger realized the long-term consequences of a polygamous relationship. If this was what every night was going to be like, then he was sure he would not live past 30. After all, with such strenuous activity, his heart wouldn't be able to last. After thinking about this, he rose from the bed and gazed upon the mess he and his girls had created. It was times like this he was glad that he had servants to clean his quarters for him, while what he had engaged in during the previous night was every man's dream. The aftermath was indeed every man's nightmare. Berenger soon left the bedroom and entered the bath, where he had a serious conversation with himself. After last night, the odds of all 3 of his girls being pregnant were seriously high, and as such, he decided it was better to have the weddings to Linda and Anuria before it was visible. Thus it would appear that Berenger would have some planning to do over the next few weeks. He was sure he would marry Linda within the Grand Cathedral of Kufstein. As for Anuria, it might be best to have the wedding within the Hagia Sophia, since it was a matrilineal marriage. While Berengar's girls slept, the young monarch was busy preparing his plans for the upcoming weddings within his mind. A king's work was never finished, especially one as ambitious as Berenger. Chapter 367, the morning after. Having bathed after an intense night of lovemaking with his brides, Berenger returned to his regular workout regimen, which he used to maintain his chiseled yet lean physique. Only after he had finished did he return to the bath once more to clean himself of the sweat and grime accumulated throughout his exercise. After having 2 baths in one morning, Berenger visited his dining hall, where he saw his 3 women waiting for him alongside the rest of his family. Unlike what Berenger expected, the air was not awkward by any means. In fact, his 3 girls appeared to be relatively cordial. So much so that it was frightening to Berenger, who was used to walking around eggshells in order to avoid a catfight. Adela smiled as she drank from her coffee cup as usual. Her hair was tied up into twin tails, which gave her a cutesy appearance. She was smiling while engaging in casual conversation with both Linda and Anuria. Henrietta was watching the scene with an equally unnerved expression that Berenger had blasted upon his face. In the 2 siblings' minds, something wasn't right. Never before had they seen the 3 women get along so well together. As Berenger sat down at his spot, all 3 of his women cornered him and kissed him one at a time before sitting back down in their respective seats. This was something that Berenger had never expected to happen. Usually, the moment one of the girls showed their affection, the other 2 would instantly begin to pout or lash out in anger. Finally, Henrietta could no longer hold her tongue and instantly questioned Berenger about the behavior change in the trio. "What exactly happened between the 4 of you last night?" The moment the young girl said this, Berenger began to choke on his coffee. It was not something he wished to reveal to a 14-year-old girl. As such, he remained silent on the matter until Linda spoke up in a teasing tone. "We merely enjoyed each other's company. You're too young to understand." Despite Lindy's words, Henrietta immediately understood what had happened between Berenger and his women, causing her to immediately flush in embarrassment. As for Berenger, he continued to drink from his coffee in silence. This was not a landmine he wanted to step upon. Eventually, the food arrived and Berenger began to feast upon his breakfast while watching his family interact in a manner he was not accustomed to. It was as if he had stepped into the Twilight Zone. He was amazed over the fact that one night of group sex had drastically changed his girls' perspectives on the family dynamic. However, no matter how enlightened they may have felt when together, competition between women was an instinct, and it did not take long before such a thing reared its ugly head. In an attempt to assert her dominance over the other 2 women, Adela had climbed into Berengar's lap and begun to spoon-feed him his scrambled eggs. "Open wide, darling." Though Berenger felt like refusing the request, ultimately he surrendered. It was better not to spoil Adela's moment, and as such, he munched on his scrambled eggs from the spoon that Adela provided. In response to Adela's actions, Linda approached his side and presented him with a glass of milk. She too followed Adela's lead and whispered in his ear something suggestive. "Does Master desire some of Mommy's milk?" Whether or not the milk in the glass was cow milk or Lindy's brew, Berenger did not know the answer. However, upon seeing Lindy's frightening gaze, he quickly took a sip to wash down the eggs. As such, he began to alternate between the eggs being spoon-fed from Adela and the glass of milk given to him by Linda. As for Anuria, she had a sly idea of her own. The young princess immediately put on a childish facade and made of a request of Berenger. "Daddy, feed me." The moment she said this, the eyes of everyone at the table grew wide. However, her pleading face was too cute for Berenger to pass up. As such, he grabbed a spoonful of her food and stuffed it into her mouth, where the Byzantine princess immediately began to smile in bliss. Though the girls were acting more cordial with one another, their competition was as intense as ever. It had simply simmered down to a point where it had become friendly rather than hostile. Regardless, Berenger was beginning to enjoy the kingly treatment he was receiving from his 3 beautiful women. Meanwhile, Hans watched Berengar's pleasant experience with a smile on his face. It was good for his father to get such loving attention from his mommies. Unknowingly, this public display of affection began to paint a picture in Hans' mind about how a man's love life should be and would significantly affect his romantic life when he finally came of age. Of course, Berenger had no way of knowing that this very moment would inspire Hans to become an even bigger playboy than he was when the boy reached his adolescent years. After finishing his breakfast, the girls continued to smother Berenger with attention. Eventually, Berenger began to feel suffocated and found a chance to escape, where he fled to his study, sealing the door behind him as he did so. He immediately sighed as he sank into his leather desk chair, where he pulled out a bottle of whiskey he had stashed away within his desk and poured himself 2 fingers. As he drank from the alcoholic substance, he began to mutter under his breath, "These girls are going to be the death of me." After saying this, he pulled out a folder from atop his workstation and dug through its contents. It was a status report of the field testing of the new rifled breechloader. A few problems had been raised during their testing, where they were immediately corrected by Ludwig and his crack team of engineers. After fixing these issues, they were sent back to the testing facility where they continued to go through their trials. So far, nearly 10,000 shells had been fired through the guns under varying conditions, and the report concluded that they were ready for approval. All that was needed was Berengar's signature. As such, he immediately signed the document and sat it atop a pile of folders that a servant would later take to the various departments required to finalize the process. Soon, Berenger would replace his aging, smooth-bore muzzle loading cannons with rifled breechloaders. As such, he sat back in his chair and pondered what he should do with the old artillery pieces. Immediately, he pulled out another sheet of paper and began to draft a new document. This document approved the refurbishing of the replaced guns and their sale to Austria's allies. After all, his new artillery pieces would make the 12-pounders completely obsolete on the field of battle. As for the remainder of the smoothbore cannons, they would be given to the reserves. While reflecting upon the current state of global affairs, it was becoming dreadfully obvious that his enemies would be able to replicate matchlocks in a matter of years, maybe even make their own musket variants. Unlike the flintlock mechanism that required spring steel to make the trigger function, the earlier matchlock design did not require such advanced metallurgy. His spies had already reported that the Iberian Union and the Catholic Church were working on reverse engineering the arquebus. With this in mind, Berenger began to draft a new form requiring the manufacturer of matchlock muskets for the use of sale to Austria's allies. It was about time he upgraded the equipment of Granada and the Byzantines. As for the actual design of the matchlock musket, he would leave that up to Ludwig, considering what he could make in his own spare time these days. Such a primitive firearm would be a walk in the park for the old man to create. Time was running short. Soon enough, Berenger would have to send a force to intervene in the ongoing Reconquista, all while advancing his industry at home. While the railway was under construction and the arms factories were being outfitted with the newest machinery, the other forms of his enterprise were lagging behind. However, for now, there was nothing he could do about that. New steam engines needed to be created to mechanize his other industries. For the time being, he could only sit back and wait until his manufacturing cities caught up to the newest technological innovations. Berenger sat back in his chair and relaxed for a few moments, thinking about the future. He had 5 months to prepare for war in Granada and at most 5 years to prepare for the crusade against him. He wondered if he would fully industrialize his territory between now and then. While reflecting upon this, Berenger began to rest his eyes. He would fall asleep shortly after, concluding his day early. After all, he had gotten very little sleep throughout the past week, especially the night before. When he finally awoke, it would be late into the evening. Chapter 368, Pistols and Pianos. Now that Berenger had successfully created metallic cartridges, his first order of business was to produce a sidearm for the cavalry, officers, and rear echelon personnel to use. For starters, the flintlock pistols that they were currently issued were beyond obsolete compared to the other weapons being given to the Austrian Royal Army. Frankly, Berenger did not trust his current issue flintlock pistol to protect his life anymore. Even if he was going to be taking less of a frontline role from now on, he still wanted a multi-shot weapon to defend himself should the need arise. As such, Berenger quickly got to work designing the weapon. Considering he had already designed the .38 special cartridge and had even begun production of it, now was the perfect time to introduce a proper service revolver. In truth, the revolver Berenger had in mind was one that he had purchased in his previous life. He did not come from a wealthy family during that time, nor was he particularly affluent in his adulthood. As such, he mostly relied on purchasing obscure surplus weapons. One of these weapons was a revolver that he was quite intimate with. The revolver design that he had in mind was based upon the Swiss 1929 Ordnance revolver from his past life, which itself was an improvement on the original 1882 design. The primary difference between this and the ones used by the Swiss during Berengar's previous life was that this version was scaled up to use the .38 SPC cartridge. Berenger used this impressive double-action revolver design as the basis for what he would refer to as the 1422 service revolver. After designing the service revolver, Berenger realized it would not be suited to concealed carry. Thus, he developed a snub-nosed J-frame revolver based on the Smith & Wesson Model 36 for covert operatives such as his field agents. He designated the small revolver as the 1422 agency revolver. After designing 2 different revolvers, Berenger sent the blueprints off to Ludwig to manufacture a few weapons for military and police trials. He wanted these revolvers fielded as quickly as possible so that if he ever found himself cornered on the battlefield, he would have an efficient means to defend himself other than his sword, that is. After sending these blueprints off to the necessary departments, Berenger decided to rest from his work. As such, he began drifting through the royal palace, searching for someone to entertain himself with. After a while he found Adela playing a new instrument he had already invented in this timeline. Berenger was far from a musician, and as such it took some severe trial and error to recreate the string instruments from his past life. Among these musical instruments were the piano, violin, cello, guitar, etc. Though he had no idea how to play such instruments, Adela, ever being the musical prodigy, quickly adapted to the new devices and fell in love with them. At the moment, Adela was playing a grand piano, and as usual, she was heavily invested in her work, failing to notice Berengar's approach. Berenger sat back and listened to his little angel perform a song that was deeply touching to the soul. While he was hard at work establishing the industrial age within Kufstein and all of Austria, he had delegated a significant responsibility of cultural works to Adela, who seemed to have a knack for such things. He made sure that she never worked too hard and enjoyed her personal hobbies. One of those activities was her work as a musician. Currently, Adela was dressed in a pastel blue dress with white frills around the chest, sleeves, and hem. This dress was modeled after fashion trends common in the Edwardian era of his past life. Berenger listened to the sound in awe. He had always loved the piano but could never afford one himself, and as such he deeply lamented the fact that he had never learned how to play such a beautiful and elegant instrument. After Adela had finished her song, she heard slight applause, which greatly shocked her. She was truly touched when she looked over to see her husband smiling at her, with a small tear growing in his one good eye. Of course, Berenger did not simply clap and quickly walked up to the girl, where he expressed his genuine opinion. "Wonderful, whenever I hear you play an instrument, it truly makes me appreciate the fact that I am still alive and not dead rotting within some desert in some godforsaken corner of the world." Adela chuckled in response to Berengar's praise. She had no idea he was referring to his unfortunate demise within his past life. As such, she motioned for Berenger to sit down next to her, where he happily obliged. After doing so, she commented on Berengar's inability to play the instruments he had created. "How is it that you can make such a wonderful instrument but not have the faintest clue as to how to play it?" Berenger chuckled in response to this before responding to Adela's question. "I suppose I have a mind for engineering, but not for art. Besides, I was never lucky enough to be given the privilege of owning an instrument." Adela was surprised when she heard this and immediately asked for clarification. "Your family never had instruments in your household?" Berenger immediately realized he had slipped up and was once more referring to his past life, and as such immediately corrected his statement. "What I meant to say was I never had a teacher who could get through to me." Adela giggled when she heard this. After doing so, she began to instruct Berenger to follow her lead. "Hold out your hands like this." As such, she slowly began to introduce Berenger to all of the piano's keys and the positions he needed to place his fingers to play the instrument properly. After several hours of learning, Berenger finally let out a sigh of exhaustion. He had no idea that learning how to play the piano was so tricky. However, Adela had a pretty smile on her face. It was not every day that her friends and family took an interest in her hobbies. Berenger had spent an ungodly amount of money fostering the arts and even used his magnificent brain to conjure up new instruments for her to play. Now he took time out of his busy schedule to sit with her and learn how to play the piano. The very thought made her heart beat rapidly. As such, she latched onto Berenger and rested her head on his shoulder as he continued to push through the lesson. Berenger noticed this but refused to ruin the moment with some snarky remark, and thus he continued to misplay the piano until his hands grew too tired to continue. After doing so, Adela raised her head from his shoulder and kissed him on the lips, twirling her tongue around his own as she did so. It was not until they were interrupted by Henrietta at the doorway that they stopped their display of affection. Henrietta stared at them with a stoic expression as she announced her presence by knocking on the open door. By now, walking in on her brother making out with one of his lovers was something she had grown accustomed to. Of course, the moment she knocked and interrupted their little session, Adela grew flushed with embarrassment. Berenger gazed up at Henrietta and asked the question on his mind in the calmest facade he could muster. After all, he was not exactly pleased that he and Adela were interrupted when things were going so smoothly. "Henrietta, my dear sister, what is the matter?" Henrietta immediately pointed at the old grandfather clock in the corner of the room and muttered a single word: "Dinner." After doing so, she left Berenger and Adela alone, where they picked themselves up and acted as nothing had happened between the two of them. Berenger quickly presented his hand to Adela with a handsome smile as he asked the question on his mind. "Well, shall we go?" Adela returned his smile with one of her own and a silent nod before grasping a hold of his hand and following his lead to the dining area. By the time they arrived, the others were present and waiting for the head of the household to arrive. They would enjoy a fine meal together as a family during the peaceful days that the Kingdom of Austria was facing. Before long, war would erupt once more, and Berenger intended to enjoy every moment of serenity that he could get his hands on. Chapter 369, Further Educational Reforms. A few weeks had passed since the day that Berenger had legalized polygamy within the Kingdom of Austria. The legalization of polygamy came as a great shock to the people of Austria, and many traditionalists were entirely against the idea. As such, they had gathered in the streets to make their complaints known to the crown. However, these peaceful protests were quickly snuffed out. While Berenger could have used overwhelming force to crush the voices of dissent, he decided on a more subtle method. He had empowered a counter-movement of young men and women who embraced the lifestyle to kick the old farts out of the streets and shame them for being unpatriotic. The motto used in the propaganda to enforce Berengar's will within the minds of the people was ripped straight from the Bible and had become the chant of the young couples who had embraced this new law. Over time, it became merged with another slogan rising in popularity among polygamists. The earth belongs to the German people. Be fruitful and multiply. The population growth of Austria since Berenger first seized control of it as a duke had rapidly increased. With a combination of mechanized agriculture, the four-field system, and advanced fertilizers, more food was being produced than ever before. It allowed the common people to provide for many children. When combined with the government's medical reforms and fertility incentives, the infant mortality rate was down to an all-time low. As such, there was a baby boom in Austria the likes the world had never seen before. After all of this, Berenger had legalized polygamy and utilized a manifest destiny form of propaganda to whip the Austrian people into a sense of zealous nationalism, to the point where it was considered a patriotic duty for a man to have multiple wives and create many German children among them. With these reforms, Berenger knew that it was only a matter of time before he ran out of teachers to provide education to this new generation of Austrian children. With this in mind, he began to sign into law significant reforms to the Austrian Department of Education. Berenger had revised his Federal Department of Education to provide a unified curriculum throughout his realm and hire new teachers at an attractive rate. After roughly 3 years of public education in Austria, many common people had become literate and capable of performing the basic arithmetic. Berenger intended to instruct this educated population further to become the teachers of the next generation. Berenger had begun to modify the 3 stages of education for the youth in Austria. Starting in elementary school, children would now learn basic German, math, science, history, and civic responsibility. When they entered middle school, boys and girls would be split into separate courses. Boys would begin physical training and military courses as additional classes loosely based upon the American JROTC program from Berengar's past life. As for girls, they would begin something akin to home economics, where they would learn to become good wives and mothers. They would also have their separate physical training, of course. Not only were the classes separated by sex, but so were the instructors. In high school, the pre-existing classes would be expanded upon. Math would turn into algebra, geometry, trigonometry, and calculus. At the same time, science would be split into biology, chemistry, and physics. For the boys, they would begin 2 additional classes, firearms qualification and combatives. A system of hand-to-hand combat based upon the U.S. combatives program that Berenger had learned during his tenure in the army within his past life. Boys could also choose several electives such as metals class, woodshop, masonry, etc., providing basic trade skills to the next generation of Austrian workers. The girls would continue in home economics and would have specialty electives like cooking, sewing, and other skills necessary to make good homemakers. After all, Berenger did not intend for women to work unless they were forced to provide for themselves. On top of this, Berenger had decided it was about time to create a university. As such, he set aside part of the budget to create 3 new universities. One was the Austrian Royal Military Academy, a place where young men who had graduated from primary education with exceptional grades could receive a fully funded higher education under the condition that they would serve in the Austrian Royal Army for a minimum of 8 years. In a way, the Royal Military Academy was Berengar's version of West Point, and it was primarily modeled after the university he had graduated from in his previous life. It would be located within the city of Vienna. When one graduated from the Royal Military Academy, they would automatically be instilled with the rank of 2nd lieutenant and become a commissioned officer in the Austrian Royal Army. The second university was the Austrian Royal Naval Academy. It was essentially the same as the Austrian Royal Military Academy, except designed with naval officers in mind. This university would be located in Malta, where a naval base was currently under construction. After seizing Malta as part of his victory in the Austrian War for Independence, Berenger began to create a giant naval colony upon the small island. With these military academies, anyone who was granted the Order of St. George was awarded the right for their children to attend either of the universities. It was one of the perks of being awarded the highest military honor in Austria. The third university was none other than Kufstein University, a state-funded university where the elite among the civilian academics would go to get a higher education. It did not matter what one's social class was in this university. As long as one received high enough marks, they were allowed entry inside its grand halls, where they would be given one of the best educations in the country. After Berenger had finished drafting the many plans required to overhaul his education system and ensure that future generations were equipped with the knowledge necessary to maintain and advance the civilization he would leave behind, he sat back in his chair and sighed. The moment he did so, he noticed that Adela had crept inside his study and was standing beside him with a warm cup of coffee in her hands. As usual, she was always there to assist him in whatever way she could manage. Berenger gratefully accepted the gift and began to sip upon the drink, which provided a much-needed boost to his depleted energy reserves. After he did so, he thanked his young wife from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you, Adela. Things have been much easier ever since we got married. I don't know how I ever managed to get all of this work done without you." Adela smiled and sat down upon Berengar's lap as he drank from his coffee. She immediately rested her head on his chest, where she responded with a slight nod. Despite the competitive nature of her relationship with Berengar's other girls, she had never been happier than she was now. At this moment, she revealed some information that Berenger had already suspected to be the case. "Berenger, my love?" Berenger looked down from his mug of coffee and into the deep sapphire eyes of his young wife, who was staring at him with a solemn expression. He smiled softly as he petted her head before encouraging her to continue her train of thought. "Yes, dear?" Adela played with Berengar's chest by prodding it a few times before revealing the thoughts on her mind. "Impregnant?" In response to this, Berenger smiled and kissed his angelic wife passionately. He had honestly begun to worry that Adela was infertile. After all, it had been over a month since they first got married, and she had not informed him about such a matter. Berenger could feel his heart beating rapidly as he thought about what this meant. Though he already had 2 children with Linda, he had yet to have one with Adela, the current Queen of Austria. When he finally married both Linda and Anuria, Adela would be the High Queen, and as such it would be dreadfully awkward if she did not at the very least have a child on the way before then. After making out for some time, Berenger released his tongue from Adela's with a broad smile on his face. After doing so, he smiled and petted her golden silk hair as he said the words he knew that she wanted to hear. "I will pray that it is an exceptional boy worthy of inheriting my throne." Adela giggled before revealing her thoughts on the matter. "Funny, I don't believe I have ever seen you pray before." The moment Berenger heard this, he stared at her with a questioning gaze. He knew she was a devout reformist, but there was a deep-seated implication in her tone as she said this. Before he could ask what she meant by her words, she kissed him on the lips one more time before revealing her truest desire. "I swear, before we pass away from this world, I will save your soul, Berenger. If it is the last thing I do, I will make sure that you forever reside in paradise with me." With this said, she got up from Berengar's lap and left the study, leaving Berenger filled with a bunch of questions about how he had managed to slip up around her. She was aware that he was not a true believer. Despite this, she did not seem upset. Instead, she appeared delighted, as if the fact that Berenger was an atheist gave her a goal to look forward to. For the first time in a long time, Berenger dwelled upon the nature of the divine force that had brought him into this world. If God and heaven truly existed, then how did he manage to reincarnate into this world after his previous live's untimely demise? Why would a holy and righteous being like God give a sinful man like himself a second chance at life in a world where his knowledge and expertise could lead him to become a tyrant? Ultimately, Berenger could not reach a conclusion, for what mortal could understand the mind of a divine being? As such, he sighed heavily before a smirk appeared on his lips. As he did so, he muttered something in a voice so low only he could hear it. "Good luck with that. If you want to support me so that I can commission art of the characters in my novel, as well as maps, coat of arms, and other important illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at /user u=79477078. All of the art will be released within my Discord server for free. /NMWVHMOCT. Chapter 370, Triple Pregnancy. After completing his educational reforms, Berenger left his study, where he instantly ran into Linda and Anuria, who both were standing outside of his door. It would appear they were having difficulties finding the courage to speak, as the 2 women would not meet his gaze. Curious as to the issue, Berenger decided to lighten the mood by making a joke. "Let me guess, you're both pregnant?" Hearing Berenger so blatantly says what they were struggling to speak about shocked both Linda and Anuria, who rushed up to Berenger and grabbed a hold of him, seeking answers for how he could be aware of such a thing. "How did you know?" Berenger, who was genuinely shocked to see that his jest was accurate, immediately inquired for clarification on the issue. He honestly could not believe that Adela, Linda, and Anuria would find out they were pregnant on the same day. As such, he scoffed at the girls' claims before speaking the thoughts on his mind. "You can't be serious." The 2 young women looked at each other before silently nodding their heads at Berenger. The sparkle in their eyes hinted that they were intensely judging his reaction. Upon seeing that they were serious, Berengar's expression sank. Though he was aware of just how much fun he had been having with his 3 women, he honestly did not expect a scenario where the trio was pregnant at the same time. Judging by his timing, Adela was probably a few weeks further along than the other girls and had either just found out about it or was struggling to broach the subject with him until today. Berenger found it hard to believe that he had been shooting blanks for a few weeks before the first night he spent with all 3 of them. Nevertheless, the reality was that all 3 of his women were currently pregnant, which meant that his life was about to become a lot more interesting. By interesting, he meant miserable. He could only imagine the difficulties he would face by living with 3 pregnant women, all siring his offspring. Though Berenger could feel a headache looming over him, he did not let his grim outlook appear on his face. Instead, he expressed great excitement to the girls who would soon be mothers. As such, he grabbed a hold of both of them and dragged them into his embrace, where he kissed them one at a time with an elated expression on his face. He spoke confidently as he was secretly lamenting the next 9 months of his life. "That's wonderful." Though Anuria bought his facade, Linda was far more shrewd and instantly picked up some of the small cues he left behind when he was acting. As such, she quickly withdrew from his kiss and questioned her lover in a severe tone. "Are you not excited? This will be our 3rd child. For some reason, you seem less sincere than when I informed you I was pregnant with Hans and Helga." It was only now that Anuria began to realize that Berenger had been faking his excitement, and as such, she immediately began to pout. Berenger had been found out, and as such, he carefully navigated around the minefield that was the girl's emotions. I'm excited, truly I am. I'm glad we will be able to increase the size of our family. It is just that I am worried, is all. When Berenger said this, Linda and Anuria looked at each other with confusion before asking for clarification on what he had just said. Worried about what? When Berenger heard the two girls once more speak in unison, his excited facade crumbled and a dejected expression filled his handsome face. Ill level with you, Adela has also informed me that she is pregnant, and so I am worried that something might happen to you girls and I will be left alone in this world looking after our kids by myself. Truthfully, Berenger was confident that nothing bad would happen to his wives or the children they bore. Instead, he was more concerned about the living hell his life was about to become. Regardless, he could not very well admit that, or the girls would slap him. As such, he went with the more safe approach to explain his lack of excitement. Luckily for him, Linda and Anuria had both bought this line and immediately began to hug him. The two girls comforted their lover, assuring him that there was nothing to worry about. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen to the children or us. Linda, who had already been through 2 healthy childbirths, knew that she would be okay. As for the other 2 girls, she secretly prayed for their safety. Though she was not an exceptionally religious woman, she would find herself in prayer in times of doubt or fear, especially for those she cared about. As for Berenger, he placed his faith in himself and his medical reforms. Though they were far from the efficiency of the 21st century, the effectiveness of the doctors in his realm increased with each passing day, as men like Ewald continued their research into the field of medicine. By now, minor surgeries were starting to become commonplace and blood types had been thoroughly researched, resulting in blood transfusions. Germ theory itself was largely accepted by Austrian scientists and doctors thanks to the efforts of Berengar's chemistry department. Austrian medicine was already above and beyond anything else that existed in this medieval world. With Berengar's limited understanding of anatomy, biology, and chemistry, which was no more than any other college graduate in the field of engineering would understand, he had significantly increased the knowledge of medical professionals, who themselves further researched into their respective fields with the tools that Berenger had provided them. This pool of educated and zealous professionals allowed Berenger to be confident about preventing any severe complications during the pregnancy of his 3 wives. God? Who was he? Some old man living in the clouds who was given credit for everything, despite doing nothing. It was Berenger and his scientific revolution that was to thank for the low infant mortality rate. Despite these thoughts, Berenger simply accepted the loving embrace of his 2 lovers. He would never allow anything to happen to them if God existed, and decided to steal his brides away from him. Then Berenger would find a way to wage war against heaven to reclaim them. Berenger smiled as he thought about the future. Though the next 9 months might be a living hell for him as a man, he would ultimately endure it. It was with this in mind that he grabbed a hold of Lindy's and Anuria's hands and led them to the dining room. It was time for dinner, and Berenger intended to eat his fill. Before long, Berenger arrived in the dining hall where he sat down next to his wife. Anuria was exceptionally clingy and refused to leave his side. As such, she sat in his lap and clung to him while he fed her. For whatever reason, she enjoyed being spoiled in such a manner. The very act angered the other 2 women by his side, but before they could comment on the matter, Berenger spoke up. Well, since all 3 of you are pregnant, I suppose we should host the weddings as quickly as possible. After all, it is better to not cause controversy over the legitimacy of these children. When Berenger said this, Henrietta dropped her spoon from her mouth, which landed upon her porcelain plate, creating a loud clanking sound. Although she was aware of what Berenger and his women got up to in their spare time, she was astounded that he had managed to impregnate all 3 of them at once. On the other hand, Adela looked at the other 2 young women in shock. She could not believe they were also with children. As such, she began to pout, which did not go unnoticed by Berengar's trained eye. He, of course, smiled awkwardly at the whole situation while thinking to himself, "Mom, Dad, if you're watching me from above, I'm not going to lie, I think I bit off more than I can chew." Berenger was referring to his parents from his past life. He did not know how transmigration worked, or if there was a heaven, but it was moments like this that he liked to think his parents, who had given up everything to provide for him, could see where he was at now. Would they be excited about having a bunch of grandchildren, or would they admonish him for being a no-good playboy? Berenger already knew the answer to that question within his own heart. His mother would undoubtedly chastise him for his behavior, but she would surely love his grandchildren and his wives. At the same time, his father would be giving him a high five while sharing a drink and a cigar with him. Thus Berenger gazed upon his new family with a loving expression as he drank from his beer and dined upon his food. He reflected on all of his life choices during both his past and this current one. Undoubtedly, his life here in this medieval world was superior to that of his first attempt. Chapter 371, Negotiations with the Byzantine Emperor. Weeks passed as Berenger and his newest brides began to plan for their weddings. As this was going on, Anuria had personally sent an invitation to her father and the rest of her family to visit Kufstein in an attempt to get to know Berenger better. There was also another matter that Berenger wanted to discuss with the Byzantine emperor, one revolving around the debt that he owed Berenger. While Berenger had absolved the man of a sizable chunk of his debt, there remained a large portion of it, at least 25%, and that was worth billions of US dollars from the modern world. While the war in North Africa continued in the Byzantines' favor and new land was acquired every day, one place in particular greatly interested Berenger. As such, he had asked Anuria to invite her family out early so that Berengar could get to know them better and negotiate for the acquirement of a particular strip of land that was crucial for Berengar's plans. With this in mind, Berengar dressed in his most extravagant uniform with all of his military accolades emblazoned upon it for the meeting that was currently taking place between the King of Austria and the Byzantine Emperor. Vetranis gazed at Berengar, who held his daughter's hand with a loving smile on his face. Despite he feeling sick to his stomach while relenting to Berengar's previous demands. The rise in Austria's prowess was something he could no longer ignore. In fact, he was grateful that he could successfully wed Anuria off to a man whose power rivaled his own. After having spent a considerable amount of time to cool down and listen to the advice of some of his most prominent counsel, Vetranis had come to realize that having Austria as an ally was a far better option than having France as one. Though Austria would face some difficulties in the coming days, Vetranis truly believed that together they could overcome the might of the Catholic Church. Berengar began the conversation by pulling out a map and placing it on the table. On this map was one specific strip of land highlighted. This land was nothing other than a useless desert. However, the part that interested Berengar was that this land was the Suez Canal in his past life. Something Berengar was greatly interested in building in this timeline. After gazing at the map for several minutes, Vetranis was unsure what Berengar was requesting of him and asked for clarification. What is it? You've highlighted a barren, useless area. Am I missing something? Berengar kept a calm facade as he began his negotiating terms. Give me this land and I will consider all of your debt absolved. I do not care if you are marrying my daughter. I will never yield Byzantine soil to a foreign power. However, Berengar immediately began to wag his finger and click his tongue upon hearing Berengar's response. TSK, 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 TSK. I am not asking for you to give this land to Austria. By all means, it should remain a part of your empire and thus subject to your laws and taxes. I am asking you to give me this land personally. With it, I will build a canal from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea and open up a trade route to Asia. You will be able to set up a port and collect taxes on all goods that flow through, and I will have access to the eastern trade routes. When Berengar said this, both Anuria and Vetranis gazed at him in shock. The idea dumbfounded them. The manpower needed to build such a thing was no small amount. Though Austria's workforce had increased vastly over the years, it was no easy means to ship tens of thousands of workers into the area. As such, Vetranis scoffed at Berengar's idealism before trying to inform him of the impossibility of fulfilling such a grand feat. Impossible. It would take decades and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of workers to accomplish such a thing. You would be wasting your time. The expense for building such a thing would be worth more than the debt I still owe you. However, Berengar was not dissuaded. In fact, he leaned back in his chair and cast an arm around Anuria's shoulder as he relaxed. After doing so, a smug smile appeared on his face as he presented yet another audacious claim. I will build it in 10 years or less. What isn't blasted to bits by dynamite will be dredged by machines. I will not need tens of thousands of men. I won't even need thousands of men. In 10 years, this canal will be built, and with it, the trade will flow from the Iberian Peninsula to the East China Sea. You, as Emperor of the Byzantine Empire who rules over those lands, will be able to place a tax on any goods coming in or out of the canal, and people will still use it as the primary trade route. Though Vetranis did not know what dynamite was or could even conceive of the machines Berengar spoke of. The confidence in the Austrian king's tone and the glint in his eye thoroughly convinced the man. As such, he began to think upon this magnificent concept that Berengar proposed as if it were actually possible and what benefits it could provide to himself. Ultimately, Vetranis sighed heavily before nodding his head in agreement. I must be crazy for even considering this, but very well, I will accept your proposal. I will give you 15 years building this canal that you have so admirably boasted about, and if you cannot complete it within that time frame, I will consider your objective unachievable and will reclaim those lands for the Byzantine crown. In response to this, Berengar chuckled before shaking the emperor's hands. As he did so, he joked about the situation. 10 years was my maximum estimate. I could likely do it unless given enough resources. However, I'll accept your terms of 15 years. Within a year, I will begin construction on it. For now, let us relax and enjoy the upcoming wedding. Speaking of, I think your daughter has something she wants to tell you. Berengar immediately grabbed a chalice from the table and filled it with fortified wine as Anuria stared at him in disbelief. She had wanted to inform her family of her pregnancy after she was married. Still, Berengar just had to force her hand. She honestly could not believe she was getting married to such a scoundrel. However, at the next moment, she sighed heavily and calmed her nerves before revealing the thought on her mind. Father, I'm pregnant. The moment Vetranis heard this, he was dumbfounded. Despite knowing that Berengar had already taken the girl's chastity, he didn't expect her to be pregnant already. As such, he looked at Berengar, who had a shy-teething grin on his face, and back at Anuria, who had a worrisome expression multiple times before breaking out in tears. I'm going to be a grandfather? After saying this, he grabbed a hold of his only daughter and hugged her tightly, which greatly astonished Anuria. She had only been embraced by her father once in her entire life, and that was when she was a young child. The raw emotions on the man's face had even shocked Berengar. He never suspected the Byzantine emperor to get so emotional about such a thing. Anuria smiled and nodded her head as she broke away from her father's tight grip, where the man immediately wiped the tears from his eyes and recovered the grace of an emperor as he did so. He looked back at Berenger with a sudden glimpse of understanding. So that's why you set the wedding so close to your original one? Berenger chuckled and nodded as he answered the emperor's question. Yeah. She's not the only one pregnant, they all are, so I figured, what the hell? I might as well have the weddings before it becomes visible. After all, I wouldn't want people to question the legitimacy of our offspring. Vitranis shook his head and smiled as he complimented Berenger for the first time since they had initially met. I truly envy your youth. In response to this, Berenger chuckled once more before cracking a snarky remark. Want to change places? The moment he said this, the emperor broke out in laughter, and Anuria glared at Berenger with a murderous gaze. As such, Berenger wrapped his arm around her once more and kissed the young princess on the cheek before making a snarky comment. Come on, babe, don't stare at me like that, it was a joke. Despite his justification for the inappropriate comment, Anuria continued to pout, and as such, Vitranis sighed heavily before commenting on their relationship. I can tell that you two have a great relationship. I look forward to what comes of it. In response to this, Berenger raised his chalice in the air with a smirk on his face as a pseudo-toast before taking another sip of the fortified wine contained within. Thus he spent the remainder of the day with Anuria and her father, getting to know the man that would soon be his father-in-law. As for how the rest of Anuria's family interacted with Berenger, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 372, Dinner with the Byzantine Emperor. While the preparations for the upcoming weddings to both Linda and Anuria were being fulfilled, the Byzantine Emperor Vitranis Palaiologos and his family were seated at Berengar's table, enjoying a feast that had been prepared for Austria's guests from the east. An alliance between the Kingdom of Austria and the Byzantine Empire had been negotiated due to the upcoming marriage between Berenger and Anuria. Despite this fact, tonight was the first time that Berenger had entertained his young fiancé's family. Aside from Vitranis himself, he was meeting the members of Anuria's family for the first time. Sitting beside the Byzantine emperor was his wife, Empress Olympia Palaiologos, who was exceptionally beautiful in her own right. She looked like a mature version of her daughter, aside from the purple-dyed hair that Anuria had. Berenger was quite pleased with this, as it meant that when Anuria was her mother's age, she'd still be an exceptional beauty. However, unlike Anuria, the empress was utterly expressionless, almost as if she had a complete and utter disregard for her host and future son-in-law. Sitting beside the empress was the eldest son of the emperor and his wife. Quintus Palaiologos was one of the candidates being propped up by the various factions within the empire for a succession of the imperial throne. Overall, he was a wise and charismatic individual. In fact, there was a reason he was considered the favorite in the ongoing succession dispute. If not for the fact that he was somewhat of a pacifist and the fears surrounding his meek attitude on foreign policy, Andronikos and his faction might have pledged their support to him. Decentius, on the other hand, was not present for this occasion. In fact, he was currently within North Africa, continuing the campaign Arethusa had started. As the second prince, he was the other primary candidate. He was a renowned commander and hawkish in foreign policy, which gained the support of many of the more battle-crazed supports of the emperor. However, in the eyes of Andronikos and his allies, the man simply had no mind for anything other than warfare. He would undoubtedly plunge Byzantium into debt and despair if he inherited the throne. Sitting beside Quintus and across from Henrietta was a young man, roughly Adela's age, who was Anuria's younger brother, Aurelius Palaiologos. He had a charming appearance and a glib tongue. However, he was essentially the Byzantine equivalent of Berenger prior to his reincarnation. An indolent, childish drunk who had no leadership skills whatsoever. The only difference between him and Berenger before he had been gifted with the memories of Julian Weber was that Aurelius was also a massive lecher who screwed anyone he could. This was immediately apparent to Berenger, especially when the boy started flirting with his little sister. Despite the fact that Berenger had yet to find a proper fiancée for Henrietta, he knew in his heart that Aurelius would be a terrible choice. As such, he kept a close eye on the boy and his actions. If he so much as laid a hand on Henrietta or any of his brides, he would have it removed. Eventually, Quintus spoke up and struck a conversation about trade with Berenger. As a skilled administrator, the man was quite astute to matters of state, business, and development. As such, he was quite interested in the project he witnessed being constructed on during his travel from Trieste to Kufstein. King Berenger, I do apologize if I am speaking out of turn, but I am quite curious. On my journey to your capital, I witnessed something peculiar. Your peasants appeared to be constructing some form of the massive mound from Kufstein to Trieste. On top of this mound, they appear to be bolting steel into the ground. I was wondering if you could enlighten me on what purpose this serves? Berenger smiled when he heard this remark. The mounds that Quintus was the railway that was currently under construction. Even if Berenger explained how the railway functioned, the Byzantines could not replicate it, so he decided to entertain Quintus' curiosity. Firstly, allow me to correct you, those are not peasants, as I have liberated the common people from serfdom. They are citizens of my kingdom who are being paid a living wage for their work. Secondly, those are not mounds but the foundation of something great that, in a few years, will allow rapid transit across my realm. Not only will people be able to travel across all of Austria, Switzerland, and Bohemia, but various supplies will also be able to be transported across the realm. including weapons and munitions that will ensure reinforcements and resupply to the border guard will be rapidly available in the event of some form of foreign incursion into my lands. Quintus' interest was further piqued upon hearing this. Initially, he thought the construction of the so-called mounds was some form of tribute to the primitive ancestors of the Austrian people. However, now that he was aware of its true purpose, he desperately wanted one of his own. As such, he inquired about its construction. Tell me, King Berenger, is it possible to build one of these devices in the Empire? If so, how much would it cost? Honoria instantly eyed Berenger with curiosity. She did not know how he would respond to this. Of course, Berenger immediately declined the offer. He was more than happy, uplifting Byzantium ahead of their rivals, yet he would never usher them into the industrial age like he was doing for Germany. I apologize, Quintus, but the construction of the railway is a massive undertaking that requires a substantial degree of high-carbon steel and advanced manufacturing equipment. I am unable to sell the tooling and resources necessary to construct such a thing to the Empire. In addition to this, the expense I am paying to undertake this initiative is no small sum, and it simply would not be profitable for me to help you build one across your vast empire. While Berenger and Quintus were discussing business, Aurelius was busy flirting with Henrietta, which did not go unnoticed by Berenger or his women. Aurelius put on a charming smile as he attempted to converse with the shy princess of Austria. So, your name is Henrietta? That is a beautiful name. Tell me, Henrietta, what is your favorite type of wine? Henrietta, who had always been shy around strangers, found it challenging to speak in the presence of the imperial family of the Byzantine Empire. As such, she quietly muttered a phrase that nobody besides herself could hear. After saying this, the lazy prince immediately asked for clarification on what she had said. I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you. In response, Henrietta slightly raised her voice, which was still quiet but just enough for Aurelius to hear. I don't drink wine. After hearing this, a charming smile appeared on the boy's face as he hatched an idea which he thought was brilliant. As such, he handed his cup over to Henrietta and encouraged her to drink from his chalice. His true intentions were far from generous. Well, there is a first time for everything here. Have some of my wine. I have to say, I am growing quite fond of Austria's drinks. Henrietta struggled to deal with the situation presented to her. She didn't enjoy the taste of wine, and she had seen what overindulging in the substance led to, especially in regards to Berenger and his women. As such, she was hesitant to accept the prince's offer. However, she also knew it would be rude to decline. Thus she slowly reached her hands out to grasp the chalice when she overheard an oppressive voice call out to her, immediately causing her to flinch. Henrietta, while it may be a special occasion, you did not ask permission from me, your king, as to whether or not I would permit you to drink wine. Aurelius immediately glared at Berenger with wicked intent in his eye, which did not go unnoticed by the Austrian king. It took one moment for Berenger to correctly guess what this boy's plan was for his sister, and as such, the wrath inside him began to boil to the breaking point. This scoundrel planned to get his precious little sister drunk and take advantage of her. Berenger would have him lined up in front of a firing squad if he were not a prince of the Byzantine Empire. The Austrian monarch was not the only one who noticed the boy's intent. Both Vetranes and his wife were glaring at their son, so much so that the empress spoke for the first time since she had sat down at Berengar's table. Aurelius, behave yourself. The pure look of disdain the woman had for her son was something Berenger had not seen in a mother's eyes before, at least not when gazing upon their child. The moment Aurelius realized that his plot had been revealed, he immediately began to defend his actions, despite knowing that his mother had seen through them. Mother, I was only offering the girl a drink. How was I supposed to know that King Berenger was so strict about drinking wine? Emperor Vetranes was struggling to contain his fury. If it were any other monarch's table they were sitting at, he would not care if his son had outright drugged a princess. However, Berenger was different. The Kingdom of Austria was a rapidly rising power that was capable of dominating both land and sea. It was only a matter of time before they eclipsed the Byzantine Empire in terms of international influence. Angering Berenger was not the same as provoking a king of another realm. The very idea that his son would so blatantly try to take advantage of Berengar's bloodline made the emperor seethe with rage and instinctively want to beg for forgiveness, for he knew Berenger was a cruel man who did as he pleased. The only reason Berenger had not done something drastic to the boy was that he was Honoria's brother. Without Honoria by his side, Berenger indeed would have had the Byzantine prince executed, or at the very least, removed one of his limbs. In doing so, a war would break out with the Byzantine Empire. Luckily for everyone involved, Berenger was forced to calm his wrath and deal with this situation rationally. Ultimately, Berenger gazed at the boy with murderous intent. As he did so, an oppressive aura filled the air. Eventually, Berenger took a bite from his Jaeger schnitzel before placing his fork down in a seemingly calm manner. Despite his appearance on the outside, everyone present knew that Berenger was far from relaxed. After washing down the schnitzel with a swig of beer, Berenger finally broke his silence. Aurelius, if I catch you so much as glancing at my sister, or any of the women under my protection with a lustful gaze, I will have you castrated and throw your manhood to the pigs. This is your only warning. Test my patience again and see what happens. After saying this, Berenger began to ignore the boy and once more dig into his meal. Utter silence prevailed in the room. The only sound that could be heard was that of Berenger using his utensils to cut into the slab of meat before him. As such, the remainder of the banquet was relatively quiet, for nobody dared to further provoke the ire of the man known as the Tyrant of Steel. Chapter 373, The Second Royal Wedding. The day had finally arrived for Berenger to marry one of his two lovers and officially make her his lawfully wedded bride. As Linda was the second wife in the harem's hierarchy, she would be the first to be married. After this day was over, Berenger would have a week to spend with his new bride before sailing off to Constantinople, where he would marry Honoria within the halls of the legendary Hagia Sophia. If it weren't for the importance that the Byzantines placed on Honoria's wedding, Berenger likely would have married both Linda and Honoria at the same time. However, because of the Byzantine emperor's request for his daughter's wedding to be held within the land of her birth, Berenger had placed Lindy's marriage first and Honoria's shortly after. With this in mind, he would have today revolve entirely around Linda. The guests had arrived for both brides, and unfortunately for Linda, her parents were long deceased. As such, she indeed had nobody to walk her down the aisle. Thus Berenger had arranged for her brother Liutbert to handle that part of the ceremony. Once more, Berenger was garbed in his luxurious white military uniform. Fully decorated in the various army accolades he had awarded himself for his courageous efforts on the battlefield, as he stood at the altar for the second time in as many months. Standing beside him was none other than Ludolf, who was in a not-so-pleasant mood. He was not a fan of Berengar's new polygamy law, but Berenger had cited solid biblical justification for such a thing, mainly quoting the Old Testament. As such, he had resolved himself to endure Austria's new laws and wed Berenger to his other wives. If Adela's wedding gown was considered modest in design, then Lindy's wedding dress was revealing, to say the least. Linda had explicitly worked with the tailors to design her dress in a manner that showed off her upper assets. As such, there were no sleeves on the dress. Instead, its bodice was cut in a V-neck style that heavily emphasized her unique bust and the impressive degree of cleavage she was showing off. The lower half of the dress was a pleated hoopskirt. Her alabaster skin practically glowed as the sunlight entered through the stained glass windows and showed down upon her entrance. Linda had spent a great deal of effort on her hair. It was not in its usual style. Instead, her long strawberry blonde locks were artificially curled and swept off to one side like that of an early 20th century starlet from Berengar's past life. Berenger gazed at her in silence, struggling to keep his jaw intact as he fawned upon the elegant beauty of his long-term lover. He had never expected that a simple change in hairstyle would so thoroughly change the image of the woman who had taken his virginity. Typically, Linda was beautiful, but in a far less glamorous way than she appeared today. It was as if Berengar's sight had been wholly stolen, and the only thing he could see was his gorgeous bride walking down the aisle. This time Eckhard was granted a reprieve from his duties in Bohemia and was allowed to return to Kufstein to take part in the ceremony as Berengar's best man. The general stood in the standard black, white, and gold dress uniform that the Austrian generals now wore for formal occasions. He wore many of the same medals that Berenger had awarded himself for his actions in combat, and as such, aside from the color differences, the uniforms were quite similar. After all, King Berenger and Marshal Eckhard had done more for the Austrian war efforts than any other officers in the entire military. As for Lindy's bridesmaids, they included Adela and Honoria, as well as Lindy's half-sister Adelheid, who had been working as a field agent in Austrian royal intelligence. She specialized in counterespionage, and thus she spent most of her time within the borders of Austria hunting other nations' spies. Berengar's father and mother were sitting in the front row gazing upon their son having a second wedding to a second wife, nearly 2 months after marrying the first one. There was a glimpse of pride in his father's eyes while his mother was glaring at him with an otherwise happy expression plastered on her face. If it weren't for the vindictive nature of her stare, Berenger would think she was wholly accepting of his polygamous lifestyle. Funnily enough, his parents' sentiments in this life mirrored what he believed those of his past life would have at this moment. Berenger and Lindy's 2 children Hans and Helga were seated in the front row as they watched their father marry their mother with pride. Helga was too young to know what was going on and did not have the superior intellect of her elder brother. As such, she was smiling while remaining quiet. Eventually, Linda reached the altar standing across from Berenger, where Ludolf once more began the speech nearly identical to what he had said within this very cathedral almost 2 months prior. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to join this man and women in holy matrimony. King Berenger von Kufstein, do you take this woman to be your wife, to live together in holy matrimony, to love her, to honor her, to comfort her, and to keep her in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live? Berenger smiled and nodded his head in response to this before saying the words on his mind. I do. Ludolf then shifted his gaze over to Linda as he began to address her in a similar manner that he had just done to Berenger. Linda von Habsburg, do you take this man to be your husband, to live together in holy matrimony, to love him, to honor him, to comfort him, and to keep him in sickness and in health, forsaking all others as long as you both shall live? Just as Berenger had done, Linda smiled warmly and nodded her head before responding to the question. I do. Ludolf then began to speak once more as he first addressed the groom. Repeat after me. I, Berenger von Kufstein, take you, Linda von Habsburg, to be my lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do us part. Berenger immediately repeated the words with perfect articulation before Ludolf repeated a similar phrase to Linda, where she quickly responded with the following vows. I, Linda von Habsburg, take you, Berenger von Kufstein, to be my lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold, from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do us part. The rings were brought forward, where Ludolf immediately asked Berenger to place one of them on Lindy's finger while repeating the following. I give you this ring as a token and pledge of our constant faith and abiding love. After doing this, Linda followed the same process and repeated the exact phrase. Berenger and Linda then joined hands with broad smiles on their faces. After seeing this, Ludolf grinned before declaring for the entire audience to hear. By the power vested in me under the laws of the Kingdom of Austria, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. After hearing this, Berenger grabbed a hold of Lindy's flawless face and buried his lips into her own, sliding his tongue into her mouth and twirling it around hers as he did so. After a passionate kiss, he broke away from her while holding her hand, the young couple smiling emphatically as they basked in the audience's overwhelming applause. After the ceremony was over, Berenger and his second wife returned to the palace and his guests, where they once more participated in a massive reception. As the primary wife and now High Queen of Austria, Adela was present throughout the whole wedding. Surprisingly enough to the many spectators, the High Queen seemed accepting of the whole occasion, even though Berenger was paying more attention to Linda than herself. Nonetheless, he still paid heed to his first wife, in doing so creating an atmosphere that polygamy was quite wholesome despite what the naysayers might preach. Berenger had skipped the dance with the parents at the reception for Lindy's sake. After all, both of her parents were deceased. Instead, he waltzed with her for the entire duration. After prancing around for some time, Berenger and Linda sat at the head of the table where the meal was prepared. On his right side was Adela, while Linda sat on his left. It was quite a peculiar sight to the guests who were gathered, as polygamy had not been legal in the German-speaking regions for centuries. Despite this, Berenger had shown to all the traditionalists among his guests that there was indeed nothing wicked or sinful about the occasion. The traditionalists' biggest complaint about the whole occasion would be Lindy's rather revealing dress, as it was the only thing they could remotely find fault with. Aside from that, the wedding reception went as smoothly as the previous one, and before long, Berenger and Linda found themselves alone in bed with one another, where they spent the remainder of their waking hours making love once more. A perfect conclusion to an otherwise perfect day. Chapter 374, Just Another Day in Paradise. Unlike Berengar's usual routine, today he had awoken much later than normal. In fact, by the time he had managed to pry his eyes open and stare at the ceiling above, it was well past afternoon. The night prior, he had married Linda as his second wife, and even though she was already pregnant, the young couple had desperately struggled against biology to add yet another child into the mix. Ultimately, their efforts were futile. However, it did result in a highly pleasurable experience, one that Berenger would remember for the rest of his life. Unlike Adela, whose first time was taken on her wedding night, Berenger and Linda had been accustomed to one another's bodies for years now. As such, they knew just what made each other tick. Despite the fact that she had already having given birth to 2 children, Berenger never once got sick of making love to Linda, and the proof of this was the number of times he climaxed inside of her on their wedding night. This morning he was feeling not only fatigued but physically drained as well. When he finally shifted his view over to where Linda should be sleeping, he noticed that she was not within his bed. Was she seriously in better shape than he was? He could hardly believe this. However, at the very next moment he heard the door open and saw Linda dressed in nothing but a sky blue silk robe, carrying a plate filled with a cheese and spinach omelet with a side of bacon and sausage. Berenger gazed at the plate with a famished expression on his face. Despite having a massive meal the night before, he was practically starving at the moment. However, right before he dug in, he noticed something was missing, and as such, Berenger instantly asked the question on his mind. "Where's the milk?" Upon hearing this, Linda had a sultry smile spread across her immaculate lips, where she placed the tray down on the bed before loosening her robe to reveal her substantial bust. Berenger immediately noticed the collar that she wore around her graceful neck. As such, Linda prostrated herself before Berenger as she made an indecent request of him. "If master desires, he can drink from my breast." Berenger honestly did not know what to say. For whatever reason, Linda had developed a breastfeeding fetish. He inwardly told himself that he could not be blamed for such behavior, while in reality it was likely his fault. After submitting herself before him like a proper slave, Berenger would not refuse the offer. As such, he lied back in bed and dragged his newlywed wife upon his lap, where he began to breastfeed from her bountiful bosom while eating from the tray of food she had brought to him. By the end of the experience, Berenger had a wide grin on his face. He knew he was a bit perverted, but he honestly didn't care. He was a king, and a king could do as he damn well pleased, especially if they had the power and wealth to back their actions. After finishing his meal, Berenger rose out of bed, where Linda gave him a morning kiss. As she did so, she slowly began to get dressed. Like Berenger, she was too exhausted from the previous night's activities to go for a morning round. As such, she decided to defuse the tension by making a joke. "It is going to be dreadfully boring for the next 9 months, no hookah, no alcohol, whatever shall you do?" Berenger also began to get dressed as he chuckled in response to Lindy's remark. "I don't know, maybe you'll start a war. War is always fun." Linda did not seem to find his joke funny. In fact, she was practically scowling at Berenger as he said this. Instead of laughing, she immediately wrapped her arms around him and held her head tightly to his bare chest before revealing her thoughts on the matter. Don't joke like that. I am always worried sick whenever you march off to war. I can't imagine what I'd do if anything happened to you. Berenger immediately kissed the girl's forehead while hugging her back. As he did so, he smiled before responding to her claims. You don't need to worry so much. Times have changed. We are now entering a new era of industry, and with it, machines beyond your wildest dreams will come into existence. Over these next few years of peace, I will create weapons so advanced that even if my enemies outnumber me 10 to 1, my army will be able to slaughter them with minimal effort. When the Crusaders arrive at our borders, we will have an army the likes this world has never seen before. We will effortlessly sweep aside the Catholic Church and use the crusade as an excuse to conquer the German realms and unite our people into a single cohesive empire under our dynasty. In response to this, Linda chuckled lightly. She was amazed at the level of ambition Berenger had. She had grown up around ambitious men like her father. Yet Berengar's aspirations soared above them all, and unlike the others, he had the means to achieve it. If she hadn't rashly tried to drug Berenger the night they had first laid eyes upon one another, she wondered what cruel fate she would have followed. She would likely be dead like her father and Lambert. In her mind, even if it did not end the way she had planned, it was the most excellent decision she had ever made in her entire life. After assuring Linda that he would be all right, the couple proceeded down the stairs, where Adela and Anuria were waiting for the two of them. Adela had a smug expression on her face while Anuria was pouting. She was incredibly envious of Linda for having her wedding first. Noticing she was in an unpleasant mood, Berenger approached the young princess from the east and picked her up into the air before kissing her. After doing so, he placed her back down onto the ground, slapping her rear. In doing so, Anuria began to flush with embarrassment. However, she did not dislike the treatment, and as such, she kept her mouth shut rather than berate Berenger for his actions. Seeing that he had uplifted her spirits, Berenger decided to lighten the mood further with a joke. "You're next, princess." Anuria immediately knew what he was referring to, and it wasn't simply the wedding. As such, she looked away from Berenger and bit her lips slightly. She was greatly anticipating her wedding night, where she would be all alone with Berenger, much like Adela and Linda had been on theirs. After entertaining his girls for a bit, Berenger returned to his study, where he saw a file waiting on his desk. The file contained information regarding the construction of 2 prototype weapons based upon the revolver designs he had sent to Ludwig. One full-sized 1422 service revolver and one snub-nosed 1422 agency revolver had been created. The documents listed that the weapons had succeeded in a basic test of function and would be submitted for further testing by the Department of Defense, as well as the cartridges they were chambered for. This brought a smile to Berengar's face. Despite the fact that pistols were rarely used in combat, at least in comparison to other weapons, they were excellent personal defense weapons for officers and rear echelon troops. As such, he looked forward to the continued testing of these weapons. After seeing that weapons testing was going well, Berenger looked through his other documents to find the report of the progress in constructing the new artillery pieces. With his current production rate, the Austrian Royal Army could field a new piece every week. As for the munitions they utilized, they could produce a fair degree of shells. It would appear that he would be able to replace the majority, if not all, of his current 14, 17, 12 pounds field guns by the time the crusade arrived, leaving the fatherland in safe hands. The units that received the first of these new artillery pieces would be the battery with the most experience in combat. As Berenger gazed through the various documents on his desk, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Things were progressing smoothly. Kufstein's armory would be fully equipped with the newest machinery in a matter of months. With it, Berenger would start using steam engines to help industrialize his other industries. Upon seeing this, Berenger sat back and relaxed within his recliner as he thought about how far he had come during these past 5 years. Within the next 5 years, the land beneath his rule would undergo a massive shift and become the world's foremost power. He began to wonder how long it would take him to fully industrialize the fatherland after his wars of unification were finished. Truly, his work was never finished. As such, he snapped out of his daze and began going over the paperwork that had piled itself upon his desk. He unsealed his fountain pen and began singing his name onto the documents with a smile on his face. As he did so, he could not help but express his thoughts aloud. Just another day in paradise. Chapter 375, Fall of the Teutonic State. Deep within the region known as Pomerania stood the last vestiges of the Teutonic State. For years they had given their all to hold out against the coalition forces of Poland, Lithuania, the various Rus states, and the Golden Horde. In the castle of Marienburg, also known as Malbork, the last surviving leaders of the Teutonic Order stood gathered around a table. Their expressions were grim as they came to a realization. The war was lost, and the tiny remaining territory they clutched to would soon fall to their enemies. The armies of the German states were busily embroiled in a war with one another and could not assist the predominantly German military order. As such, they were left with one last option to ensure the survival of their order, even if it went against every instinct they had as Catholics. The current Grand Master was named Henrik von Rotenberg. He was a count from Lower Saxony who had dedicated his life to the Teutonic Order. If not for the crisis that the order currently faced, he would have never risen to such a renowned position within it. After the death of the previous Grand Master in defense of the easternmost portion of the Teutonic state, various men had risen to his position only to martyr themselves in the battle against the Order's enemies. Currently, the Teutonic Order was a rump state holding on to a fraction of their former territory in the west. One of his commanders by the name of Ebert Reimers had just uttered the unthinkable, and as such, there was a stern expression on Hennick's face as he spoke the words on his mind. "Can you repeat what you just said?" The room was silent as the various heads of state glared at the man. Despite this, he remained confident in his proposition and thus reitered his plan without the slightest bit of hesitation in his voice. "We should submit to the Kingdom of Austria and become reformists. King Berenger is the only one with the power and wealth to help us survive. If we were to be annexed by the Austrian kingdom and convert to the German Reformation, our order could very well survive." A year ago, if Ebert had suggested this, he would immediately be burned at stake. Yet now circumstances were different. The Teutonic state was on the verge of collapse and their enemies were at the gates. It was because of this that the various heads of state entertained his proposition, even if none openly declared support. To many of the members of the Teutonic Order, the Kingdom of Austria and the German Reformation, which had spread like wildfire across the German states, was something that the Catholic Church could not prevail against. Its attempt to engage in a crusade against them was sure to end bloody. As such, the room was in silence for several moments as every man present began to consider the option as a valid alternative. After all, if they continued as they were, the Teutonic Order would be annihilated. Despite this being their only chance to survive as a chivalric order, various council members were reluctant to accept such a proposition. Eventually, one man broke the silence. "What you are saying is heresy. If we submit ourselves to Austria and its so-called king, we will be forced to convert to the Berenger heresy. As such, we will be full-fledged heretics. I, for one, would rather die in battle against the enemies of the church than convert to heresy to save my skin." 3 other men instantly nodded their heads in agreement with this assertion. It was becoming increasingly clear that the surviving leaders of the Teutonic Order were split on this issue. Other men immediately began to side with the commander who had suggested the action. "Our enemies are at the gates. If we do not submit to the Austrian crown, we will be annihilated. This is the only way for our order and centuries of tradition to survive." Instantly, the chamber began to erupt in furious debate as the two sides began to bicker. The Grand Master watched with a wary expression as he saw what remained of his order tearing itself apart. If things continued in such a manner, there would not be an order to preserve, for the members would have destroyed themselves in the face of extinction. Ultimately, the man sighed heavily as he came to a decision. After doing so, he yelled at the top of his lungs so that the foolish men around him would stop bickering. "Silence! I have come to a decision." After saying this, the chamber became so quiet that not even a mouse could be heard scurrying in the background. All council members that made up the remaining leaders of the order stared at Grand Master von Rothenburg with complicated expressions. What he said next would either save the order or doom it to extinction. After gazing upon the men gathered before him, the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order made his decree. "We will send word to King Berenger of Austria, informing him that we are willing to submit to his authority and be annexed by his kingdom in exchange for protection against our enemies. Anything else can be left up to negotiations." The moment he said these words, the council was split in two. Many had a relieved expression, but others were scowling. Some even tore off their regalia and barged out of the room, signaling that they had abandoned the order then and there. They would genuinely rather die than embrace any perceived heresy. After making his declaration known to the surviving leaders of the order, Hennick dismissed his council as they went about their business. Whether or not the order would survive came down to the negotiations that he would personally make with King Berenger von Kufstein. Eventually, only the Grand Master and the commander who had suggested such a drastic course of action remained within the council chambers, where they began to speak in secrecy. Hennick proceeded to pour 2 chalices of wine before handing one over to the Ebert. As he did so, he began to thank the man. "My friend, I thank you for presenting this argument to the council on my behalf. If I had been the one to say it, then we would truly be doomed as a brotherhood." After saying this, he took a swig from his chalice while the commander did the same. After wiping his mouth with his sleeve, Ebert began to question their next course of action. "So what now? Surely half of the order will defect because of this announcement." The Grand Master spat on the floor before expressing his discontent with the fanatics among their ranks. "Let those Catholic bastards run away to their deaths. The German Reformation is not just about the accurate representation of the word of Christ, it is about something far grander. The German Reformation is about unifying the German people under one religion and one empire. Make no mistake, we are a German order and a new empire is rising in Austria. The days of the Holy Roman Empire and the dominance of the Catholic Church are coming to an end. In its place, a German empire will rise that will dominate the politics of our world for centuries to come. This is not the end of our order, instead it is the dawn of a new golden era. Besides, I think you are underestimating how many of our brothers have been reading Ludolf's thesis in secret." A grin appeared on the Ebert's face as he heard this. After a while, he broke his silence on the matter and asked the next question on his mind. "So you will be going to Kufstein then?" The Grand Master nodded in response to this. After doing so, he approached Ebert and laid a hand upon his shoulder before whispering to him. Indeed, while I am away, I am going to need you to oversee the transition here in Marienburg. Hold the line and make sure the Catholics among our ranks don't do anything foolish that will jeopardize our annexation. After hearing his orders, the commander nodded his head before responding affirmatively. You can rest easy, the order will be in good hands. I will make sure that we have a peaceful and stable transition while you are away. After hearing this, Henrik smiled before finishing the rest of his wine. After doing so, he departed from the council chambers, leaving behind one final phrase to his commander Ebert, who would be in charge of the Teutonic Order while he was away. I have faith in your abilities, my friend, do not disappoint me. With this said, a letter was drafted and sent to Kufstein informing Berenger of the Teutonic Order's intentions. The Teutonic Order that had stood for centuries and was a symbol of German nationalism in Berengar's previous life was at the precipice. It was now up to the young king of Austria's whim as to whether or not they would survive. Chapter 376, Plans for the Future of France. Within the royal palace of Austria, Berenger sat upon his throne. Standing before him was none other than Ludeck von Dürnstein, his ambassador to France and the man tasked with the efforts of Austrian royal intelligence to interfere with the 100 Years' War. At the moment, Austria sought to supply the French crown with arms against their rivals publicly. This would further drag the de Valois dynasty's name into the mud. Associating with Berenger and his heretical kingdom had become a strict taboo ever since the crusade was declared. To the Catholic population of France, accepting arms from a heretic would never be acceptable, thus allowing Berengar's agents to foster dissent against the crown. Ludeck had returned from his journey to the Kingdom of France with the intent to inform Berenger of the progress he had made. As such, he knelt before his king with a solemn gaze as he announced the slow progress he was making. Your Majesty, King Gilles de Valois appeared to be hesitant to accept your gifts. He likely will not make use of such weapons unless he becomes desperate enough to do so. Berenger frowned when he heard this, where he then shifted his attention to Linda, who was sitting obediently in his lap with her head resting against his chest. He began to stroke her silky strawberry blonde hair as he pressed her for an answer. What is the progress that the Iberians are making in reverse engineering the captured arquebuses? Linda instantly gazed up at Berenger with her sky-blue eyes. While prodding his chest with her fingers, she began to whisper in his ears the secrets that her agents in Catholic Iberia had uncovered. It is slow but steady. They have been dedicating all their resources to reproducing it. They should soon have a functional prototype, though it will be crude and made of cast iron. It will be the basis for future developments in firearms technology. Berenger nodded his head with a smile on his face. After doing so, he asked her another question regarding his enemy's progress on reverse engineering his technology. What about the Catholic Church? The Italians seized some of my army's flintlock rifles. Is there any progress in that regard? Linda immediately shook her head as she heard this before responding to the question. It is too advanced. The spring steel required to create the action is beyond Italy or the papacy's ability to recreate. It will be decades before they make any form of progress on reverse engineering your rifled muskets. Berenger smiled even more fiercely as he heard this report and petted Lindy's head in response, which caused her to close her eyes in joy and enjoy the warmth of her husband as she clung to him. After hearing this report, Berenger made a decree. When the Iberians have begun to produce the arquebus in considerable numbers, I want you and your agents to supply the enemies of the French crown with similar designs. Pretend that you are agents of the Iberian kingdoms, giving aid to the English, Aquitaine, and Burgundian forces. When the enemies of France have begun to utilize firearms on the field of battle, King Gilles will beg me for assistance, and when he does, he will become a known collaborator with a heretic, causing the French people to mistrust his dynasty greatly. Ludeck bowed in response to Berengar's orders in the affirmative. It will be done, Your Majesty. After saying this, Berenger eyed the man with curiosity. There seemed to be a complicated expression on his face, as if he had something to say but was afraid it might offend him. As such, Berenger pressed the man for the truth. Is there something else you wish to tell me, Ludeck? Upon hearing this, Ludeck's bones practically jumped out of his skin. However, he managed to calm his nerves before responding to Berengar's line of questioning. It is nothing important, Your Majesty, it is just that the Crown Prince of France informed me to give you a message on his behalf. Berenger instinctively chuckled when he heard this. He could not get over the fact that the Joan of Arc of this timeline was a slutty trap who just so happened to be the Prince of France. As such, he was immediately curious about what that boy could have to say to him. Him listening. Ludeck instantly shifted his gaze to his surroundings to make sure that Princess Honoria was nowhere to be found. It was only after he had confirmed her absence that he dared to repeat the words that Aubrey had spoken to him. Prince Aubrey de Valois has requested that I tell you the following. In his exact words, he has said that if you ever grow tired of the foolish princess, he would be more than happy to entertain you. When Berenger and Linda heard these words, they were shocked, especially Berenger. He had never even met this prince, and yet the boy was already trying to seduce him. Just what crazy level of pervert was he? It took a few moments for Berenger to realize precisely what the French prince was trying to tell him. The more he came to a proper understanding, the more his expression began to shift from confused to disgust, ultimately resulting in a state that expressed the horror he felt deep inside. Linda immediately found his expression to be cute, and as such, she began to tease him with a vindictive smile on her face. Well, aren't you popular? Not only have you managed to charm a princess into your bed, but even a prince is lining up for a chance to satisfy you. The moment Berenger heard his wife tease him in such a manner, he felt like he was going to throw up. The very idea of sleeping with the French prince filled him with an overwhelming sense of revulsion. As such, it took him a moment to regain the dignity a monarch should have. After settling his stomach, Berenger gazed sternly upon his ambassador before questioning him further. Is that all? Having seen the complicated series of expressions on Berengar's face when he heard this news, Ludek decided it would be unwise to discuss the interest that Princess Sibylla had shown towards meeting him and nodded his head in silence. Seeing that there was nothing left to report, Berenger dismissed Ludek. It was only after the man had disappeared from his great hall that Berenger began to relax. After taking a moment to himself, Berenger flicked Linda on the nose before chastising her. That was not funny. You made my stomach churn with your naughty thoughts. Linda did not pout. Instead, she wore a sultry smile as she began to kiss him on the neck. In doing so, she whispered into his ear with a seductive voice. Allow me to make it up to you. However, Berenger was dreadfully busy and did not have the time to play with his wife. As such, he pressed the palm of his hand against his wife's face while slowly pushing her away. As he did so, he began to scold her once more. Linda, be a good girl. I have a lot of work to do and your enticement is getting in the way of that. I will satisfy you later in the evening. This remark instantly caused Linda to pout as she stood up from Berengar's lap and began to walk away. Eventually, she looked back at her husband and stuck out her tongue before getting back to work herself. As for Berenger, he sat upon this throne in contemplation. His plans for France would last decades and could not be rushed. He had only begun his preparations to fracture the unified kingdom. As for his other business, things were progressing slowly but steadily as he industrialized Austria. As for what the young king did next, he had to draft more plans for new technology critical to his growing infrastructure. His primitive factories were already introducing steam power and advanced machine tooling. However, the process was slower than he desired it to be. As such, he began to draft copies of his plans for steam engines and the advanced machinery currently being implemented throughout Kufstein's industrial sector. He intended to send these blueprints with armed convoys to the cities across Austria such as Innsbruck, Vienna, Graz, and Trieste that were primarily responsible for his current industrial output, where he would empower local nobles and wealthy merchants to invest in factories of their own that utilized such technology to rapidly produce the goods that his society had begun to rely upon. Austria was on the verge of becoming an industrial power, and despite its vast wealth, it was not good for long-term stability if all of the major industries were controlled by the government. By sending the blueprints to trusted noblemen and merchants, Berenger would create private enterprises resulting in competition between Austrian companies, thus fostering innovation in his market. It was about time that the people of Austria began using the education that Berenger had been giving them for something other than being cogs in the machine. Berenger hoped that by aiding in the development of private companies, he could gain some unrecognized talent capable of leading Austria into its future beneath his rule. Chapter 377, Establishing the Bohemian Royal Army. Berenger was sitting upon his leather recliner within the sanctity of his study. Within these walls, he was relatively free from all of the stresses of the outside world, even if he was surrounded by piles of paperwork that never seemed to end. As much as Berenger hated doing paperwork, it had become such a common routine throughout his tenure as a ruler that it was one of the few ways he could relax nowadays. As the days passed since his wedding to Linda, Honoria had grown rather impatient for her own ceremony that was on the horizon. Quite honestly, Berenger did not know what to make of it. The girl had begun to throw some childish tirades over the simplest things. The brief moment of sisterhood that existed between Berengar's harem was unraveling at the seams, and with it, his peaceful days were coming to an end. These girls were roughly a month pregnant, maybe less, and they were already driving him insane. At the moment, he was overlooking Eckhard's report on the current political situation within the Kingdom of Bohemia. After years of bloodshed at the hands of the Hussites, corruption at the hands of the previous monarch, and the ongoing misconduct of the Catholic Church, the Bohemian people were fed up with all factions present within the realm, and many, especially the ethnic Germans of the Sudetenland, had begun to embrace Berenger and his regime. As such, the Hussite radicals, moderates, and the remaining Catholic loyalists had all lost any form of support from the common people. These men and their factions had been neutered without the people backing them. Any form of resistance that sprang up following Berengar's seizure of the crown was quickly put down by Eckhard and the army of battle-hardened Austrian veterans who accompanied him. Under the provisional government established by Berenger in the wake of his ascension to the position of King of Bohemia, agricultural reforms had begun to be implemented across the realm. Though it would take many months, perhaps even years, to see the effects of such measures, undoubtedly, food would soon enough no longer be an issue for the average Bohemian. On top of this, tens of thousands of young German men from Austria poured into the realm, claiming Bohemian wives and beginning work on reconstructing the infrastructure of the war-torn kingdom. Things were starting to get back to normal. However, there was one serious issue that Berenger needed to address. He could not reasonably station his Austrian troops within the kingdom for an extending period of time without his rule being seen as a foreign occupation. After all, Bohemia had not been annexed by the Kingdom of Austria. Instead, it remained a part of the Holy Roman Empire for the time being. Interestingly enough, this meant that Berenger, as king of Bohemia, was now a prince-elector of the Holy Roman Empire, making him have a significant degree of influence over who the next Holy Roman Emperor would be, assuming the empire still existed by the time of Balsamo Corsini's death. With this in mind, Berenger needed to establish a local force capable of defending its borders but loyal to himself. Berenger began to draft a royal decree as king of Bohemia. Much like what had been done in Austria, Berenger would soon declare the right to levy troops by individual noblemen revoked. In its place, a national and professional army would form. Knights and noblemen were free to enlist, and upon graduating from the same officer training program that existed in Austria for the time being, they would be granted a commission. As for what arms this Bohemian royal army would be equipped with, Berenger had a solution to this problem. Warehouses were filled with muskets and 12-pound field guns that were beginning to be replaced in service by the newer needle rifles and breech-loading cannons. With each passing day, Berengar's stockpile of arms grew, and though he had sold some of these weapons to his allies, such as the Granadon Royal Guard and the Byzantine Balkan Army, there were still tens of thousands of muskets stockpiled and dozens of cannons. Most of his cannons had not even been replaced yet. With each passing week, more and more field guns were being replaced and added to the stockpile. As for the Schmidt guns, they were already retired from service within the Austrian Royal Army in its entirety. Berenger had a proper replacement in mind for these weapons, but with the rate of fire and practical range of his needle rifles, the Schmidt gun was now dreadfully obsolete. There was quite the stockpile of now obsolete weapons that Berenger could field among his Bohemian army. The guns and the armor issued to Austrian troops in the past were lying around, gathering dust. Until a point where Berenger could fully annex Bohemia as part of his growing realm, it would have to remain a separate entity with a different military under his command. After signing the documents formally establishing the Bohemian Royal Army, Berenger sat back within his seat and began to rest his weary eye. At this point, he noticed a knock on his door, and he immediately froze in his spot. The odds were that this was one of his women coming to complain about how the other two were treating her. Upon realizing this, Berenger regained his composure and immediately leapt beneath his desk, hoping desperately that he would not be found. Instead, much to his surprise, when the door crept open, the sound of light footsteps could be heard. Whoever these belonged to was far smaller than any of his women, and as such, a guess immediately filled his mind. Ultimately, his estimation was confirmed when he heard a soft voice appear within earshot. "King Berenger? Are you here?" Berenger immediately popped up from his desk, slamming his head underneath it as he did so. When he finally regained his stature, he rubbed his cranium and winced in pain. Standing before him was little Veronica, who gazed at him with her mismatched eyes, filled with suspicion. "King Berenger, why were you hiding under your desk?" Berenger immediately laughed off the assertion that he, the mighty king of Austria, could be hiding beneath his desk and grabbed a hold of his pen with a broad smile on his face. "I wasn't hiding, I merely dropped my pen and was retrieving it. Tell me, Veronica, why are you here in my study?" Veronica was intelligent enough to realize that Berenger was full of shit despite his reasonable defense. Nevertheless, she did not come here to accuse him of hiding like a coward. She came here to ask Berenger a question that was on her mind. As such, she walked over to Berenger and gazed at him with her tiny, blue, and green eyes and proceeded to inquire about the state of her home country. "If you don't mind me asking, how is Bohemia faring? I've seen so many incredible things during my brief tenure here within Austria that I am concerned for the well-being of my people." Berenger sighed as he once more sat down upon his leather-bound reclining chair. He poured himself a drink in his infamous skull chalice as he did so. He had long since delegated this cup explicitly for personal drinking within his study. After all, it was not exactly what one would call the most civilized piece of art. After taking a sip from the fortified wine, he placed the chalice upon his desk before revealing his thoughts on the matter. "It is recovering, but the wounds of war take time to heal. Bohemia is in a rough state after years of bloodshed, and now I have to rebuild it. It may take years, but I promise you, one day within your lifetime, when you finally return to the land of your birth, it will be far grander than you remember." Veronica smiled as she heard this. Maybe it was because of the wealth and happiness she had witnessed throughout the ordinary people of Austria, but the little girl had faith that Berenger would be able to live up to his claims. However, her next question came as a shock to Berenger. The girl had only been with him for a month max, and yet she seemed to be impatient. "So, have you decided who my future husband will be?" Berenger instantly choked on his wine as he heard this. To listen to a 10-year-old girl so blatantly speak about the prospect of marriage was something Berenger would never become accustomed to, no matter how long he lived within this medieval world. As such, he shook his head as he deflected the issue. "I'm sorry, Veronica, I've been much too busy to come to a proper conclusion on the matter. Besides, you're still young, you should enjoy your youth before thinking about such serious matters. It will probably be years before I find you a proper match, so enjoy your time here in Kufstein while you can." Veronica began to pout as she heard this. Truth be told, she was more worried about who Berenger might marry her off to than anything else regarding her personal life. The last thing she wanted was to be married to some old pervert. However, ultimately she nodded her head and ran up to Berenger, where she latched onto his side like a bit of lamprey, thanking him for the hospitality he had shown her thus far. "Thank you, King Berenger, you have been most kind, and I look forward to the years where I shall live under your roof." Berenger had a bitter smile on his face. This girl was far too formal. Nevertheless, he quickly detached himself from her grasp and responded appropriately before shooing her from his study. "You are most welcome, Princess Veronica, now. If you don't mind, I have some work to do, so please enjoy yourself. I'm sure Hans and Helga could use a proper playmate." In response to this, Veronica smiled and curtsied as she had been taught to do by Henrietta during her stay in Kufstein. After doing so, she left Berenger in his study, where he proceeded to fill his chalice once more. He sighed heavily as he partook of the fortified wine before expressing his thoughts aloud. "In 6 years, I wonder what the relationship between her and Hans will be. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly and I can marry her off to my son. After all, I wouldn't mind having a cute daughter-in-law like her." After saying this, Berenger quickly got back to work, for the kingdom would not run itself. Chapter 378. You reap what you sow, big brother. Out of all the empires in history, the Romans were one of Berengar's favorite. What they accomplished inspired numerous men to achieve a level of greatness similar to their own, yet few had ever succeeded in matching the glory of the Roman Empire. The Byzantines were technically the surviving eastern half of the Roman Empire after being split in two by Diocletian during the formation of his tetrarchy. In reality, by this point in history, the Byzantines were far more Greek than Roman. Despite this, they still referred to themselves as Romans and touted the ancient lineage of Rome as their own. Much of its nobility spoke Latin as a secondary language, which was the primary reason why Berenger was able to communicate with Honoria during their first meeting so effectively. In fact, by now, Berenger was fluent in 3 languages, German, Arabic, and Latin if one included the modern English from his past life, then 4, but that was a language only he could speak within this world. The difference between late medieval English and the language Berenger spoke was so vast that if he dared to converse in the modern tongue to any Englishman of the era, neither of the two would remotely understand each other. With this knowledge of the 3 languages, Berenger was able to communicate effectively with his allies. At the moment, Berenger was on board a clipper, not just any clipper. This was the Royal Clipper. Berenger had designed the ship based on some pictures he had seen on the internet of a cruise ship in his previous life. This clipper was different than any other ship currently employed by Berengar's maritime forces. Its hull was entirely made of steel. It had 5 masts and 42 sails in total, with a fully rigged sail plan. Though Berenger had wanted to retrofit it with a triple expansion steam engine as well 4 Scotch boilers, the reality of the situation was that he did not have the means to manufacture such large and powerful maritime equipment, at least for the time being. As such, this giant steel monster of a ship acted as the personal vessel of King Berenger von Kufstein. It had taken months at the shipyard in Pula to create this vessel and was being worked on during the entirety of Austria's war for independence until relatively recently. The ship had a length of 442 feet, which was 2 feet longer than the largest of the Ming treasure ships, officially making it the largest ship in the history of the world up until this point. While it was not armed, it was virtually impervious to any potential enemy attack because of its all-steel construction and the Marines stationed on board. To make sure it was not attacked, an escort of 5 frigates flanked the sides of the ship. The sight of such monstrous vessels, when compared with the ships of the time, was a testament to Austrian maritime supremacy. Berenger currently sat within the dining hall of the massive vessel. It was outfitted in the most luxurious furniture that his industry could devise. He sat next to his 2 wives, his fiancée, and his little sister as they shared drinks and dined upon the finest seafood. Berenger had been eating his favorite seafood dish from his previous life. Ironically, in this world, a German king introduced the modern Italian food known as Alfredo, and with it, he had his chefs mix crab into the dish, creating a delectable, creamy seafood noodle dish. It was so vastly different from any of the other cooking that the girls had tasted until this point that they initially had reservations about eating it. However, when they tasted the creamy noodle dish, they instantly fell in love with it. Especially Honoria, who already loved the taste of crab. She had a broad smile on her face as she ate the crab-filled Alfredo. A noodle ended up sticking to the side of her cheek. It was so tempting that Berenger could not hold himself back. Instead, he instantly dove in and licked the noodle from her cheek before devouring it. This inevitably caused Honoria to chastise him for his inherent greed. "Hey, that was mine." However, in the next moment, before Berenger could properly tease the girl, Linda had plunged her fork into Honoria's bowl and stole a huge chunk of the delicacy, further causing the young princess to pout. Because they were journeying to the Byzantine Empire for the young princess's marriage, the other 2 girls in Berengar's harem had begun to gang up on her and tease her in every possible way they could. Luckily for Berenger, this was the most cordial the girls had been in nearly a week. He was happy to see they were getting along once more. Honoria appeared to be in a better mood as the day of her wedding drew ever closer. Berenger swore that if he was stuck on the ship with the 3 girls and they were still bickering over the slightest details, then he would hurl himself into the sea and pray for the mercy of the ancient god Poseidon. Of course, this would inevitably result in him cursing Poseidon for his complete and utter lack of mercy as he drowned in the depths of the Mediterranean. Still, it was a better fate than being stuck on a ship with 3 moody pregnant women. Of course, Henrietta noticed the relatively gleeful expression Berenger had on his fate as his girls playfully fought over food. Obviously, she could not let this stand. After all, there was no way she could reasonably allow her brother to be happy with the small harem he had created. Considering Henrietta had entered her teenage years, she had been quite mischievous lately, using any chance she could to make Berengar's life a living hell, usually by instigating a fight between his 3 wives. As such, the young princess of Austria, who grew more beautiful by the day, put on an innocent expression as she looked at her brother with hopeful eyes while asking a question that was sure to stir the pot. Big brother? Berenger, who could never find fault with his darling little sister, remained completely unaware that she was responsible for a significant degree of the agony he had been suffering through over the past week as such. He quickly played into her hands as he asked the young teenage girl what was on her mind. Yes, Henrietta? Seeing how her brother had taken the bait, Henrietta quickly asked the question she knew would cause his girls to briefly unite against him. Who do you think is prettier? Me or your wives? Berenger did not even sense the questionable gazes upon him as he took a bite from his Alfredo before responding with the answer Henrietta knew he would say. You, of course. Everyone knows that my darling little sister is the prettiest girl in the world. The moment he said this, his 3 women stared at him in disbelief. They could hardly believe that he had just uttered such words in front of them. Henrietta, of course, put on a joyful smile as she clapped her hands, completely satisfied with the looks her brother was getting. After doing so, she walked over to Berengar's seat and hugged him tightly. Big brother is the best. After doing so, she returned to her seat, waiting for Berenger to notice the ferocious glares he was receiving from his 3 women. It took him a second to see, but when he did, he finally realized that Henrietta had set him up. Before he could chastise her for pulling the prank, Honoria stood up from her seat with a furious appearance. She began to curse out Berenger for his comments as she did so. If you find your sister to be so pretty, why don't you marry her instead? After saying this, she ran off. However, before Berenger could chase after her to settle this foolish dispute, Linda and Adela had latched on to his shoulders with an increasingly tight grip. Berenger could feel as if his bones were shattering beneath their grasp as they began to condemn him for his words. Master, I'd like to have a word with you. Darling, I know we may be somewhat related, but lusting after your sister is a grave sin. Obviously, Berenger was not attracted to his sister in such a way. He was merely entertaining Henrietta's whims like he usually did, and deep down, his women knew it. Still, to see him dismiss them without hesitation and side with the younger girl had greatly invoked their ire. As such, Berenger gazed at his little sister with a pleading gaze. In return for this, she merely smirked at him before drinking the contents from his wine glass. After doing so, she placed the chalice on the table before walking by. As she did so, she whispered something in his ear that the others did not catch. You reap what you sow, big brother. Thus Berenger spent the rest of his journey to Constantinople atoning for his sins. Chapter 379, A Lesson in Obedience. Berenger sat within the dining hall. His eyebrows were beginning to twitch, and there was a thoroughly exhausting expression plastered on his face for the past 30 minutes. He had been listening to Adela and Linda chew him out because he dared to say that Henrietta was prettiest of them all. He did not remember a single word that either of his 2 women had stated. Instead, he was quite upset over the fact that Henrietta was purposely making his love life a living hell. After dwelling upon such a matter for some time, he had finally come to a rather important conclusion about his behavior. With this in mind, he had completely lost his patience. He responded by kicking an empty chair over before standing up in a fit of fury. He gazed down upon his 2 women with a chilling gaze as they continued to criticize him. That's enough. The moment Berenger shouted at them in such a manner, the 2 women immediately silenced themselves and gazed at one another with trepidation in their eyes. Berenger had seldom spoken to them in such a manner before. As such, they were visibly frightened as the young man began to exclude his authority as king. It has become clear to me now that I have allowed all 4 of you far too much freedom. You 2 especially. Where do you derive the authority to speak to me in such a hostile manner? You both know damn well that I have no such intents towards my sister and merely appeased her whims. Yet here you stand chastising me with such fury as if I had cheated on you. It is absurd, and it stops now. Linda immediately began to protest Berengar's relatively accurate assessment. However, before she could even utter a second word, Berenger had raised his hand and lightly but firmly backhanded her across the cheek. By doing this, the young king had gotten his point entirely across as Lindy's conditioning immediately took over. The young beauty immediately knelt before him and lowered her head in silence as she took her husband's scolding passively and obediently. Do not talk back to me when I am scolding you. You will speak when you are spoken to. Berengar's glare immediately shifted over to Adela, who was so frightened by Berengar's change of character that she had collapsed to her knees. Seeing both women kneeling before him, Berenger lifted the chair he had kicked over and sat upon it with one leg bent over the other while resting his handsome face on his fist. After getting comfortable, Berenger immediately chastised the 2 women for their behavior. Now that I see you both have become obedient, allow me to educate you on the boundaries of our relationship. First and foremost, you do not get to dictate what I do, what I say, or who I decide to talk to. If I want to drag a 4th girl into this relationship, I will damn well do so. Your jealousy is unflattering to say the least. As for my second point of contention, where did you get the idea that you have the right to inflict violence upon me? Digging your nails into my shoulder? TSK, you are undoubtedly lucky only one of you just got slapped. If any of you girls ever lay your hand on me again, or each other for that matter, I will not be afraid to respond in kind. As Berenger spoke, Linda gazed at him with a sense of arousal. It had been far too long since he had last been this violent and forceful with her. As such, she gazed at him from her kneeling position with lust in her eyes, which did not go unnoticed by the young king. On the other hand, Adela had never been treated in such a manner before, and for whatever reason she had gotten the idea that she could walk all over Berenger. It was only now, after witnessing the wrath of her husband firsthand, that she understood the fear that his name invoked in the hearts of his enemies. The young woman was paralyzed in terror as she gazed upon the oppressive appearance of the man she knew and loved. Until now, she had never truly believed the rumors of Berengar's cruelty. After all, he had never treated her in such a manner, nor had she witnessed him behave so cruelly to anyone else. Yet now, she had become dreadfully aware that the rumors of how Berenger behaved when he was provoked were very real. She realized now that she had thoroughly stepped on the beast's tail and awoken the monster from his slumber. While Adela may be terrified, she was also profoundly entranced by the tyrannical aura that Berenger was exuding and in no way hated him for it. Upon seeing the two women had become exceptionally submissive, Berenger decided to reward them for their behavior. As such, he leaned over from his position and placed a palm on the cheek of each of the girls while giving them a stern but loving gaze. The moment the warmth of his firm hands touched the girls' cheeks, they instantly began to nuzzle up to it as they closed their eyes and accepted his control over the situation. It was as if the petty squabbles they had until now had disappeared entirely from the depths of their hearts. Berenger let out a sigh of relief now that the girls were behaving themselves before speaking up. "Go fetch the others, I want to have a word with them as well. They'll give you 30 minutes to drag their ass back here. If you do not show up by then, I will severely punish the both of you." Immediately, the girls raised from the position and set off to find Honoria and Henrietta, both of which were in the confines of their rooms. Berenger had long since summoned the servers over to fill a glass of wine for him. By the time they arrived, he was already finished with two of them and they only had a minute to spare. Honoria had a pouting expression on her face. She was still somewhat upset from Berengar's comment. As for Henrietta, the moment she stood before Berenger, she could tell that he was not his usual kind persona. Instead, his tyrannical alter ego had taken over, which was something she deeply feared. As such, the girl instantly dropped to her knees and began to plead with Berenger, which greatly shocked Honoria as she had not expected such a thing to occur. "I'm sorry, big brother, I shouldn't have played such a trick. It was wrong of me, please don't punish me." Berenger was rather amused with Henrietta's performance as he had never once disciplined her for her actions. He realized now that was a mistake, and as such, a cruel smile appeared on his face as he asked the girl a question that had been bothering him for some time. "My dear Henrietta, I must have been blind not to notice it, but these past few weeks since I have gotten married, you are the one at fault for causing these three bitches to bicker, are you not?" The moment Berenger used such a word to refer to his women, Honoria began to scowl, and right as she was about to protest being called such a foul term, her mouth was covered by Linda, who whispered in her ear, "Sure. Master is speaking." Henrietta broke out into tears. The dread within her had wholly overwhelmed her senses as she nodded to Berenger. She had no idea what he had planned for her, but she knew how he treated people who invoked his ire. As such, she immediately confessed to her sins by nodding her head while sobbing. Berenger immediately reached out his hand to the girl with a smile on his face, which caught her by surprise. She foolishly believed he had so easily forgiven her and grasped a hold of his hand. Unfortunately for her, she was immediately latched onto by Berengar's grip and pulled into his lap, where he laid her down bottom up. Linda immediately knew what Berenger was about to do to the girl and began pout. She was pretty upset that she was not receiving the same treatment. The very next sound was a loud slap and the painful cries of Henrietta as Berenger spanked the girl for her punishment in front of his three wives. Honoria looked in shock at the wicked grin on Berengar's face as he swatted Henrietta's bottom repeatedly until he had concluded a total of 10 spankings. After doing so, he pushed the girl off his lap, who was filled with tears, and admonished her for her actions. "Go to your room and reflect on your actions. You would be wise to remember this unless you want it to happen again." Henrietta immediately ran out of the room, holding on to her visibly red bottom. She could not believe she had been tortured in such a manner. After she was gone, Berenger gazed at his three wives before calling out to Linda, who looked dreadfully aroused. "Linda, you're next." Linda immediately walked over and presented her bare bottom for Berenger to spank. Unlike Henrietta, who Berenger had spanked over her dress, Linda wanted skin-to-skin contact. After pulling down her panties and laying on Berengar's lap with her dress folded up, Linda had an amorous smile on her face as she said the words, "Yes, master." Berenger was not even the slightest bit perplexed, as he had personally ingrained such masochistic nature into Lindy's mind. As such, he sighed heavily as he thought how this was more of a reward than punishment. Nevertheless, he gave her the same 10 spankings he had given Henrietta. Throughout the entire time, Linda had a pleased expression on her face and moaned in pleasure as Berenger swatted her behind. After it was over, she raised from his lap and walked over next to Honoria, holding the girl in place while teasing her. "I believe it's your turn." Honoria began to panic, but Linda had pushed her forward and into Berengar's grasp. The next few minutes would be filled with the screams of both Honoria and Adela. He would follow the same treatment that Berenger had inflicted on the other two girls. After it was over and all of his wives' bottoms were as red as an apple, Berenger once more began to chastise the trio. Now, in the future, I don't want any more nonsense out of you girls. If you act out in the future, prepare to be treated even more harshly. After saying this, Berenger raised from his seat and finished his glass of wine, where he gave one final order before departing. Adela, Linda, be a doll and inform Princess Honoria of the terms we have agreed to. After saying this, Berenger left the room and returned to his bedroom. Though he had no idea how this night would change the dynamic between him and his harem, he was sure it would be for the better. After all, he had become far too lax with how he had treated them. It was time for his wives to understand their place in this world, which was beneath him. Chapter 380, Arriving in Constantinople. Days had passed and the royal clipper had arrived within the boundaries of the city of Constantinople. The moment such a massive vessel came within the city's vicinity, it had caused a great commotion. Until now, nobody had ever seen such an enormous ship before. It was frankly defying what the people of the Byzantine Empire knew about shipbuilding. Naturally, only one person within the Mediterranean could build such a massive vessel. With this in mind, Emperor Vitranes and his family personally traveled to the docks to meet Berenger and his host. However, the ports in Constantinople were not large enough to accommodate such a large ship. As such, Berenger and his host used several of the rowboats on board to reach the docks while the clipper was anchored further out at sea. Berenger was first to step on the docks, and as he did so, Emperor Vitranes went up and shook his hand with an excited expression on his face. King Berenger, it is a pleasure to have you within my city. I hope your journey went without difficulties? Immediately after saying this, Honoria appeared and stood next to Berenger. After that fateful night where Berenger had disciplined her and the others, she was now far more submissive to her man, standing quietly by his side and latching onto his hand with a smile on her face. Berenger smiled in return when she approached and immediately answered her father's words. There were some minor difficulties, but nothing I couldn't handle, right, Honoria? Honoria immediately flinched when hearing this. The pain she had felt in her buttocks after Berenger had so viciously spanked her still resounded within her mind every time she thought about the incident. As such, she quickly and obediently nodded her head in response to Berengar's question. As Berenger has said, it was nothing we couldn't handle. Vitranes smiled as he heard this while waiting for the rest of Berengar's hosts to depart from their rowboats. After all had gathered, they began to reacquaint themselves with Honoria's family. Interestingly enough, there was one man present Berenger did not recognize. By process of elimination, he quickly surmised that this man, who was roughly his age, was none other than the second Prince Decentius. Decentius glared at his sister with overwhelming hatred. If not for this girl and her actions, he would not have been forced into the corner that had caused his treasonous actions. While Honoria was hiding in Austria, getting railed by this barbarian king, he had butchered his godfather and mentor in pursuit of power. However, worst of all was the idea that his bloodline was being soiled by the descendant of barbarians who had destroyed the western half of the ancient empire centuries ago. It was because of this that he was far from courteous when he was given a chance to speak to Berenger face to face. So you are the barbarian who is fucking my bitch of a sister. Congrats, I hope she at least has tight pussy, because that is about the only thing that can make up for the trouble she will inevitably cause you. Berenger was astonished that a member of the imperial dynasty would speak in such an offensive manner to a foreign dignitary. He was not the only one who was enraged by Decentius' actions. The boy's father immediately raised his hand and struck the prince across the face, causing his lip to bleed as he began to chastise him. How do you speak of your sister that way? You call King Berenger a barbarian and yet speak in such a foul manner while greeting a foreign dignitary? You have spent too much time around common foot soldiers, so much so that you have forgotten your etiquette as a prince of the empire. Decentius gazed at his father with fury. He could not fathom that the emperor would strike his son in front of a barbarian king from the west. In his eyes, it was simply disgraceful for Romans to lower their heads to the savage Germans. Apparently, Decentius had not received the memo that the kingdom of Austria was now every bit the Byzantine Empire's equal, if not superior. Either that or he was too proud to admit it. Berenger instead had a calm expression on his face. He immediately began to respond to Decentius' uncouth statement with the dignity of a monarch. I am a barbarian, am I? Well, maybe you should treat this barbarian with some respect. After all, it is my kingdom that manufactures the weapons you have used to achieve your victory in North Africa. While Berenger knew the truth about what had transpired in Cairo, he decided it would be wise not to reveal his hand and thus provoke Decentius into doing something stupid. At the same time, they stayed within the confines of the imperial palace. After all, Berenger did not want to spend his wedding looking over his shoulder for a potential assassination attempt. Decentius' expression turned ugly when he heard this retort. He had never expected Berenger to respond in such a manner. Based upon his prejudices about the German people, he assumed Berenger would immediately slug him for his vulgarity. Honoria, on the other hand, was not the slightest bit enraged by Decentius' behavior throughout her entire life. She was never close with her siblings and was aware that her second brother had long since despised her. The fact that she ran away clearly did not help matters. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming tense, Vitranes immediately began to shift the conversation to the task at hand. Well then, King Berenger, if you and your host are ready, we will be departing for the palace now. Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled and nodded before he led his family and his royal guards towards the castle. Though the guards appeared unarmed, they each wielded a 1422 snub-nose agency revolver in their pockets, as well as several dozen rounds of ammunition. They also were equipped with a boot knife. Though the weapons were still in the middle of testing as prototypes, Berenger was well aware of their capabilities and thoroughly trusted that Ludwig's manufacturing capabilities. As such, he had ordered a few of them built prior to this occasion. With this, his guards would have everything they needed to protect him and his family. Eventually, the Austrian host reached the palace, where they were led to their rooms. Adela, Linda, and Henrietta received their own personal rooms, which were each protected by a unit of the Austrian royal guard. At the same time, Berenger would be spending his time in Constantinople within Honoria's old bedchambers. The moment he and the princess entered her old quarters, she threw herself onto the bed while her pet eagle Heraclius flew over and perched upon his old post. There was a look of joy on the duo's faces as they reminisced about the past. Eventually, Honoria's joyous smile turned into a bitter one as she turned around and gazed upon her room. After a while, she finally broke her silence and revealed the thoughts on her mind. Everything is exactly the same as I left it. Berenger instinctively sat down next to the young princess and began to comfort her. Though he knew a bit about her past, she rarely spoke about it, and as such, he was now fully aware of everything she had to endure. Though he was not the greatest at comforting people when they were feeling down, he tried his best. I'm here if you want to talk about it. On the other hand, Honoria merely nodded in silence as she rested her head on Berengar's chest. They liked that for some time until a wicked smile appeared on Berengar's face. He decided to tease the girl about her punishment from a few nights prior. How are your buttocks feeling? Honoria immediately blushed and looked away from Berengar's one good eye. She was embarrassed every time she thought about what happened that night. Especially the look of pleasure on Lindy's face when it was her turn. She could not understand how the girl's brain worked, considering that there was nothing pleasurable about the experience in her own mind. Berenger immediately began to chuckle as he forced her to look in his eye. After he did so, his gaze turned solemn as he expressed the thoughts on his mind. You know, I only did that because I care, right? You girls were out of control, and if I let it continue that way, someone was bound to get hurt. You should remember to behave yourself in the future and not allow your jealousy to take over. Honoria silently nodded as she heard Berenger speak. She was not mad at him in the slightest. In fact, she was happy that he had taken control of the situation. After her punishment, she had a long time to think about her actions over the past month and realized that her jealousy and that of the others were reaching a breaking point. It was like Berenger had said, if he allowed his women to behave in such a manner for much longer, one of them was bound to hurt the others, or even worse, they might harm the man they loved out of sheer jealousy. Upon seeing that Honoria had a glimpse of understanding in her eyes, Berenger gently kissed her on the lips for a few moments. After breaking apart, he said the words contained deep within his heart. I love you. Upon hearing this, Honoria threw away her reservations and pounced on top of Berenger, where she began to kiss him passionately. Between her breaths, she managed to mutter the words, I love you too. What followed afterward only Berenger, Honoria, and Heraclius would know. Chapter 381, Reflecting on the Past. The day after Berenger arrived in Constantinople, he arose bright and early. He immediately noticed Honoria was not lying next to his side, which made him curious. As such, he spent some time getting ready for his day. Luckily for him, the Byzantines had a large bathhouse within their palace similar in size and grandeur to his own. After spending some time cleaning the sweat and grime from his body that had accumulated during his journey across the Mediterranean Sea, Berenger decided to take a walk through the palace gardens. After all, the Byzantines, much like their Roman ancestors, were quite well known for their unique garden culture. While walking through the immaculate gardens of the Byzantine imperial palace, Berenger noticed a peculiar sight. Honoria was dressed in a Byzantine-style gown that matched her Tyrian purple hair as she sat upon the side of the large fountain with Heraclius perched upon her forearm. The beautiful princess had a broad smile on her face as she gazed upon the gardens that she had grown up within and reminisced of the past. Upon noticing her lover enter the area, she beckoned him to sit with her, which Berenger was more than happy to do. After sitting down next to Honoria on the edge of the magnificent fountain, Berenger began to comment on Honoria's cheery state. You seem to be in a rather good mood, and here I thought you would lament the idea of returning to the home you once described as a cage. Honoria's warm smile immediately turned into a bitter one. It was amazing what nostalgia could do to someone's memories. The moment the young princess heard this, she immediately began to reflect on the truth of the matter. However, in the end, her bitter smile reformed into a gentle and pretty one as she began to reflect upon everything that had happened since she ran away. Though I was a prisoner trapped within the palace, I never saw any hardship during my youth. One could say my life was ideal aside from the fact that I was to be married off to a gay prince from a faraway kingdom. Berenger instantly felt chills go down his spine as he heard this. That same prince had already expressed his intent to seduce him. However, after thinking about it for a few moments, Berenger got a brilliant idea and decided to tease Honoria a bit. Prince Aubrey, was it? Did you know that he of all people sent me a flirtatious message? Honoria's smile instantly vanished when she heard this and was replaced with a look of fury. She could not believe that the little slut not only tried to trap her brother but was now attempting to seduce her fiancé. As such, she curled her tiny fists as she cursed the boy out. That fucking harlot, I swear to God if I ever see him again, he'll put a bullet in his brain. Please tell me you're not interested in such a thing? Berenger chuckled as he saw the enraged state Honoria had entered and proceeded to wrap his arm around her before expressing his thoughts on the matter. No matter how pretty Prince Aubrey may be, he is still a guy, and I have no interest in anything other than women. You can relax. I was frankly disgusted when I heard his message. Upon hearing this, Honoria sighed heavily in relief. She could not imagine Berenger falling into the hands of another man. The very idea made her skin crawl. As such, she leaned in close, which caused Heraclius to launch off of her forearm and fly into the sky above the couple, where he began to circle the ancient city in search of prey. After a while, Berenger gazed around at the palace gardens and expressed his opinion on them to the young princess he was soon to marry. I'm impressed. These gardens are magnificent. I think I will have to have a word with my gardener. Clearly, I need to do some redesigning of my own. Honoria instantly began to giggle when she heard her lover say this. After visiting her childhood home, Berengar's takeaway was to compete with the Byzantine imperial family in gardening. Berenger had no idea why she was laughing and immediately began to question what had caused such a state. What is so funny? Honoria calmed herself down upon hearing this before beginning to speak her thoughts on the matter. Nothing, I just love that about you. If you see someone who has something better than what you possess, your first instinct isn't to steal or destroy it but to compete with them by making something of your own that is far grander. It is this very attitude that makes me believe one day soon Austria will be a kingdom that stands above all others. Berenger was struck with awe as he heard this comment. Until now, he had never believed that he had such qualities. But it was true. If he envied someone else for what they possessed, his immediate desire was to create something more significant. It took a remarkable man to look at magnificence and desire to create something even grander. Most men would have the desire to steal or destroy what they did not possess. After hearing that Honoria had such a high opinion of him, Berenger was curious. He had never really thought about what made his girls love him. Instead, he just accepted it. As such, he instantly began to inquire further about Honoria's opinion of him. Really? What else do you love about me? Honoria put a warm smile on her face as she began to list the qualities she found attractive in Berenger. For starters, you are strong and ambitious. You do what you want, and to hell with the consequences, for you have faith in your power that you may be able to overcome any obstacle you may face. Such confidence is a rarity among men. Berenger smiled when he heard this. He became increasingly interested in Honoria's views of him and thus goaded her on. What else? Honoria immediately placed a finger on her chin as she began to reflect on the question, which Berenger found to be adorable. After a moment of thinking, she smiled once more as she bridged the distance between her and Berenger while resting her head upon his shoulder. You are kind to those who you love and are responsible for. The amount of time and money you spend on making sure your family and your people are happy and well off is something I have never seen before. Berenger immediately cracked a joke about such an essential part of his character. I hope I'm not too kind, or else my enemies will walk all over us. Honoria immediately began to pout as she heard Berengar's remark. She knew he was aware of precisely what she meant, but seeing as the man was purposely being obstinate, she began to address the next point of his character that she loved. I said you were kind to your loved ones and the people under your protection. If you were kind to everyone, I would think you were a fool and wouldn't even bother to be with you. It is the cruelty you show to your enemies that I have immense respect for. You have shown time and again that the lives of your people come first. The way you conduct warfare is brutal and vicious, but it achieves a swift victory so that your soldiers and their families suffer to the slightest degree possible. You genuinely care for the lives of the men beneath your command and do whatever you can to minimize their losses while providing appropriate benefits to them and their families after they have been wounded or killed in battle. After saying this, a warm and gentle smile appeared on Honoria's face as she stared into Berengar's deep sapphire eyes before adding one final comment to her rant. I could spend all day talking about the qualities that make you great, but I think what I have said is more than enough to describe why I and the others love you so much. It is not just as your people admire you, even if your enemies despise you, never forget that. Berenger was shocked when he heard such a long-winded speech about his good qualities. Though he generally did not think or even care about what people thought about him, on more than one occasion his curiosity had gotten the better of him, forcing him to ask for clarification on why his women loved him, and they repeatedly responded with similar answers. Was this truly how people viewed his character? He had to admit that he had never imagined himself as the person Honoria and the others described him to be. Generally, he thought of himself as a selfish and vicious bastard who did whatever was necessary to achieve his goals. Most of what he had achieved in this life, if not everything, was due to his own selfish desires. But that begged the question, is it the intent behind his actions that mattered, or was it the result? Berenger reflected deeply upon this question as he continued to chat with Honoria in the gardens of the Byzantine imperial palace. It would be a matter of days before their wedding took place, and Berenger intended to spend as much time as possible with his young bride before it took place. Chapter 382, Retaking Córdoba. Gunshots and cannon fire echoed in the air as the Granadon royal army pounded the walls of Córdoba. For the first time in centuries, the Moorish armies of Iberia had begun an attempt to reclaim the crown jewel of Al-Andalus. Sultan Hassan al-Fadl, General Ziad ibn Yaiz of the Granadon royal army, and General Arnulf von Thiercy of the Austrian royal army were standing at the army's rear. Through a desperate attempt to divert the attention of the Iberian Union's armies from the homeland, Hassan had decided to lay siege to the city of Córdoba. Surprisingly, the Hail Mary attempt to sneak an army through Andalusia and into the vicinity of Córdoba went as planned. While most of his army was equipped with the inferior arquebus matchlock firearms and primitive falconet cannons, the Emirates shock troops, known as the Granadon Royal Guard, were issued surplus weapons from the Royal Austrian Army. The rifled muskets and 14, 17, 12-pound field guns were being employed in a limited capacity. Despite the small numbers of such weapons, they proved to be exceptional in the field. As Arnulf gazed through his binoculars at the ongoing siege, he noticed the massive amount of damage being dealt to the walls by the combined explosive shells of the 12-pounders and the 1-pound solid shot used by the falconet cannons. Upon seeing the progress being made, Arnulf began to smile as he addressed the Sultan and his top general with a proud smile on his face. "What did I tell you? These new weapons are vastly superior to what your forces currently are equipped with. Within a matter of hours, these walls will falter and the city will be returned to Moorish hands at last." Hassan had a pleasant grin on his face. He had followed his sister's advice and returned to the battlefield to increase morale. As for whether or not he would lead from the front lines, that was not something a man of his caliber was willing to risk. Nevertheless, with the Sultan among their ranks, the Granadon forces had a boosted sense of morale as they recklessly charged past the Iberian missile fire and pelted the defenders with arquebus balls. After gazing upon the battlefield for some time, Hassan began to speak to Arnulf as if he were an old friend. "My friend, you must tell your master that I appreciate the continued support, though I fear it is not enough. Though we may be able to retake Córdoba after all of these years, I fear we will not be able to hold on to it. At least not until reinforcements from Austria arrive." While the generals were conversing in the rear, the Granadon Royal Guard stood back roughly 300 yards away from the ramparts and opened fire upon the defenders standing behind the merlins for protection. The moment the Catholic Iberians raised their heads, a lead mini-ball projectile would make its way into their skull, splattering blood and gray matter across their vicinity. The Catholic soldiers were terrified of the power and distance that such weapons could achieve. To penetrate through their iron helmets at 300 yards was a feat the arquebus could not possibly achieve. As such, they were incredibly fearful of the new weapons that the Granadans were fielding and quickly began to cower behind the ramparts, too afraid to stick their heads out from behind cover. Much like Arnulf had predicted, after several hours of bombardment, the walls finally crumbled, and the moment they fell, a grand melee began to break out between the Granadon pikemen and the Iberian defenders. The flag of Castile flew above the city of Córdoba as the Catholic warriors began to defend their town with all their might. Though the pike was not the most effective weapon for sieges, its length was quickly able to pass through the breach and cause damage to the city's defenders at a relatively safe distance. However, undoubtedly, the Granadon Royal Guard would lead the charge with their flintlock rifled muskets and bayonets when it came to urban warfare. Both sides struggled to gain ground at the destroyed section of the city's once mighty walls for the time being. Hassan borrowed Arnulf's binoculars and gazed at the sight of the battlefield with joy in his eyes. He could not believe that they had brought down the wall so quickly. It had only taken them a few days to achieve this magnificent feat. As such, he had faith in Allah that his forces would prevail on this day. With this in mind, he began to thank Arnulf once more for the weapons and tactics he and King Berenger had provided his forces with. "I must say, what we have achieved here this day could not easily be accomplished without the support of our good friends in Austria. After this war is over, I will be sure to throw a grand feast for you and all the soldiers who have helped us achieve victory." Arnulf had a severe expression as he heard this in his eyes. Hassan was not what he would refer to as a man capable of thinking long-term. This entire siege was a mistake from the Austrian general's perspective. Moving their primary force out of a defensive position to draw the attention of the Central Iberian Army was a poor decision. He decided to provide some advice to the Sultan of Granada. He did this by addressing his concerns over the current state of affairs with a friendly tone. "Though this is indeed a great victory, until reinforcements arrive from Austria, we will not be able to hold the city. We have been defending our borders for some time, but our enemies' numbers grow each day while our forces dwindle. If we stay here, we will be cut off from supplies and reinforcements, forced to defend the city until our last dying breath. I suggest after taking the town and annihilating the enemy, we abandon Córdoba and begin a guerrilla campaign until the Austrian expeditionary force arrives." General Ziad ibn Yais nodded his head in agreement with Arnulf's words and quickly spoke up in his defense. "I agree with General Arnulf. We simply cannot defend our borders as our enemies continue to outnumber us. Nor can we hold the city of Córdoba. We must massacre the enemy forces here and make a swift retreat. I will take most of the army and hold the line within our borders. Arnulf should follow his plan and lead the Granadon Royal Guard on a guerrilla campaign to slow down the enemy's advance. After all, the Royal Guard is well trained in riding and is equipped with the best weapons. It would make the most sense to use them for this operation." After hearing his general approve of Arnulf's plan, Hassan smiled and nodded his head in agreement. If this were a proposal that both men agreed upon, then he would heed their advice. As such, he clasped both men on the shoulders as he gave his consent to carry out such an operation. "Very well, I shall leave this war in your capable hands. When this battle is over, I will return to Granada. I look forward to seeing the results of your campaign." As the Sultan said these words, the banners of Granada were raised above the city walls and the blood-curdling screams of battle came to an end in its place. Loud cheers echoed in the distance, signaling the Moorish victory. For the first time in centuries, Córdoba, the jewel of Al-Andalus, was returned to the hands of its Moorish masters. Though the celebration would be brief as Hassan and the other officers in his attaché descended into the city and witnessed the bloodshed that had occurred, corpses of both sides littered the city's streets. Blood formed a small river as it flowed throughout the city. Eventually, Hassan took an advantageous position within the city and began to speak to his troops about their victory and the plans settled only a few moments prior. Men, we have retaken the jewel of our people. However, we do not have the means to hold it, so we must abandon it. We will bury our dead and return to our borders to defend the heartland of Granada against those who would seek to destroy us. While this is going on, the Grand and Royal Guard shall be led by our allies from Austria who will undergo a campaign to slow down our enemies' advance and weaken their resolve. Glory to Granada! Glory to Al-Andalus! As Hassan said these words, the crowd of battle-hardened soldiers dressed in mirror-pattern armor began to chant back his final words. In doing so, securing their victory. After finishing their gathering, the Granadan soldiers executed all of the Iberian soldiers who had surrendered before burying their own fallen warriors. After these actions were completed, they ransacked the city for its supplies and headed off in the opposite direction back to their homeland. After making it to the halfway marker, the Granadan Royal Guard followed Arnulf and his attaché on a separate path. Henceforth, until a time when the Austrian expeditionary force could arrive, he and his small army of elite soldiers would harass the Iberian Union worse than a colony of fleas living on a dog's back. Chapter 383, The Byzantine Royal Wedding. While the war for Granada entered a new stage, Berenger and his host were within Constantinople. Finally, the day had come for his wedding to Princess Honoria. As such, Berenger sat on horseback within the courtyard of the imperial palace where he and Honoria would ride through the streets with a convoy until they reached the Hagia Sophia. A medieval wedding ceremony was different from the modern ones Berenger had implemented within his kingdom. As such, he waited patiently until Honoria arrived. After a few minutes had passed, the princess descended from the staircase with her bridesmaids and family in tow. She was dressed in an elaborate silk dress in Tyrian purple with gold embellishment. The jewelry that crested her dress was in mint green gemstones which matched her eyes perfectly. For this special occasion, Honoria had washed the dye from her hair and was currently back to her natural brunette state. Though Berenger generally preferred blondes and redheads to brunettes, he made an exception for Honoria as she looked divine in her natural state. As such, he sat upon horseback with a proud stare where he immediately began to compliment his bride as he gazed upon her exceptional figure. Honoria, my dear, your beauty is matched only by that of the ancient goddess Venus. In response to this, Honoria began to blush as she tried to hide her excited smile, despite complimenting her in a way only a pagan would. She was happy to hear her groom was enticed by her appearance. Following this, Berenger reached out his hand and pulled the princess up onto his horse behind him, where she latched her arms around his waist and nestled her head into his back. The couple began to stride forth throughout the city streets as the common people of Byzantium gathered on the sides, tossing flower petals into the air to celebrate the marriage of their princess. As the convoy continued to press through the streets, Berenger smiled and waved alongside Honoria to the gathered masses, further imprinting an honorable impression on the people who had gathered. If they knew that their precious princess was no longer a virgin and the debauchery that she had gotten up to with her fiancé, they would probably be cursing her at this moment. Of course, they had no way of knowing such a thing as such. They shouted their cheers and celebrations for the monumental occasion. Before long, Berenger and Honoria ended up in front of the Hagia Sophia where they dismounted from their horses. Emperor Vitranes led Honoria to its gates, whereas Eckhard followed by Berengar's side as he strode forth with authority and dignity. After approaching the gates of the Grand Cathedral, the Patriarch of Constantinople was there to greet the young couple and lead the procession. As such, he began by speaking in Latin as he blessed the rings provided for the ceremony. After reciting the blessings and a few Bible passages, the Patriarch held the rings in his hands while pressing Berenger and Honoria's heads against each other 3 times. After he had finished this aspect of the tradition, he began to place the rings on the bride and groom's right hands before swapping them a total of 3 times. This tradition supposedly signified that one's weakness would be compensated by the strengths of the other. After blessing the rings, the Patriarch led Berenger, Honoria, and the guests inside the Hagia Sophia. As Berenger gazed upon the magnificent cathedral in its original state, he could not help but gasp at the beauty of it. Though he had created his own grand cathedral to rival any in the world, the sight of such a majestic and historically significant part of Christendom was indeed an inspiration to behold. Eventually, Berenger and Honoria were led to the altar where 2 candles were lit and handed to the young couple. As such, the bride and groom grasped a hold of the candles with their left hand. As they stood there holding their candles with their left hands, the Patriarch joined their right hands together in unison, where the young couple would continue to hold hands until the wedding was over. Seeing that the couple had done as instructed, Eckhard brought forth 2 crowns made of reeds. These reeds were joined together by a white ribbon, where they were placed upon Berenger and Honoria's heads by the Patriarch himself. After doing this, he began to swap the crowns thrice, much like he had done the rings a few moments prior. Having done this, the patriarch began to quote scripture once more, though Berenger did not pay attention to any of it. Instead, he fondly gazed upon his beautiful bride with a smile on his lips as the ceremony continued. Eventually, after finishing his long-winded sermon, the priest brought forth a single cup filled with grape juice. Because the patriarch was made aware of Anuria's condition, he secretly swapped the traditional wine with a non-alcoholic beverage. He then proceeded to feed it to Berenger first and immediately after to Anuria, where they each took 3 sips from the chalice. After drinking from the cup, the patriarch led Berenger and Anuria around the altar 3 times, on which a Bible and cross rested upon. After completing this, the patriarch first addressed Berenger with a parting blessing. Be thou magnified, O bridegroom, as Abraham, and blessed as Isaac, and multiply as Jacob. Walk in peace and work in righteousness as the commandments of God. Berenger nodded when he turned this, and after doing so, the patriarch shifted his attention to Anuria, where he spoke a different blessing. And thou, O bride, be thou magnified as Sarah, glad as Rebekah, and multiply like unto Rachel, rejoicing in thine own husband, fulfilling the conditions of the law, for so it is well-pleasing unto God. After saying all of this, a smile broke out on the patriarch's face where he said the ancient Greek words, Nazasit. Upon saying this, the ceremony was over, and Berenger had officially married his 3rd bride, the beautiful princess of the Byzantine Empire. Having completed this portion of the wedding, Berenger and Anuria walked out to the greetings of each guest before circling back to the palace where the reception was to be held. Having returned to the Byzantine imperial palace, Berenger and Anuria sat at the table where the feast was held. While enjoying his time with Anuria, he gazed over towards his other 2 wives who had less than excited expressions. Adela was pouting and Linda was staring daggers at Anuria. He could not understand the way these women thought. They fought during the day as if they were mortal rivals, but at night they were so quick to gather together to please him. One thing was certain within Berengar's mind: no matter how displeased they were with the wedding, neither of them would act up. There were 2 reasons for this conclusion, the first being that they were shown the same degree of respect at their weddings by Anuria. The second was that Berenger would severely discipline them if they so much as began to make a scene. As such, the evening was relatively uneventful in the form of unnecessary drama. Berenger drank from his wine glass as he gazed over at his new father-in-law. He had many things to discuss with the Byzantine emperor about the future of their 2 realms. As such, he put on a cheery expression as he addressed Vetranes. Emperor Vetranes, I would like to have a word with you. Upon hearing this, Vetranes, who was already 2.5 bottles deep into his wine, shook his head with a smile on his face as he tried to correct Berenger. Please, now that you have married my daughter, you are my son by law, call me father. Berenger glanced over at his own father, who was present at the ceremony, to see if that was even remotely acceptable. Oddly enough, Sieghard had a massive grin on his face. Never in his life did he believe his firstborn son would accomplish so much and in the end marry the princess of the greatest power within the Mediterranean. While Sieghard was happy, Gisela was giving Berenger the same glare she had given him when he married Linda. Though she was wearing a pretty smile, there was nothing but malice contained behind it. She could not believe that her son was such a hedonistic playboy. Berenger ignored his mother's vicious stare and instead focused upon his father's expression. Upon seeing that his father was okay with Emperor Vetranes' suggestion, Berenger sighed before addressing his father-in-law in such a manner. Father, I was going to discuss something important with you, but it would appear that you have had too much to drink. We can continue this conversation tomorrow. I am sure you will be interested in my proposal. Vetranes merely nodded his head in silence as he listened to Berengar's words. He was indeed far too intoxicated to possibly be able to have a conversation about something as essential as agricultural reform. As such, Berenger returned his attention to Anuria, who had the prettiest smile upon her immaculate lips. It was finally her turn to marry Berenger, and she enjoyed every second of it. After a while, the ceremony ended and Berenger returned to Anuria's bedchambers alongside his wife, where they proceeded to consummate their marriage. Berenger and Anuria spent much of the night making love. It was not until well past midnight that the couple passed out from exhaustion. Chapter 384, A Byzantine Breakfast. The day after Berengar's wedding to Anuria, he woke up next to the young Byzantine princess with a smile. Anuria was still asleep and Berenger decided to play a little prank on her. He immediately began to spoon with the girl as he groped her sizable breasts while kissing her neck. Eventually, she awoke from her slumber and looked over at her husband. His eye patch was removed, revealing the heavily scarred sapphire blue eye usually concealed beneath it. Seeing the wound he had received in battle, she carefully caressed his handsome face while kissing him passionately. With this in mind, Berenger began to insert his member inside her tight, slippery hole, which instantly caused the princess to moan in pleasure. Eventually, Berenger sped up his movements where he pushed Anuria's face down into the pillow while ravaging her from behind. To Berenger, this was where the fun began. After playing around with his wife for a solid hour, the couple eventually got dressed and entered the dining hall where everyone was gathered eating breakfast. Berenger and Anuria sat down at the table and immediately noticed their stares. Evidently, Anuria was quite the squealer because everyone at the table had awkward expressions on their faces as if they were aware of what the couple had been doing for the last hour or so. Though Berenger didn't mind it, his bride indeed began to blush when she came to realize that she was responsible for the tense atmosphere. Eventually, Berenger broke the silence by pulling out a leather-bound book and sliding it across the table towards the emperor. Vitranes was immediately curious as he saw Berengar's actions and instantly inquired about the details. What is this? Berenger scoffed as he drank from the coffee that was presented to him before answering the emperor's expression with a smug grin on his face. That is everything you need to know about how to feed your people properly. The full field system, how to produce advanced fertilizers, the means to construct irrigation piping from copper, and a few modest improvements to your tools such as the steel plow. You can consider it my wedding gift. The men and women present at the table stared at Berenger in disbelief, none more so than Quintus, as the prince most renowned for successful administration. This leather-bound book was worth more to him than any other text in the world. Yet Berenger just handed it over as if it was an ordinary object. Despite how it appeared, this book contained critical information regarding the technology and knowledge behind the agricultural revolution. Berenger wasn't simply handing it over as a wedding gift, but as a means to strengthen the empire. With the backing of the mysterious tertiary faction whose aim was to place his and Anuria's future son on the throne. Berenger wanted his child to inherit a wealthy and stable empire. The construction of the Suez Canal and the advanced agricultural methods Berenger was providing the current emperor was done so with this potential future in mind. As for other technology such as superior iron and steelmaking techniques, Berenger had no plans to yield those to anyone. After all, his ability to produce vast quantities of high-quality steel gave him a severe military advantage over everyone else in the world. Vitranes flipped through the book with an astonished expression on his face. Though he didn't understand much of what was stated in the text, he knew people within the empire who could adequately comprehend it. As such, he was eager to begin implementing such advanced technologies as soon as he possibly could. With a warm smile on his face, the emperor began to joke around with Berenger as if they had been friends for a long time. I'm glad to see our alliance is bearing fruit already. If I had known that uniting our two households in matrimony would be so beneficial, I never would have betrothed Anuria to that feminine prince from France. Upon hearing this, Anuria immediately glared at her father. The last thing she wanted to be reminded of was the fact that she was once engaged to that little twink. However, she was not the only one in a foul mood. Decentius could not stop eyeing Berenger and Anuria with hatred. He blamed Anuria for his treacherous actions, and now that he knew she was alive and safe, he would not allow her to go unpunished. After dealing with an entire day dedicated to a marriage he deemed a blight upon his bloodline and the sounds of his sister getting railed by a barbarian king from the west this morning, Decentius was on the verge of exploding. Noticing the second prince's foul expression, Berenger could roughly guess what was on his mind, and as such, he decided to provoke the man further. With this in mind, he took a sip from his coffee before bluntly revealing Anuria's little secret to the rest of her family. So, Anuria is pregnant. This news shocked the entire family except for Vitranes, who was well aware of this fact. Anuria began to pout as she gazed at her husband with a furious expression. She could not believe that he would reveal this fact the morning after their wedding. However, none took it worse than Decentius. Upon hearing this news, he choked on the coffee he had taken. A sip from Berenger had intentionally timed the moment of his statement for when the prince was at his most vulnerable. After struggling to swallow the remnants of the coffee stuck within his throat, the man quickly began to erupt in a fury no longer capable of containing his growing wrath. Decentius pounded his fist upon the table before screaming at the people he deemed responsible for this atrocity. Our noble heritage, which dates back to the glory of Rome, has been forever stained by the blood of a filthy German. You should be ashamed of yourself, you filthy slut. Running away from our glorious palace to go lie with a dog from Germania. Vitranes immediately rose from his seat and was about to chastise his son for his remarks when Berenger calmly expressed his thoughts on the matter with a smug grin on his face. Oh, I am a dog now? I'd say that is woefully inaccurate. If you compare the German people to any animal, I'd say a wolf is more accurate. Wild, cunning, and ferocious but fiercely loyal to their own. I have tolerated your insults to my woman once out of respect for your position, but I will not do so a second time. The moment Berenger said this, Decentius gazed at him with a haughty expression before speaking the thoughts on his mind. Oh yeah? What are you going to do about? Before the prince was capable of finishing his sentence, Berenger threw a shovel punch directly across the table and into Decentius' liver. When taking into account Berengar's physique and his adequate knowledge of hand-to-hand combat from his army days, the second prince of the Byzantine Empire immediately grimaced in pain as he stumbled backward, losing control of his legs and toppling over his chair as he collapsed to the ground. To add insult to injury, Berenger picked up the prince's plate, which contained his breakfast, and tossed its contents onto Decentius as he laid sprawled out on the ground gasping for air. After doing so, a wicked grin appeared upon Berengar's lips as he uttered the final words to conclude the dispute. Clean yourself up, you are a fucking disgrace. After saying this, Berenger sat back down in his seat and took another sip from his coffee as if the violent display had never occurred in the first place. The look of contempt on his face for the second prince did not go unnoticed by the rest of the table. Even Vitranes was shocked by his actions, but it was not like he could say anything about it. Decentius was woefully out of line, not only as a prince representing the empire to its newest and most powerful ally but also as a man. He had to admit if any man had such words to him and his wife, he probably would have reacted violently as well. Not a single member of the table got up and helped Decentius. The empress herself, who was the mother to the man, did not lift a single finger and continued to drink from her coffee as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Quintus gazed at his brother with a smug expression. It was good to see his rival for power get what he deserved. If anything, this event made the first prince more agreeable to Berenger. It took a few moments, but ultimately Dissentius struggled to his feet, where he immediately barged out of the room, unwilling to say or do anything to further add to the humiliation he had suffered. As for Honoria, she gazed at her brother with a weary expression. She knew he was far too prideful to let this matter go quietly. As such, she immediately whispered something to Berenger which nobody else had heard. After doing so, Berenger nodded his head before motioning to one of his guards standing nearby. When the soldier approached, Berenger whispered new orders to the man. Double the protection around my family if necessary. Use some of the Marines on board the clipper. Having received his orders, the soldier immediately saluted his king before relaying the message to the appropriate troops. After all, Berenger would take no chances of vengeance upon himself or his family for putting an asshole in his place. With all of this, the breakfast continued in awkward silence. What was supposed to be a happy occasion was thoroughly tarnished by Dissentius and his misplaced pride. Chapter 385, An Unexpected Meeting. After the morning where Berenger had put Dissentius in his place, he continued to enjoy his meal even if it turned to awkward silence. However, after it was over, Berenger was left much to himself. As such, he mainly stayed by Honoria's side, spending a significant degree of time with her. After all, he had done the same thing with his previous marriages. After a while, Berenger found himself alone in the Byzantine gardens admiring the scenery. While he was relaxing in this beautiful place, someone he was not expecting approached him. The man was dressed in lavish attire and was evidently very high up within the Byzantine aristocracy. Though Berenger noticed the man's approach, he chose to say nothing and instead waited to see what would transpire. While Berenger was standing quietly at ease in front of the fountain, the man stopped 30 paces behind him and immediately began to speak in a calm and friendly manner. King Berenger of Austria, it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance at last. I do believe I was not able to introduce myself at your coronation ceremony properly. I am Strategos Palladius Angelus, ruler over the Balkans and general of its army. I must admit I have taken great interest in your rise to power. Berenger smiled before turning around to face the man. The man was practically 50 years old, which would make him an elder in this day and age, yet he appeared to be in exceptional health. He had a long gray beard and matching hair. Though his face was weathered with age, it was also scarred heavily from battle, giving the man the dignified appearance of a soldier. Upon seeing that the man was a strategos and over the region closest to his kingdom, Berenger immediately became interested and began to question the man. So tell me, Palladius, which faction do you belong to? Who do you wish to see succeed the emperor? As Palladius heard this, he smiled before telling a long tale about how he decided who to support. My entire life I have spent in service to the empire, ruling my family's dominion and striking fear into the hearts of our enemies. I cared not for the politics of the palace, only in fulfilling my duty. Others have tried countless times to involve me in their conspiracies, yet to no avail. I humbly admit, though I have achieved much in my tenure as a strategos, it fails to compare to the mighty Aretha's maniacs. I have always considered myself his greatest rival, even if he never thought of me as such. Though he was my rival, I never despised him. When I heard of his death in Egypt, I was beside myself. It was as if I had lost all meaning in life. That is until I accidentally discovered a little detail about his death. As you may be aware, I believe Dissentius is responsible for the end of my old friend. After learning the truth of the matter, I instantly became furious and even attempted to persuade Quintus of his brother's betrayal. Yet the boy lacks any sense of fury when he told me he would not bring this matter to his father's attention until I had received absolute proof of his brother's misdeeds. I knew then and there that the empire was doomed. For the first time in my life, I realized why the older men of the court fought and killed behind the scenes to place the candidate of their choice on the throne. Though Quintus is a great administrator and can lead the empire to future prosperity, he is a coward and a pacifist. His refusal to engage in violence would be the end of our empire. Dissentius, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. He has martial prowess and a mind for warfare, yet he has not a single thought within his mind dedicated to anything other than bloodshed. His solution to all problems is to fight someone else. After his betrayal was revealed to me, I knew he, too, was not a viable candidate for the throne. As for Aurelius, the boy is beyond useless and is too far gone to mold into a proper ruler. He has neither the wit of Quintus nor the strength of Dissentius, yet comprises all of their worst qualities. Cowardly, treacherous, quick to anger, and stubborn as a mule. Luckily, he is more interested in drinking wine and fornicating with women than ruling the empire. As for Honoria, she is a woman and I would never be able to convince the old fools who operate behind the scenes that she is remotely capable of ruling the empire. When I heard of her disappearance, I initially did not care in the slightest. After all, she was a young, naive girl who had been locked up her entire life. How could such a person preside over our realm? Yet after concluding that her brothers were all failures, my only hope for the future of this empire would be in her progeny. Unfortunately, she was declared dead after being missing for 2 years. Imagine my shock when I uncovered the truth that she was in Kufstein and was the lover of the young Duke of Austria. A man born to a line of lowly barons had risen from his minor position through cunning and military prowess to become a duke. A man who was not afraid to fight on the front lines of war and was winning a war for independence against the second strongest power in the West, the Holy Roman Empire. I began to think that maybe, just maybe, the son between this king of Austria and the sole princess of Byzantium might be worthy to rule our empire. After all, if your future son is half as talented as you are, he is already vastly superior to any other potential heirs to the throne. With this in mind, I quietly got to work on building a new faction. I made use of the many contacts I had made over the years and acquired the man from the empire closest to you, aside from Arethusa himself. It was relatively easy, I just had to inform him of the actual reason for his master's death. After that, he was more than eager to approach your spy master and convince her to aid our cause. You asked which faction I belong to. The answer is simple: I am the mastermind behind the mysterious section that supports you. So tell me, King Berenger von Kufstein, after spending time with the imperial family, what are your opinions on the three princes? Berenger listened to the elder's long tale with great interest. In the end, he had come to the same conclusion as the man before him. None of the three princes were worthy of ruling the mighty Byzantine Empire, and as such, Berenger smiled and nodded before responding to the man's praise. I agree with you, all three of them are pathetic and unworthy. You were correct to place your hopes in my bloodline, for I guarantee you that my son with Honoria will be raised as a proper ruler. By the time the emperor croaks, my son will be the best candidate from the Palaeologos dynasty to rule your empire. Palladius smiled when he heard this response. After doing so, he asked the second question on his mind, one which he believed was necessary. Allow me to ask the question if you don't mind? Have you thought of a name for this child? Berenger smiled with a smug expression as he gazed upon the elderly strategos standing before him with confidence. He boldly declared the name he had long since come up with for his firstborn son with Honoria. There is only one man in Greco-Roman history fit for my son to be named after. Mark my words, Alexandros Palaeologos will be the greatest emperor in the history of your realm, a true successor to his namesake. Upon hearing this, Palladius smiled and nodded his head before revealing his thoughts on the choice of name for a child who was not even born. A truly fitting name. I only hope he will live up to your claims. With this said, the strategos of the Balkans left the gardens in silence. He had many matters to attend to now that he was certain Berenger was on board with his plans for the empire. As for Berenger, he was happy about two things in particular. Firstly, the people that were backing him and his plans to place his future son on the Byzantine throne were not some minor figures. As for the second reason, he was quite pleased knowing the man in charge of the Balkan army who would be the first to come to his aid in the upcoming crusade was someone who could be considered an ally. As such, Berenger began to sing in Latin to the lyrics of a famous grunge song from his past life as he walked through the gardens by his lonesome. It was about time for him to return to the loving arms of his newest wife. Chapter 386, Preparing for War Against the Eastern Coalition. Days came and went as Berenger enjoyed his week within the city of Constantinople. He had spent the majority of this time in the loving arms of his newest wife, where the newlywed couple shared practically all of their time together. After the conflict with Decentius on that fateful morning, the proud prince had not made a move on Berenger or anyone who had traveled with him. Instead, he largely kept his distance from the Austrian host as a whole. Berenger had grown suspicious of his actions but chose not to make a move himself. He decided that he would later dispatch field agents to keep an eye on Decentius and investigate the faction supporting him for the succession of the Byzantine throne. Eventually, the day came for Berenger to depart and he returned to Kufstein with his family in tow. The return trip was far less eventful than the journey to Constantinople. As such, Berenger and his family arrived in the capital of their kingdom without incident. Oddly enough, Berenger was not given any time of reprieve, for the moment he stepped in the door of his study there was a massive pile of paperwork sitting upon his desk. Atop this pile of documents was a letter with the seal of the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. As Berenger read the contents of the text, a wicked smile curved upon his lips. He had not suspected the Teutonic Order to come crawling to him begging for his protection. He was greatly interested in the prospect, but of course was wary. After all, he would be sending the first division of his army into Granada soon enough. As such, it would incur a great expense to create a conflict with the massive coalition who were at the gates of what remained of the Teutonic state. With this in mind, he immediately requested a nearby servant to fetch his field marshal for him. Eckhard had recently returned from the Bohemian front and was even the best man at his wedding to Honoria. As such, Berenger knew he was within a reasonable distance. After waiting roughly an hour, the veteran field marshal of Austria stood before his king. Both men were in full service dress as they began to speak within the personal study of the King of Austria. Berenger handed the letter over to Eckhard and allowed him time to read through its contents. Eckhard's expression shifted from severe to grave after reading through the text. After doing so, he handed it back to Berenger with a stern expression on his face. Berenger was grinning from ear to ear as he asked for his field marshal's opinion. So Eckhard, what do you think? Can we annex the Teutonic state and protect it from its enemies to the east? Eckhard felt exhausted. He knew exactly where this was heading. He just got back from one war and now his king was about to ship him off to settle another. Even though he wanted to deny Berengar's wishes, as a man loyal to his king, he gave his honest opinion on the feasibility of the matter. Can we? Yes, though it will require a substantial investment. Should we? I don't think it is worth it. Allow me to ask a question. What exactly are your plans for the Teutonic Order, your majesty? Berenger smiled as he heard this question and pointed to one of the stars pinned upon his chest. It is simple. I will annex the territory of the Teutonic state and empower the local nobility. I will reform the Teutonic order from a Catholic military order to a Prussian chivalric order. Eckhard was immediately confused as he heard this and immediately asked for clarification. Prussian? Berenger nodded in response to this before answering the field marshal's question. I will elevate what remains of the Teutonic state to the Grand Duchy of Prussia for the time being. After we have united Germany underneath my rule, I will combine it with Brandenburg and raise its status to that of a kingdom. After hearing this, Eckhard sighed heavily indeed. Berengar's ambitions were never-ending. From what the king had stated, it became evident that he wanted to create a federal monarchy where Austria and, by extension, his dynasty ruled above all other German states as the emperors. As such, Eckhard immediately relented and asked for Berengar's plan. So what exactly did you have in mind for this annexation? Hennig has appeared to leave the terms deliberately vague. It is clear that he intends to negotiate for as many benefits as possible. Berenger immediately turned away from Eckhard upon hearing this and stood before the window gazing out upon the gorgeous Tyrolean scenery as he stood at ease. After a while, he began to speak of his plot. I don't intend to negotiate with the Teutonic Order. They have expressed interest in annexation, so I will march the 2nd Division into their lands, where I will personally accept their servitude. Tell me, Eckhard, what is the progress on the Bohemian Royal Army? Eckhard sighed heavily once more before speaking his thoughts on the matter. They haven't been in training long. It will still be a few months before the first batch of recruits is ready for combat. Why, what do you have in mind for them? Berengar's lips curved into a wicked smile as he revealed his intent for the Bohemian forces beneath his command. It is simple. If the coalition does not halt their advance, then we will smash their army with our forces. If they relent, then we will use the combined force of the 2nd Division and the Royal Bohemian Army to reclaim the German-speaking regions currently occupied by the Eastern Coalition. I will not rest until we have retaken Königsberg. Eckhard immediately understood Berengar's intent. He would use the fresh Bohemian recruits as the cannon fodder, while the more veteran and elite Austrians would act as shock troops in this conflict. Upon seeing the level of understanding in Eckhard's eyes, Berenger immediately asked the question on his mind. Tell me, Eckhard, have the new field uniforms been properly distributed? Black and gold may make excellent dress uniforms but are less than ideal for combat. It is too flashy. Eckhard nodded his head silently. The field uniforms had been prepared and distributed to every soldier within the ranks of the Royal Austrian Army. Berenger smiled in response to Eckhard's answer. After doing so, he began to issue a new order. Very well, when the 2nd Division has been properly equipped with our newest weapons, I will march them to Marienburg, where I will accept the Teutonic state's request of annexation. Until that time, make sure the men are fully prepared. If you will excuse me, I must have a meeting with the Director of Royal Intelligence about this. I want our agents to be in the field well ahead of our advance. After saying this, Eckhard saluted his king before departing from the room. Afterward, Berenger had Linda brought to him, who was exceptionally happy to see him. She immediately tried to kiss him. However, Berenger pushed her away with a stern glare in his eyes. The young beauty immediately began to pout as her husband shoved away her attempt to show her affection. However, Berenger continued to glare at her as he calmly explained his reasoning for doing so. Linda, I called you here to discuss important matters of state, not to fool around. The fact that we are standing in my office is proof of this. So let's get down to business. I need you to deploy some of your field agents to the Teutonic state and the Eastern Coalition. Having heard the severe matter at hand, Linda immediately stepped out of her role as a loving wife and into that of the Director of Intelligence. In an instant, the affectionate expression she was giving her husband shifted to that of a quiet professional. She could easily separate business and pleasure, and Berenger admired that most about her. As such, her tone shifted to severity as she immediately asked for clarification on the details. Are we going to war again? Berenger nodded silently with a stoic expression. The moment he did so, Linda knew that things were about to get serious. As such, she quickly asked for further instructions. What do you need my agents to do exactly? Having heard this, Berenger leaned in close and began to whisper his plot into his wife's tender ears. For now, I want your agents to gather intelligence, assassinate priority targets, and sabotage the Eastern Coalition's efforts to conquer what remains of the Teutonic state. To put it simply, I need you to buy me time in whatever way you deem appropriate. It will be a few months before I can deploy the 2nd Division to the east, and in that time I do not want the Teutonic state to fall. After my forces have arrived and annexed the Teutonic state, I fear that the coalition may be a bit hesitant to step on our tail. As such, I will need your agents to provoke a conflict with them in a way that makes them appear to be the aggressors. Once we are in open war with the coalition, I will do the rest. After hearing her orders, Linda nodded her head and saluted Berenger as if she were one of his soldiers. She then boldly declared her acceptance of the tasks bequeathed to her. It will be done, Your Majesty. After saying this, Linda wasted no time. She immediately departed from Berengar's office and entered the headquarters of Austrian Royal Intelligence, where she relayed her orders. Berenger now had 2 wars he would be fighting in the near future. As such, he smiled while pouring himself a glass of wine within his skull chalice. After taking a slight sip from the drink, he exhaled deeply before commenting to himself on the situation. It looks like the needle rifle will see yet another conflict. Good, I wouldn't want it to be replaced without serving its purpose. Chapter 387, Halting the Iberian Advance. Arnulf gazed into the distance. What he saw was the glimmer of an army's iron armor. Roughly 300 yards away on the fields of Andalusia marched well over 10,000 Iberian Catholics. However, they were dreadfully unaware that within firing range were 250 members of the Granadan Royal Guard. Why were they unaware, you might ask? The reason was quite simple. Arnulf had instructed the men beneath his command to paint their armor and clothing with mud. While the Granadan Royal Guard was equipped with mirror pattern armor protecting their vitals, underneath it was a series of green tunics that represented the colors of Al-Andalus. The tunics and armor worn over it were now stained in the earthy tones of the mud, creating a decent enough camouflage. This was not the first enemy unit they had ambushed since their guerrilla war had begun, but it was most definitely the largest. Due to the overwhelming numbers of the Iberian Union, they had split off into smaller armies, besieging towns, cities, and castles in a rapid conquest of the land. Arnulf had decided to combat this threat by splitting his own small and elite force into multiple cells, whose objectives were to cause sabotage to the Iberian armies and assassinate their leaders. Open conflict was strictly forbidden. These cells acted as mounted infantry which formed a web around northern Granada. If one cell was in danger, it could quickly be supported by another nearby via the use of smoke signals. The current plan that Arnulf was engaging in was simple: wait until the Granadan host was in firing range and target the leadership. Interestingly enough, they had finally caught themselves a big fish. The army in front of them appeared to belong to none other than Duke Lorenzo de Benavente, the same man who had worked alongside the Order of Calatrava to defeat the Granadan Royal Army in battle quite some time ago. If not for his efforts, then the likelihood of the Iberian Union acquiring arquebuses and falconets would be pretty low. For all the lives lost in the Battle of the Andalusian Plains, this was now Arnulf's time to get his vengeance. As such, he ordered his men to prepare their weapons. Load your weapons if they aren't already and prepare to fire on my mark. See the bastard with the de Benavente coat of arms? My guess is that's the Duke, so aim your sights on him and the nearby officers. As such, the men cocked their rifled muskets and aimed the sights down range at the targets lying before them. The Iberians were now roughly 200 yards away from the hidden force of Granadan guerrillas, and it was at this moment that Arnulf gave his command. Open fire. With that said, his soldiers pulled the trigger, and with it, the echo of gunfire resounded in the air as the mini-ball projectiles were propelled downrange and into the bodies of the enemy. Blood instantly splattered across the plains, and the Iberian soldiers immediately began to react to the ambush. Though not all of the projectiles had hit their targets, it was enough to take out several officers and, most importantly, the man dressed in the colors of House de Benavente. He had multiple gunshot wounds through his torso. The likelihood of surviving was practically non-existent. After firing their first shots, the Granadans ran off from their positions and unhitched their horses hidden in a ditch below, where they rode off into the desert. Though the Iberian knights immediately pursued, they were ultimately left behind by the unarmored horses in use by the Granadan Royal Guard. As Arnulf and the Granadans escaped, a man at arms dressed in plate armor without a surcoat quickly approached the man assumed to be Duke Lorenzo de Benavente. The man at arms quickly unfastened the bassinet of the man who was bleeding out to reveal the face hidden behind the helmet. Unfortunately for Granada and its soldiers, he was not Lorenzo de Benavente, the man most hated by the soldiers of the Granadan army. As the men-at-arms saw this, he quickly took off his helmet to reveal that he was none other than Duke Lorenzo de Benavente in the flesh. In doing so, he touched his forehead to that of the dying man and began to speak to him in a comforting tone. My dear friend, I thank you for your sacrifice. I promise you that I will not allow these damned Moors to get away with what they have done. I will drive every one of them from these lands, and it is all thanks to you. Knowing that the Granadans were targeting high-ranking officers in the Iberian Union's armies with hit-and-run tactics, Lorenzo had accurately predicted that Arnulf and his men would sooner or later make an attempt on his life. As such, he had dressed as an ordinary man-at-arms and allowed another to take his place as a decoy. He was on the lookout the entire time for an enemy ambush, but never did he expect that the Granadans would blend themselves in with the terrain. The very idea terrified the Duke to the core of his being. If they had to be on the lookout for potential assassins within every bush, tree, and ditch, it was going to be a long and strenuous campaign. As such, the man decided he would need to devise a series of tactics to counteract this new style of warfare that the Granadans had begun to engage in. An army on the march could not easily blend in with their surroundings. The very slightest of movements would instantly give away their position to a well-trained eye. While Duke Lorenzo began to think of new tactics to deal with the Granadan guerrillas, Arnulf led his soldiers out of enemy range and into a small encampment set up in a valley set a fair distance apart from the nearest cells. There were no tents or any other noticeable print of their presence. Instead, the lodgings were built from the land itself, with primitive lean-to shelters being the standard form of covering. They made sure to make in-ground fires that concealed their presence to cook whatever they managed to hunt throughout the land. After arriving in the camp and dismounting from their horses, Arnulf gathered the men together as he laid out a map which had many markings upon it, primarily enemy and allied positions as well as ongoing areas of conflict. As he read over the map, he made several markings signaling the movement of the roughly 10,000 men they had encountered and the location they were likely to strike at. After doing so, he rolled up the map. where he then tied it to the leg of one of the falcons employed by their unit as a means of communication. This intelligence was sent back to General Ziyad ibn Yais, whose forces comprised the primary defensive army within the borders of the Emirate of Granada. The mission of the men under Arnulf's command was not just to engage in guerrilla warfare but to act as reconnaissance, reporting the movements and numbers of the enemy units. Having fulfilled this duty, Arnulf sighed heavily as he took off his helmet and wiped the sweat from his brow. After doing so, he began to speak his thoughts on the ongoing conflict to one of the Austrian officers beneath his command. I wonder if the 1st Division will be enough to handle the Iberian advance. Every day fanatical Catholics arrive in Iberia to join the Reconquista. Their numbers grow by the day while ours dwindle. It is only a matter of time before we are defeated. I pray that His Majesty's reinforcements arrive swiftly. The Austrian officer quickly grasped Arnulf's shoulder and reassured him about their future victory. Do not fret, you know as well as I do how a single division is organized. It's established with the intent to wage war independently if necessary. 3 infantry brigades will arrive, accompanied by a single cavalry brigade and an artillery brigade. That's roughly 25,000 men. I also hear they will be equipped with some mysterious new weapons. Supposedly, some of these new rifles were highly effective in the war for independence. I do not doubt that when the 1st Division arrives we will eradicate the Iberian Union once and for all and establish a powerful ally in the West. Upon hearing this reassurance, Arnulf began to feel much better about his position. If they could continue their actions and hold off the Iberian advance for just a few more months, then victory was assured. He could not wait to see what magnificent new weapons King Berengar had provided the 1st Division with. As such, the 2 men began to devise new plans for their next offensive. Their web of guerrilla cells was sure to cause a massive headache for the Iberian commanders and the Crusader orders who supported them. Whether or not they could hold off the Iberian advance until Austrian reinforcements arrived had yet to be seen. Chapter 388, Locomotives and Weapons. While the war for Granada increased in intensity, Berengar was at home swamped with the business of industrializing the Kingdom of Austria. At the moment he was viewing the reports on the progress of his railroad, which was being constructed between the capital and the kingdom's prominent port city. At roughly 292 miles in total length, the railway was nearing completion after months of strenuous effort by the laborers who opted to build such an important invention. Berengar had made sure to pay anyone remotely associated with constructing the railroad a special bonus, thus driving the desire for skilled workers to aid in its development. The first railway would be constructed in Austria by the end of spring, after which Berengar could begin expanding it to all corners of his kingdom. With this in mind, Berengar started designing a proper locomotive to drive his train cars. Berengar had chosen a specific locomotive from the memories of his past life as the basis for all future steam-powered locomotives. This was the Union Pacific Big Boy, the largest steam-powered locomotive ever built in his past life. This locomotive was powerful, reliable, and durable. Frankly, Berengar intended for these behemoths of the industry to carry both freight and passengers throughout the confines of his future empire for decades to come. He also spent time designing various rail cars designed for different purposes. In his past life, it took 6 years for the Americans to construct the Transcontinental Railway. Considering he was dealing with a substantially smaller amount of land, he knew that he could build a railway across his current domain within the 5 years he estimated it would take for the Crusaders to march on his territory. Berengar was not just limiting his railway map to his current territory. He was designing a rigid structure across all of the lands he desired to conquer in the future, from Königsberg in the east to Flanders in the west and finally the Adriatic littoral in the south. Berengar spent hours designing a massive railway system to ensure that what he envisioned would one day become the fatherland of his future empire would be thoroughly connected. After God knows how many hours, Berengar was finally interrupted from his task by the sound of a knock on the door. It was not the standard soft-handed knock usually accompanied by one of his women. Instead, it was the firm knock that only a man could produce. As such, Berengar's interest was immediately caught. Unless it were something urgent or someone of significance, his guards would rarely allow anyone to gain entry into his palace, let alone his study. With this, Berengar immediately called out to whoever was behind the door. "It's open." When the door creaked open, it revealed none other than the baronet and close friend of the king, Ludwig Schmidt. The short older man was carrying a wooden display case in his hands, which immediately captured Berengar's interest. The older man quickly approached his king with a smile plastered on his face before laying the container on his desk. "Your Majesty, I come bearing gifts. As you know, the 1422 service revolver has been undergoing field tests for some time now. Well, I am happy to announce that just now it has been approved for use in combat. As such, I am here to give you the first revolver off of the production line so that you may be able to properly safeguard your body in the field." Berengar gazed upon the service revolver within the case with a glimmer of joy in his sapphire eye. Not only was it a functional weapon, but it was also a work of beauty in his opinion. This firearm was based upon the Swiss 1929 ordnance revolver used by the Swiss army during Berengar's previous life. Functionally, the design was an improved version of the Swiss 1882 ordnance revolver, which meant it was a gate-loading, double-action pistol that utilized an abatis system. Upon seeing this exceptional weapon, Berengar grasped a hold of the revolver and held it carefully in his hands. In his left hand, he felt the checkered grip swell in the palm of his hands. The grip was solid and sized well enough that even a man with relatively large-sized hands like himself could easily grasp a hold of it. Berenger then opened the loading gate with his right hand, which disabled the hammer, allowing him to press the trigger, thus cycling the cylinder in a safe state. After confirming that it was completely unloaded, he closed the loading gate, reactivating the hammer. Afterward, he aimed down the weapon's sight in a safe direction before pulling back the hammer with his left thumb. After he had done this, he lightly squeezed the trigger with his left index finger, thus dry-firing the gun. The single-action trigger pull was crisp and smooth, bringing a wide grin to Berengar's lips. He then lowered the weapon and opened its loading gate before placing it within its fine black leather holster, which was provided alongside the firearm. After doing all of this, he returned his gaze to Ludwig as he complimented the man and his workers for their efforts. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. My friend, you never fail to amaze me with your abilities. You and your workers should be proud of yourselves. I look forward to how quickly you can outfit the 1st Division with such exceptional sidearms. Ludwig smiled as he heard the king compliment his work. Truth be told, he had some difficulty working with the designs Berenger had presented, but in the end, he was able to create the weapon that Berenger had desired. As such, he shook his head before humbling himself in front of the king. It was nothing, Your Majesty. I merely used the blueprints you designed and made adjustments where necessary. Truly, you are the one who deserves the credit for coming up with the design of such a beautiful weapon. Berenger chuckled in response to this before placing his hand on the older man's shoulder. As he did so, he gazed over at another exciting piece presented within the case. After noticing the sword lying next to the revolver, Berenger was astonished. As such, he quickly grabbed a hold of the handle and swung the sword in a safe direction. After a few twirls, he gazed upon the Damascus steel blade with a wide grin on his face. The blade was in a shape reminiscent of the 1889 Prussian infantry officer's sword. As for the hilt, its design was based upon the 1869 Austrian cavalry officer's sword, but with what he presumed to be a white gold plating over the steel material. There were also some minor adjustments to display the crest of Austria from this world. It had a white gold silk sword knot attached to the bottom, representing his status as an officer in the Austrian Royal Army. Overall, the sword was a functional piece of art, and Berenger greatly admired Ludwig's talent in creating weapons of all kinds. After playing around with it for a bit, Berenger sheathed the sword in a black leather sheath with white gold fittings attached to a Sam Brown pattern belt. This greatly pleased Berenger, and as such, he complimented the craftsman once more. Ludwig, my friend, you have truly mastered your art. The older man smiled in response to this while bowing his head in humility. As he had stated earlier, if not for Berenger providing the designs, it would have taken him a long time to develop such weapons. He would likely die before his work could be completed. However, he was glad that the king thought so highly of him. As such, he decided to take the opportunity to ask for Berengar's aid on a particular project of his son's. Your Majesty, if you don't mind me asking, my son has been busy with a certain project, and I think he could use your help when you get the opportunity to do so. I am much too busy overseeing the arms factory here in Kufstein, so I have delegated research and development to my son and a team of talented engineers, mostly comprised of those from the younger generation. If you can find the time, they would appreciate your input on this new weapon. Berenger thought about it for a moment before sighing heavily as he responded to the request. If I can find the time, I will certainly aid in whatever way I can. After all, I look forward to working with your son for many years. However, I am dreadfully busy and my schedule is full for some time. If I can manage to escape the mountains of paperwork you see before you, I'll swing by and see if I can assist. Ludwig smiled and bowed with respect before thanking the king for his benevolence. Thank you, Your Majesty. That is the most I can ask for. If there is nothing else I can help you with, then I will be on my way. After saying this, Berenger nodded his head, dismissing his chief engineer. After doing so, he sat back down at his desk and gazed at his newest weapons. He looked forward to testing out their effectiveness personally whenever he got the chance. Chapter 389, Designing the Electric Telegraph. Over the past few years, since Berenger first began to introduce modern chemistry to the alchemists who had gathered in Kufstein, they had managed to produce a significant degree of a great variety of chemicals. So much so that a portion of the industrial district was dedicated to chemical engineering. The chemistry labs had grown in size and staff as more alchemists fled from the German regions to Austria in search of a better life. When these alchemists arrived in Kufstein, they were properly instructed in the field of chemistry and inspired to give up on their primitive notions of gold conversion and immortality. For the most part, Berenger allowed the chemists the freedom to make their own discoveries. Due to this academic liberation, these brilliant minds could rapidly advance the field of chemistry. In doing so, they managed to discover and create many of the chemicals necessary for advancing into the industrial age. At the moment, Berenger was talking to Aldo von Passau, the lead chemist in the Kingdom of Austria, who was proud of his newest research. As Berenger stared at this latest invention, he was in a state of complete and utter shock. The only word he could use to describe Aldo and his team of chemists was genius. Sitting in front of him was a very primitive form of the alkaline battery. This battery was something akin to the early Edison Lalande cell. It utilized a negative zinc electrode and a copper oxide positive electrode with a potassium hydroxide electrolyte. At this point, Berenger was seriously considering creating some form of award to give to his scientists who achieved terrific feats like this. After having observed the battery, Berenger sighed heavily before revealing the thoughts on his mind. Aldo, my friend, you have just cured one of the major causes of my incessant headache. Aldo's brow began to twitch as he heard this. He honestly did not know how to react to such a statement. Nevertheless, he was glad he could help. As such, he bowed respectfully before showing his thanks for Berengar's so-called praise. You honor me, your majesty. Berenger may have been exaggerating. Rather than enduring literal headache, he had long since suffered in a figurative sense as he worried about the large probability of train collisions that would inevitably result without some form of long-distance communication. With this battery, he could now invent the electrical telegraph and begin construction of telegraph stations and wires across his railway. With this in mind, he was incredibly pleased with the results of the chemists within the Kufstein chemistry department. It took some time, but he managed to reorganize his thoughts to congratulate the man and his team on their efforts in a suitable manner. Aldo von Passau, for your exemplary service to the Kingdom of Austria and its royal family, I promise that I will devise an award for your contributions to the field of chemistry. I have long since ignored the effort of the scientific community, and it is time to rectify that. As Aldo heard these words, he began to smile gracefully. As a vain man, this was a far more appropriate response to all the hard work he and his team had put forth throughout the past few years. Though Berenger may have given them the basic knowledge behind the science of chemistry, it was ultimately their efforts that lead to the discovery of the chemicals that had become the backbone of the Austrian industry. Thus, he bowed respectfully and properly thanked the king for his remarks. Your Majesty, words cannot express my gratitude for your kind words. Berenger gazed at Aldo with exhaustion. This guy had never given up an opportunity to kiss his ass. If Aldo had not excelled in his career, then Berenger would probably never speak to the man, as he had a disdain for yes-men. Nevertheless, he could not deny Aldo's contributions, and because of this, he chose to converse with him a bit longer. Eventually, the chief chemist left the palace and returned to his department. It would take a good while before enough of these batteries could be produced to ensure a constant supply of power to his future telegraph network, but when that happened, Berenger and his army would be able to rapidly communicate across his realm, which was helpful beyond measure. If his borders were to be attacked at any point, he could have a telegraph sent asking for reinforcements, and immediately men could be shipped onto train cars with their supplies, where they would be rapidly sent to the front lines. When compared to his enemies, who were still using messengers and carrier pigeons as a means of communication, Berenger would have a massive advantage during defensive operations. After reflecting upon this for a few minutes, Berenger got to work making plans for the first telegraph, which would use this new proto-alkaline battery as its power source. An electrical telegraph was a relatively simple design when compared to more modern advancements in long-distance communication. Fundamentally, it was operated by using Morse code, which utilized a series of dots and lines for each letter of the alphabet. It achieved this using an electromagnet, a battery, the Morse key, and a long wire referred to as a cable. The Morse key was attached to the battery's positive node via a cable, while the negative terminal was connected to the ground. From the Morse key, the cable attached itself to the electromagnet and the base. An armature was joined on the same platform as the electromagnet and was operated by a large spring. When assembled, one just needed to use the Morse key to send messages through the cable to another destination. Hence the need for telegraph wires to be built over long distances, much like telephone wires were done in the 20th century. As for the wireless telegraph, that would require radio waves, and Berenger did not yet have the means to produce them. For now, the electric telegraph would suit his needs. Now that Berenger had the means to create a battery, all he needed was to make some rudimentary electromagnets, which he had all of the materials necessary to build. A primitive electromagnet consisted of little more than an iron core with a copper wire coiled around it and connected to a battery. Thus he did not have to worry about procuring the supplies necessary to build such things. With the blueprints for the first telegraph completed, Berenger decided to begin the construction of telegraph wires and stations alongside his railways and within the rail stations. As for the telegraphs themselves, they would have to be slowly implemented over time. After all, it would take a while to set up a new battery factory. Ultimately, it was likely to take years for this project to be completed. Still, Berenger was confident that by the time his enemies invaded his country, he would have railways and telegraph stations connecting his kingdom, thus allowing him a severe technological advantage over the Crusaders in terms of long-range communication. Having finished his work for the day, Berenger immediately departed from his study, where he soon found his son Hans searching through the hallways in a suspicious manner. Curious as to what the boy was looking, Berenger walked over to his son and immediately inquired about his actions. "Hans, what are you up to?" The young boy immediately smiled upon seeing his father. He did not hesitate to announce what exactly he was doing that made him look so suspicious. "I'm looking for Veronica. We are playing hide and seek." Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled. Although there was an age difference of roughly 5 or 6 years between the two kids, it seemed like they were getting along quite well. There was no doubt that Veronica had minimal options for playmates within the royal palace. As such, she had begun hanging out with Hans and even younger Helga, acting almost like a big sister to the two. Berenger immediately noticed a nearby table covered by a tablecloth. While he talked to Hans, the tablecloth moved ever so slightly. Considering the windows were sealed and there was no breeze within the palace, Berenger knew that was most likely where the young girl was hiding. With this in mind, he knelt next to his young son and whispered in his ear, "She's hiding under the table in the hallway." A smug grin appeared on Hans' face as he heard this information and silently nodded his head as a form of acknowledgement. After doing so, he calmly walked over to the table before lifting the cloth, revealing the young girl hidden beneath. She immediately began to pout and protest her discovery. "How did you know?" Hans did not give up the fact that his old man had revealed her location to him. Instead, he crossed his arms with a conceited expression on his face. As he did so, he spoke proudly in an arrogant manner that only a young prince like himself could pull off. "Are you questioning my superior German intellect? It was quite obvious that a bohemian like yourself would hide under the table like a common rat." Berengar's smile immediately sank into an awkward expression. He did not know where the boy learned such racial-based taunts. Still, such haughty words caused Veronica to pout even further. Upon seeing this, Berenger attempted to mediate the conflict and thus pressed his hand upon his son's shoulder before scolding him. "Hans, it is inappropriate to say such things. Veronica is your friend. You should save such remarks for your enemies. There is no reason to humiliate the poor girl. Besides, it is now her turn to hunt you down, and when she inevitably finds you, perhaps she will taunt you in a similar manner." The young boy immediately knew what his father was saying and nodded his head in agreement. Though he did not apologize to the former Bohemian princess for his remarks, he had made up his mind that he would no longer verbally abuse the girl in the future. After all, his father was right. He should treat his allies with dignity while humiliating his enemies. Upon seeing that the two kids were getting along once more, Berenger departed from the scene, leaving the children to their games. He had much to prepare for. After all, things would undoubtedly be more lively within the palace in a few months. Chapter 390, Stick Grenades and Gun Cotton. The sun shone through the glass windows of a large conference room within the industrial district of the city of Kufstein. Various men dressed in work clothes were gathered around the table, stained with the various fluids that an engineer would commonly encounter. At the head of this table was a familiar young man, the eldest son of the legendary engineer Ludwig Schmidt. Jacob was designing a new weapon, and the men surrounding him were the research and development team assigned to the Austrian National Armory. Usually, Ludwig would be at this meeting, but the man was getting on in years and had many other tasks to work on. With this in mind, he placed his eldest son as the head of the research and development department. At the moment, Jacob and his engineers were working together to design a replacement for the old cast iron grenades that were essentially nothing more than a hollow iron ball filled with black powder and utilized a slow-burning match to detonate. While the mighty king of Austria, Berenger von Kufstein, had laid the groundwork for the development of arms and munitions, a certain amount of responsibility had fallen to these men, and it was with this in mind that they fervently worked to live up to the standards of their respective positions. The rudimentary design on the table was akin to a steel hand grenade or stick grenade from Berengar's past life. Much like the Chinese variant of the stick grenade from the 20th century, they had opted to use TNT as the explosive compound contained within. However, where they were struggling to finalize the design was in regards to the ignition system. For the time being, they could not think of a way to ignite the grenade safely. Right when they were about to give up on the design altogether, a knock resounded throughout the room, which originated from the doors of the conference room. Shortly after this, the doors crept open to reveal the elegant figure of the young king of Austria. Upon seeing their monarch enter the room, the engineers all became dead silent, as they were not expecting his arrival and did not know how to react appropriately. Berenger had a dignified expression on his face as he explained his reasoning for stopping by. "Apologies if I am interrupting your little meeting, but Ludwig informed me that you guys might need some assistance on whatever it is you are designing. I have an hour or two to spare, and as such I decided to drop by." After hearing this, Jacob swallowed the saliva pooled in his mouth before responding to his king's remarks. "It would be an honor for His Majesty to aid us with our newest design." Having said this, the young engineer sprawled out the paper which contained the details of the prototype grenade on it. Berenger glanced at it for a few moments with an amused expression. He found it interesting how these engineers had begun to put together something he was already planning to introduce in the near future. After looking over the device, he instantly realized what they were struggling with and quickly grabbed a hold of a nearby fountain pen, where he began to make alterations to the ignition system. The stick grenade was not an exceptionally complicated device, and truth be told, these men were completely overthinking this particular component. The actual method from his previous life was relatively crude. Unlike other designs, it did not use something akin to a percussion cap to ignite the explosive compound. Instead, it had a sheet steel cylinder embedded within the top of the handle, which was connected to the detonator. A pull cord ran throughout the entire length of the hollow wooden handle and protruded from below. With this method, one only needed to pull the drawstring. This would drag a rough steel rod through the igniter within, where the abrasion from contact with the steel rod would cause the fuse to ignite. After this was achieved, it would take roughly 4.5 seconds for the burning fuse to reach the explosive filling, where it would then detonate. After making this minor adjustment to the grenade, Berenger made a few other minor additions to the design, such as a clip so that the grenades could easily be attached to a soldier's belt. When it was complete, he showed it off to the engineers with a smug expression on his face. "I believe this has resolved the difficulties you were having, has it not?" After seeing the completed design, the engineers stared in awe at their king. In a matter of minutes, he had resolved the issues that they had spent weeks wrapping their minds around. Just what kind of intellect did this man have? Having completed the basic stick grenade design, Berenger stood up from his seat and walked towards the doors, leaving behind one final phrase before he departed. You should be proud of yourselves. You have designed an effective grenade to replace the dreadfully outdated devices currently in use by our grenadiers. With this, you have increased the degree of firepower that an average landwehr can be equipped with. Your only problem was that you were overthinking the ignition system sometimes. A crude method like this is exactly what is needed. After saying this, he left the engineers to themselves. The manufacture and initial testing of these weapons would be left up to the men in this room. After the grenades had proven safe for handling, they would be sent to the Department of Defense for extensive testing under field conditions. After being approved for use in combat, they would be sent to the army. Berenger, on the other hand, had done his part and was quite pleased with the results. He saw this as a huge step forward on the path to self-sufficiency. After all, he was not immortal, and the day he died, his empire would have to maintain and expand upon everything he had built. With this thought, Berenger had another matter of importance enter his mind. While the implementation of the stick grenade was essential to the efficiency of his soldiers, there was another and arguably more critical invention that Berenger had to consider implementing as soon as possible. Having realized this, Berenger immediately began to stride towards the chemistry department. After arriving at his destination, all of the men within its halls immediately halted what they were doing and paid their respects to the young monarch. Berenger was not in the mood for flattery and immediately inquired about the whereabouts of a specific chemist. Can any of you tell me where Aldo is? The moment he said those words, he heard a voice he was all too familiar with call out to him. As usual, the man behind the voice began to speak with endless praise. Do my ears deceive me? Is that the King of Austria here to visit me personally? What have I done to deserve such an honor? Berengar's brow began to twitch as he heard Aldo's usual adulation. This man truly never gave up an opportunity to kiss ass. However, Berenger quickly recovered from his impatience and regained the dignity of a monarch as he played along. My dear friend Aldo, I had a sudden epiphany and thought to myself, who better to confirm the results of my speculation than the chief chemist of my kingdom? Aldo immediately began to flatter Berenger further while simultaneously getting to the point. Oh, King Berenger, I am truly unworthy of your attention. However, I would be more than happy to entertain another one of your brilliant ideas. Show me what exactly you had in mind. Having heard this, Berenger wasted no time. He immediately grabbed a hold of the nearby blackboard and began writing out the general formula for nitrocellulose, the critical component in smokeless powder. Nitrocellulose was essentially little more than cellulose treated with a mixture of nitric and sulfuric acid. In fact, for some time now, the Kufstein chemistry department has been experimenting with cellulose developed from the fiber of hemp. As such, they had a small stockpile of the material lying around. In Berengar's past life, cotton was the primary material used to create cellulose, hence the nickname gun cotton. After all, as much as 90% of the plant could be converted into the material. However, cotton could not grow within Austria's borders, thus hemp was a decent alternative. While hemp may only generate up to 70% of the material known as cellulose, one could grow 3 times as much hemp as cotton on a single acre. After looking over the formula for a few moments, Aldo and his chemists immediately gazed in shock at Berenger. However, they could not confirm the results at the moment. Such a formula could theoretically prove to be valid. Having provided the chemists with the recipe for nitrocellulose, Berenger then began to depart from the Kufstein chemistry department, leaving behind a single phrase as he did so. I'll leave you to your work. It was only after his figure had vanished from sight that the chemists immediately began to work on the creation of smokeless powder. There would be a fully detailed report on their findings placed upon Berengar's desk within 2 weeks. Chapter 391, High Times. Berenger laid against a sofa in his penthouse dressed in only his underwear. The thinly spun hemp fibers that took the form of a pair of boxer briefs left little to the imagination. He was currently sitting atop a cushion, smoking a mixture of hashish and herbal shisha out of his finely crafted hookah. Sitting across from him was none other than his little sister Henrietta, who had no top on. Aside from her bra below the belt, she still wore a skirt, albeit a relatively short one, knee-high socks, and a pair of white lace panties which matched her upper garment. On her pretty face was an expression that was a mix of embarrassment and intoxication. As Berenger gazed upon his little sister's inappropriate appearance, a brief moment of clarity entered his otherwise stoned mind. Immediately, he looked around to see what was going on, as he did not remember how he had entered this strange situation. From what he could observe, alcohol, drugs, and a deck of cards were involved. For whatever reason, his kingly attire was strewn across the floor in a mixture of whatever garments Henrietta was wearing before taking them off. His gaze immediately returned to the hazy azure eyes of his little sister, where he asked the question on his mind. Wait a second. What exactly are we doing right now? Henrietta immediately began to hiccup as a brief sense of clarity returned to her azure eyes. However, it was snuffed out in the next moment as she took a sip from the beer in front of her. As she re-entered her fugue-like state, she began to chuckle before informing Berenger just what exactly they had gotten up to while under the influence of drugs and alcohol. Duh. We're playing poker, remember? Now, are you going to play your hand or not? Berenger nodded his head in silence as he fumbled around with his cards. As he did so, he instinctively took another hit from the hookah. After all, it was not as if more hash would harm his cognitive abilities any further, right? After inhaling the substance and spewing out a puff of smoke that was briefly contained within his lungs, it suddenly hit him. There was a reason he was sitting here playing strip poker with Henrietta instead of his girls, and it was pretty obvious when he thought about it. However, the moment those thoughts crossed his mind, another question presented itself, sidetracking him from the main point. Why exactly was he playing strip poker with his little sister? Wouldn't regular poker have sufficed? As he worked his brain around why exactly this was happening, he instinctively showed his hand with a smug smile on his face. For of a kind. The moment Henrietta heard this, she began to pout before placing her cards down upon the table. It was a 3 of a kind, which meant Berenger had won this round. Now that they had finished that, Berenger instantly began to take a sip from his beer and try to get back to his train of thought. However, what came next surprised Berenger as Henrietta slowly removed one of her knee-high socks before throwing it at his head, where it landed perfectly. After she had done so, she crossed her arms and pouted. This scene immediately reminded Berenger of his initial train of thought. As such, he finally managed to ask the question on his mind. Henrietta, my dear sister, can you explain to me why we're playing strip poker? Henrietta's expression immediately changed as she began to ask for clarification on what Berenger had said. Strip poker? What's that? I thought this was how you played poker? Berenger was immediately enraged when he heard this. He could not possibly fathom where she had gotten such an outrageous idea. As such, he immediately began to inquire about the bastard who was tainting his precious little sister's pure mind. What kind of sick pervert told you that? A dumbfounded expression etched itself across the girl's face as she stared at her older brother in disbelief. It took her a few moments, but eventually her bewildered expression shifted to one of embarrassment and finally white-hot rage. Afterward, she informed Berenger of just who the sick pervert was who taught her how to play strip poker. You did. I knew this was not normal. Stupid brother. After saying this, she instantly tried to stand up, but when she did, she lost control of her legs due to how much alcohol and cannabis she had consumed. The teenage girl immediately face-planted on top of her elder brother with an exceptionally flushed appearance. Berenger could not tell if she wanted to hit him or run away, but one thing was sure, he had done something foolish. When Berenger tried to lift his sister off of him, he accidentally grabbed somewhere that he shouldn't have, which caused the girl to react violently by slugging him in the face before struggling to her feet, where she somehow managed to shuffle away from the penthouse. As Berenger was lying dazed and confused, he entered a state of epiphany and recalled all of the events that had led up to this point. It was an average spring morning, yet he had a day off for once in his busy life. As such, his only desire was to sit around, relax, and do nothing. However, as usual, his 3 wives wanted him to do something with them. Ultimately, he was dragged around the city for half of the day doing various stupid tasks like shopping. Seriously, why go out shopping when he could have a servant buy all of the items the girls wanted and bring them back to the palace? Nevertheless, by the time he finally got home, Henrietta had a smug expression on her pretty face and openly taunted him. Feeling enraged by his sister's mocking behavior, Berenger felt like making her pay for her actions. As such, he coerced her into entering the harem room where he introduced her to hash and alcohol while partaking of the substances himself. At some point, he pulled out a deck of cards and convinced her to play strip poker, hoping to humiliate the girl and teach her a valuable lesson about insulting her big brother. However, it backfired when he got so stoned that he could not remember what he was doing or why. He supposed it was a good thing the game ended before it got any worse. After all, he was on the losing side and was left with only one item of clothing still attached to his body. If Lady Luck had not blessed him with a good hand on that last round, he would have ended up humiliating himself instead. Berenger sighed heavily as he thought about all that had transpired. Of course, one thing was certain in this whole mess: he had to find another way to punish Henrietta. After all, she had just struck the king, and that was simply unacceptable. It was with this in mind that he crawled to his knees, where he continued to struggle to his feet. After a while, he managed to stand, where he slowly and carefully walked down the stairs. Upon reaching the lower level, he followed the trail that he suspected Henrietta had wandered off to. He did not know how much time had passed from the moment Henrietta ran off to when he finally found her. However, when he did, she was lying face down and curled up on her mattress, where she was likely passed out. This created the perfect opportunity for Berenger to punish his little sister for her previous actions. However, the closer he approached, the more he heard a slight whimper. Initially, Berenger thought the girl was crying, thus causing him to doubt his actions, yet in the very next moment, that whimper turned to a moan, followed by a single phrase. Big brother. Having heard this, Berenger could only think of one thing: that Henrietta was doing, and found himself in an incredibly awkward situation. It took him a few moments to regain his thoughts, and when he did, he proceeded to slowly and quietly abscond from the scene. Before long, he found himself hidden away inside the harem room, where he began to freak out. He tried to convince himself in his mind that he must be misunderstanding the situation, or maybe he heard wrong. After all, he was as high as a kite at the moment and could barely stand. Hell, for all he knew, in reality, he was passed out and dreaming about all of this. Then again, what would that say about his subconscious if he were to actually fantasize about such things in his sleep? Berenger knew only one thing to be true in his mind right now, and thus he quietly expressed that single thought. "I need a drink." After saying this, he wobbled over to the counter where he poured himself 2 fingers of whiskey before sitting down where this craziness had all begun. He was starting to seriously consider finding a proper husband for his little sister. If what he had just witnessed was real, she would need to spend some time with a man unrelated to her. As Berenger thought about what to do about this whole debacle, he slowly drifted into sleep, forgetting all of the foolish things that he had done during the high times he shared with his sister. When the young king finally woke up the next day, he would not remember any of this. Chapter 392, Naval Innovations. With the experimentation of new grenades and smokeless powder underway, the introduction of the 1422 service revolver, and the use of the 1422 7.5 cm field gun, Berenger had found that his arms development was sufficient in accordance with his 5-year plan if you consider the equipment that would be fielded to his army. However, another matter needed to be attended to. While his army was rushing headfirst into the industrial age, his navy was still operating with frigates powered by sails. Berenger had invested a substantial cost into these mighty vessels, but already their time was coming to an end, at least in service to his Royal Navy. The Berenger-class frigates still had many years left of service before they needed retrofitting. Austria could quite easily sell the ones they had manufactured to their allies after replacing them with something more modern. Berenger gazed at the documents piled on his desk with a bitter smile. He honestly had no idea that by the time he had managed to gain the capacity to make large ships of the line, he would already have the ability to manufacture something superior for his use. As such, the blueprint of the Linda-class ship of the line he had designed years ago was now utterly useless. Perhaps he would rename the vessel and sell it to his allies in Granada and Byzantium at a future date. For the time being, Berenger needed to invent new ships, designs that were far more worthy of being named after his wives. With the current rate of steel production and the industrialization of his major cities underway, it was only a matter of time before he could produce all-steel steam-powered vessels. With this in mind, Berenger thought of developing ships that could be improved upon through retrofits later when new technology was invented. At the moment, the best power source he could design within the next 5 years would be a vertical triple-expansion steam engine that utilized water tube boilers. A triple-expansion steam engine was a compound steam engine where the steam was divided into 3 separate stages. In essence, the steam would build up in a high-pressure cylinder before losing pressure and exhausting directly into 2 more large-volume low-pressure cylinders where it extracted more energy from the steam. As for the high-pressure water tube boiler, it functioned by circulating water in tubes heated externally by the fire. Fuels such as coal burned inside the furnace, creating hot gas and boiling water in the steam-generating lines. With this in mind, a bunch of ship designs he had read about during his brief time in the libraries of the U.S. Naval Academy came to mind. Everything from ironclads to light cruisers and even early battleships. The fundamental question that came to Berengar's mind revolved entirely around the nature of how he would utilize his vessels and the enemies he might face. Though giant battleships such as dreadnoughts were beautiful weapons of war, ultimately he was in an era where at most, his navy would be facing wooden sailing ships with a few muzzle-loading cannons. To build a dreadnought in this medieval era would be utterly ridiculous to even think about. The number of resources required to construct such a massive beast was no small sum. His current frigates were already more than enough to decimate any naval power in the world. They could even be used for decades to guarantee naval dominance. However, there were some drawbacks to such designs. A wooden sailing vessel was far more likely to sink than a steam-powered steel warship on the high seas. It was also entirely reliant on the wind and was much slower than several of the designs he could think of. Berengar's purpose for building a powerful navy was not to dominate the Mediterranean like he was currently doing, but to secure a vast global empire that he would one day establish. To fulfill this, his vessels needed to be swift and sturdy. With this in mind, Berenger finally realized the exact classification of the vessels he would need to achieve his goals in the most efficient manner. The light cruiser was wholly armored while being relatively compact. This meant that the ship required a much smaller crew complement to operate while having speeds well over 20 knots. Berenger searched through his memory to find the perfect ship to create to fulfill this role. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a design that utilized the technology he had in mind, with relatively decent armor, armament, and most importantly, speed. The K-Niggsburg-class cruiser of 1905 from Berengar's past life was essentially the pinnacle of light cruisers that utilized the triple-expansion steam engine and water tube boilers. It had 2 engines, 2 screw propellers, and 11 boilers. It was capable of a speed of 23 knots and had a decent-sized crew complement of 14 officers and 308 enlisted men. It utilized 10 10.5 cm guns and 2 45 cm torpedo tubes. At the moment, Berenger did not have reliable torpedo technology, so he would construct the vessels with the tubes, but he would not outfit them with such weapons until a time where they could be built. As for the armor on the vessel has 80 mm thick steel across its deck and 100 mm of steel protecting its conning tower. The ship had a length of 115.3 m, a beam of 13.2 m, and a draft of 5.29 m. The vessel itself was capable of a range of 5,750 nautical miles before it had to resupply on coal. Berenger intended to call this vessel the Adela-class cruiser and did not intend for it to go into production immediately after all. It would be years before his port cities could update their facilities with enough advanced manufacturing equipment to create such a steel behemoth. Yet by the time he defeated the Crusaders in 5 years and began his wars of unification, he believed that he would be able to begin construction of such monstrous ships. Berenger hoped that he would be able to set sail to the New World and begin his colonization efforts by his early 30s. He could only imagine the looks on the natives' faces when the German army showed up in light cruisers armed with bolt-action rifles and heavy machine guns. The very idea made him chuckle. Such a thing would truly be utterly unfair, but then again, nothing about life was fair. Reflecting upon this notion, he began to take a sip from his cup of coffee. One thing was certain: he would be the first white man to step foot on the New World in this timeline. That was something he greatly desired to achieve. As he thought of such things, something dawned upon him. He would need new cargo ships and true carrying vessels, and he had the perfect design in mind. During the Second World War of Berengar's past life, the United States had built thousands of cargo ships known simply as Liberty ships. These ships brought an unprecedented amount of supplies across the Atlantic to aid the Allied powers. At one point, several hundred of the boats were even modified for use as emergency troop transports. Berenger decided to name the ship classification as Dominion, as its purpose was to secure Germany's dominion over its future global empire. The ship was, of course, made entirely out of steel, thus making it impervious to all weapons used by foreign naval powers within the current era. It was powered by a single triple expansion steam engine and a single propulsion screw. The original utilized 2 oil-fired boilers, but Berenger could very easily swap those out for water tube boilers. It had a displacement of 14,474 tons and a cargo capacity of 10,856 t. The ship was capable of a range of 20,000 nautical miles, making it easily capable of traversing throughout the globe with a single refueling session. It had a length of 134.57 m, a beam of 17.3 m, and a draft of 8.5 m. As for armament, the original had a 4-inch gun on the stern and aft, which Berenger could replace with a 10.5 cm naval gun of his design, thus making this cargo ship more than capable of annihilating any hostile vessel foolish enough to attempt to wrestle control over it. Having designed the first 2 vessels responsible for his future expansion as a global empire, Berenger was incredibly pleased with himself. After putting the blueprints aside for later use, he began to get back to work. As a monarch, he had much work to fulfill, and thus he was as busy as ever. With a heavy sigh, Berenger relaxed in his leather recliner before taking off the cap of his fountain pen. He began to write his signature on the approval of several documents pertaining to the spending required to outfit the factories in the various cities across his kingdom. Luckily for him, he had acquired the Medici fortune during his War of Independence and could easily fund the industrialization process of his realm. Chapter 393: Improvements in Food Production and Preservation. Over a month had passed since Berenger had drafted his plans to improve his naval armament over the next few years. However, he had not been focusing on military matters throughout this period. Instead, he had begun inventing certain critical pieces of machinery for food production. With the development of the steam engine, mechanized factories were starting to become a reality, and with it, food production would undoubtedly be affected. Until now, it took substantial effort to make bread, which was the staple of the diets for most people. However, with the plans Berenger had drafted over this last month, the struggles in manufacturing bread would become a thing of the past. In the middle of the Kufstein Industrial District, an enormous warehouse was constructed in years past but was never filled until relatively recently. When Berenger first created his industrial district, he designed it with future factories in mind. Many of these empty warehouses were now being filled with equipment and employees. This warehouse, in particular, was converted into a bread factory. The machinery that Berenger had so painstakingly manufactured over the past month was now in place. A steam engine connected itself to hemp belts which hung from the rafters and attached themselves to the equipment within the factory, thus powering the devices. One of these critical pieces of equipment was a mechanical kneading machine. The fundamental principle of the device was that it was designed with hand cranking in mind, where employees would fill the bowl with water and flour, and from there, they would crank the device until the dough was kneaded correctly. Once kneaded, the machine would then cut out a portion and fill a baking pan which would follow on a conveyor belt until it reached the oven. After it was fully baked, it would then be removed by a baker who would then use a device to cleanly cut the loaf into slices where it would be packaged and shipped to the market. However, with the invention of the steam engine, the hemp belts could be attached to the handle and the steam engine would power the device without the need for a human to crank it. As such, the cost of bread was about to decrease substantially, allowing people to spend more of their hard-earned money on other items. Gunther gazed upon the efficiency of the bread factory with a satisfied smile on his face. Since he had opened his hemp paper factory many months ago, he had gained significant profits and had begun to invest in other business ventures such as Kufstein's first bread factory. In fact, the wax paper used to package the bread came from his other factories. Standing next to him was the first health inspector of the newly established Federal Administration of Food and Safety, also known as the FAFS. It was the job of government bureaucrats like this man to ensure that the various food processing plants across Austria followed proper protocols to ensure a clean and healthy product was delivered to the markets. The man had just finished his search through the factory and was signing off on a document with his fountain pen. With a smile on his face, Gunther, who was once nothing more than a lowly serf, asked the government bureaucrat the question on his mind. "So? How did we do?" The bureaucrat looked over the paper before signing off his signature one final time. After doing so, he reached out his hand to congratulate Gunther for passing the first inspection. "Mr. Gunther, I am proud to announce that you have passed the initial examination. If you and your employees continue to operate the facility with such hygiene, then I am certain that my future visits will be a pleasant one." Upon hearing this, Gunther sighed heavily in relief. He was worried that he might be shut down before he had even begun production. Luckily that was not the case, and he passed the inspection. As such, he grasped a hold of the bureaucrat's hand and shook it with a wide grin on his face. "Thank you very much. I will ensure to maintain this level of cleanliness in the future so we won't have any problems." After hearing this, the bureaucrat pulled back his hand and returned to a stoic gaze as he made one final comment before departing. "Be sure that you do. Now, if you will excuse me, I have to go check on a meat processing plant that has opened up nearby." After saying this, the bureaucrat left Gunther behind and continued his work at the meat processing plant. By the time this bureaucrat arrived at his destination, he was astounded to see the clean environment that was in the facility. Because people had now become aware of germs, they were taking every safety precaution available to them to ensure that the equipment they operated on was sterile. Especially now that there was a government department whose sole purpose was to ensure such protocol was followed. Berenger was a stickler for healthy food. He did not want to see his people getting sick from what they eat, nor did he want companies to sell the rotten products. As such, he had established severe penalties for knowingly violating these laws. If a company wanted to cut costs by selling rotten food, the owner would face up to life imprisonment within a labor camp, though generally such a stiff sentence would only be carried out if someone died from the tainted product. The meat production facility followed a relatively modern process of food production. Berenger knew so much about the safety and presentation of food because his father from his past life worked in a cannery. He was filled with stories in his childhood of how it all functioned. The meat arrived fresh from the farms at the factory where skilled butchers trimmed the excess fat off. After the trimming was complete, the meat was brought to a dicing machine which cut it into 1-inch thick cubes. From there, it was sorted into tin cans where the only additive to the process was a single cube of sea salt. After this had been completed, workers carefully added or removed pieces of meat to ensure that it reached the required weight. From there, the cans entered a conveyor belt where they were led to the cookroom. After this, the cans entered a preheater which blasted them with steam for 20 seconds, removing any trapped air between the cubes. From there, they were led to the pressing machine which compressed the tin lid onto the can with a proper head spacing that created a vacuum on the can to draw out any remaining air. From there, the cans were led to a machine that sealed the cans with a process known as double seaming. The process rolled the rim and lid together, forming an airtight seal. From there, the cans were lowered into a commercial-sized pressure cooker. After the cans had been thoroughly cooked, they would then be set aside to cool and dry for roughly an hour. This process resulted in preserved, salted meat that could last up to 5 years of shelf life. By doing this, the price of meat decreased drastically and the people of Austria could have food on their shelves that could be eaten at any time. Having observed the entire process, the bureaucrat signed off on the meat packaging plant as just one of the multiple food processing plants on his list of inspections. The man and his colleagues had much work to be done as Kufstein further industrialized and the other cities trailed behind it. These inspections would become increasingly necessary. The Industrial Revolution was not just about military buildup but the betterment of society as a whole, or at least that is how Berenger perceived it. After all, just 5 years ago the people of Austria were living as serfs, breaking their backs on the farms. Now Austria had become a bastion of wealth and prosperity that all other countries had begun to envy. Eventually, the reports from these bureaucrats would make their way to Berengar's desk. Luckily for him, he would not have to do anything but smile every time he saw another food processing plant receive a proper grading for their inspection. As for the ones who failed their examination, that was a problem for the Federal Administration of Food and Safety to solve. Berenger had set up a robust government branch to handle that for him. If he genuinely needed to intervene, it would be some form of disaster that he did not even want to think about. Thus everything progressed smoothly as Austria rapidly transitioned into the industrial age. Under the guise of King Berenger von Kufstein, the Kingdom of Austria entered a new era of prosperity and growth the likes the world had never seen before. Chapter 394, Shipping off to Granada. The time had come, in a few days, the day that Berenger had pledged to provide military support to his ally in the Iberian Peninsula will have arrived. After months of preparation, the 1st Division was ready to ship off to Granada, where they would fight against the Catholic armies until every single inch of Iberian land was under the control of Al-Andalus once more. Berenger stood in front of his army dressed in his field uniform, which was based upon a field marshal's variant of the M40 uniforms worn by the Wehrmacht during the middle of the Second World War from his previous life. There were a few minor differences between the uniform currently worn by Berenger and that of the field marshals of the Second World War. The primary difference between the uniform that Berenger currently wore and that of the original was that the red trim that scaled across the edges of the uniform was replaced with a forest green color, much like you would have seen in use by the Cold War-era East German border guard. At his collar, Berenger had unique tabs made for his position as King of Austria and Reichsmarschall, or, in other words, the Marshal of the realm. These tabs were based upon the Reichsmarschall tabs used by Hermann Goering in his past life, the difference being that the center material was not white but forest green instead. Hanging from his collar was his Grand Cross of the Iron Cross and his Austrian Military Merit Order on top of it. On his shoulders, he had tabs unique to his position. Like the collar tabs, these were based heavily on Hermann Goering's, the difference being the Nazi Reichsadler was replaced with the double-head eagle of Austria. Pinned on his chest above his top left pocket was a series of 3 ribbon bars, signifying his glorious feats in combat. Below these ribbon bars, placed square in the center of the pocket itself, was his Star of the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross. From his right shoulder to his left hip was a Sam Brown-style shoulder strap connected to his belt. Both were made of black leather. The belt buckle was made of white gold with the Austrian double eagle imprinted upon it. On his left side was his black leather holster, which contained his revolver. Below this belt were his trousers in the style of a Wehrmacht field marshal's jodhpurs. The difference was that the stripe was not red but the same forest green that trimmed his tunic. These pants were stuffed into a pair of black leather officer's jackboots. Finally, atop his head was a new eye patch made of black leather with an iron cross patch sewn into the center. Unlike his other stately eye patch, it did not have a gilded edge. Above that was an officer's brimmed cap in the style worn by the field marshals of the Wehrmacht. The primary difference between this cap and that of the original was that the golden Nazi Reichsadler pin had been replaced by the Austrian double eagle of Berengar's kingdom. In fact, the entire uniform was completely rid of any form of Nazi paraphernalia and was instead replaced with imperial symbolism. As Berenger stood in front of his soldiers on the docks of Trieste, it was this image that they gazed upon. His soldiers were dressed in the style of the M40 field uniform used by the Wehrmacht in his past life, but with Feldgrau painted steel armor in the form of German trench armor from the Great War. They also wore M35 Stahl helms with the Austrian Reichsadler painted on the side. Slung over their shoulders were the Schmidt needle rifles, and clipped to their web gear were 2 stick grenades per soldier alongside the standard equipment. Berenger began to give a speech to his gathered soldiers before they embarked on their journey to reclaim Iberia for their Moorish allies. I gaze upon you, the sons of Austria, and my heart is filled with pride. Pride in our people, pride in our kingdom, but most of all, pride in our strength. Each and every one of you is about to embark on a journey to a land far away from your birth with a single purpose: to kill our enemies. Now I know what many of you are thinking: why should I fight and die in some godforsaken spit of land so that the Muslims can reclaim Iberia? However, if you are thinking in such a manner, I must inform you that you are gravely mistaken. You will not be killing for the sake of the Granadans. You are doing so for the well-being of your people. Make no mistake, the Church will rally together all of the significant Catholic kingdoms to march upon our soil in 5 years. Hundreds of thousands of enemies will enter our lands in an attempt to butcher our families. Why? Because we dare to disagree on the teachings of Christ? Or maybe it is to stifle the growth that every man, woman, and child in this kingdom has fought so hard to achieve. Now I want to ask each and every one of you a straightforward question. If the 3 Catholic kingdoms of Iberia were to no longer exist, would they be able to assist our enemies in destroying our homes? Neen. Thus do not think of this as throwing your lives away for some filthy Saracens on the other side of the world so that they may see some peaceful days. Instead, think of it as taking the fight to your enemies so that your people and your families will never see the horrors of war that you as men must witness. There is a fire inside each of us that burns brighter with every passing breath. We, as Germans, understand the art of war on a profoundly intimate level. It could be considered a rite of passage for all of our young men to enter the battlefield and claim glory for themselves, for their king, and their fatherland. Now it is your turn, so go forth and kill the enemies of Austria. Hail victory! As Berenger finished his speech, the crowd of 25,000 soldiers and the sailors who would spend the next few weeks ferrying them across the Mediterranean threw up Roman salutes and chanted in unison the following phrase: Hail victory! Hail victory! Hail victory! A cruel smile etched itself upon Berengar's lips as he witnessed this. He had only seen such a spectacular scene in the historical videos of a specific mustached man's speeches from his past life. Berenger had no intentions of creating a fascist state. Instead, his goals were purely imperialistic. He envisioned a society akin to a far grander Second Reich rather than its failed successor. However, one could not deny the powerful speaker and propagandist that man was. As such, Berenger had on occasion borrowed specific phrases and gestures from the Third Reich, such as the term Hail Victory and the Roman salute, to use among his troops. It seemed to have the desired effect, as the soldiers were fired up and ready to kill any Catholic Iberians they came across. As for Berenger, for the time being, he had no plans to interfere in Granada. Arnulf was a capable enough commander, and he was needed in the fatherland to further enhance its industrial capabilities. The King of Austria had seen enough of war for the time being, and 6 months was not enough time of peace for him to properly enjoy himself. While the soldiers of Austria prepared to embark on their newest war, Berenger returned to the palace where he approached with trepidation. He may have forgotten to inform his loved ones that he was not, in fact, embarking on war at the moment. He knew how they worried about him while he was on the battlefield, and that fact that he had not informed him that he would be staying behind was sure to cause some panic. As he entered through the doors of his palace, he was immediately greeted by his 3 wives and his younger sister, who all jumped into his arms, colliding with him like an avalanche, forcing him down onto the ground. They were visibly upset. Clearly, they thought he had left them behind without saying goodbye. Eventually, Berenger chuckled before rising to his feet. He could tell by their pouting expressions that they were greatly displeased with him. Deciding to diffuse the tension, Berenger made a joke, which went as well as you might expect. "I was only gone for a couple of hours, and yet you girls look like I have been away for a lifetime. Did you miss me that much?" The various reactions from the 4 women were complicated. Adela seemed to be pouting with a small tear in her eyes. Linda seemed to be angry, and Honoria seemed to be pleasantly surprised. As for Henrietta, Berenger had no idea what was going on in her head, but she appeared dreadfully worried about his safety. Noticing that he had ruined the mood, the young king of Austria quickly gathered the girls together for a group hug and informed them of his decision. "Relax, I'm not going away to war for a while. If I were to leave, who would continue my efforts to industrialize the nation? Unless something serious happens during the conflict, I will be here with you 4 girls. Now let's get something to eat." After saying this, Berenger led his family towards the dining hall, where they all began to celebrate the fact that the young king had not left them all behind. Later that night, Berenger would retire to his quarters alongside his 3 wives, where they would have their own little private party. Chapter 395, Preparing for the Constitutional Convention. On the following morning, Berenger rose bright and early with a sense of fatigue. He once more had most of the energy drained from his body as he entertained his wives. More importantly, he had an important meeting later in the day, and thus there was little time for him to relax. With this in mind, he quickly finished his morning routine before heading out the door of the royal palace. As he sat within his carriage, he carried a briefcase filled with important documents regarding his 5-year plan. His destination was simple. It was the temporary residence of his uncle and father-in-law, Chancellor Otto von Graz. Since their victory in their war for independence 7 months ago, Austria had become a sovereign kingdom. However, despite this, they had until now operated under a constitution designed while they were still a subservient duchy. With this in mind, Berenger now felt it was time to hold a constitutional convention. The purpose behind this was to draft a new constitution for an independent Austria. This was Berengar's reason for visiting his uncle on this fine morning. After knocking on the door a solid 3 times, the door opened to reveal a young maid. With the abolishment of serfdom, servants such as maids and butlers now had to be paid a living wage. Despite this, it was a highly desirable position as, generally speaking, housing and meals were accommodated as part of the position. The young maid stared in shock as she realized that the man standing before her was the King of Austria. It took her a few moments to pay her respects to Berenger, where she quickly kneeled in front of him and apologized for her lack of decorum. "Your Highness, I apologize. I was just surprised to see you here. I will go alert His Grace of your presence right away." As the young girl departed, Berenger waited inside the entrance of Otto's chateau for a few minutes before the man arrived. He was dressed in nothing but a silk robe and had an unpleasant expression on his face. It would appear as if he was still sleeping when Berenger arrived. Nevertheless, the moment he saw his nephew and son-in-law standing before him in a military uniform, he realized that more important matters were afoot. Thus Otto greeted Berenger with a warm smile before leading him into the study. "Your Highness, I was not expecting your visit so early in the morning. I apologize for my improper appearance. Please wait in my study. I will have young Magdalene here attend to your needs while I tidy up." Berenger merely nodded his head in silence, signaling to his uncle that he approved. Afterward, the older man rushed up the stairs and into his bathroom, where he began to bathe and select appropriate attire for the meeting. While this was going on, Berenger noticed the maid eyeing him carefully as if he were a wolf and she was a lamb. Evidently, his reputation as a womanizer had preceded him, seeing as how the girl seemed to be exceptionally cautious around him. Nevertheless, Berenger had no interest in a lowly maid. If he took up another lover, she would have to be at least a princess. Thus Berenger put on a friendly smile as he gave an order to the young maid in a polite and delicate manner. "Magdalene, was it? I would greatly appreciate it if you would fetch me a cup of coffee." The girl instantly nodded her head in silence and scurried off like a frightened rabbit as she began to prepare what her monarch had requested. Before long, she returned with a fresh glass of black coffee, where Berenger immediately began to request another favor. "Please, if you would add some milk and sugar, that would be most welcome." The maid instantly nodded in silence and fetched a fresh glass of milk and a sugar cube that she skillfully mixed into the ceramic cup. After doing so, she asked the question on her mind. "Is there anything else you require, Your Majesty?" However, Berenger merely shook his head as he responded to her inquiry. "No, you have done wonderfully, thank you." The girl instantly blushed as she heard this and ran off into the background. She knew it was best not to stick her nose into the business of the nobility, especially the King of Austria. After a while, Otto returned in his noblest attire before sitting down across from Berenger, where he opened up the conversation with small talk. "So, how's my daughter treating you? I hope she hasn't been causing you too much trouble." Berenger smiled as he heard this and placed down his cup upon the small plate provided with it. Quite the contrary, I greatly enjoy her company. With her around, I find my workload much easier to handle. However, due to her pregnancy, she and the others are a little bit, shall we say, moody. Otto chuckled briefly when he heard this before sizing up Berenger in his new field uniform. Afterward, he inquired about the state of his attire. So you're going off to war, I take it? You chose a good time. By the time you return home, your girls would have either already given birth or will be damn close to it. Meaning you will have to suffer less. A misleading smile curved itself upon Berengar's lips as memories of his achievements in battle flooded his mind, filling his sight and hearing as if he were hallucinating. His hands were as still as granite as he recounted the time he had spent engaging in pure unadulterated violence. Eventually, he broke free of the illusion and responded to Otto's line of questioning with an appropriate answer. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, huh? Actually, for the time being, I will be here, at home in Kufstein. Unless the situation within Iberia turns volatile and my presence becomes required, I will not participate in this campaign, no matter how much I desire to do so. As for the uniform, quite honestly, I felt it was a good change of pace from the overly luxurious attire I usually wear. In my humble opinion, it makes me look more militaristic and utilitarian than my usual style, and I greatly admire those attributes. Otto immediately nodded his head silently in response to the statement. He sympathized with Berengar's point of view. Despite the fact that he did not partake in Austria's military, at least not since a centralized, professional force was established, he had still seen his fair share of war in the past. Having engaged in small talk for an appropriate amount of time, Berenger sipped from his coffee once more before finishing it off. After doing so, he instantly switched the topic to his reason for visiting. After all, as king, he was a very busy man and could not stay for long. Anyways, uncle, this is not what I have come here to discuss with you. Instead, I have come to ask for your assistance. I am aware that you are well respected among the nobility of Austria as the chancellor of our kingdom and the current Duke of Steiermark. You hold an advantageous position. Hence, I must request something of you. Otto's gaze shifted to a severe glint as he prepared himself for what Berenger was about to ask. By the sound of his nephew's voice, something serious was about to transpire. As such, he nodded his head before speaking in the affirmative. Whatever you require of me, so long as it is within my power, I will fulfill it to the best of my ability. Berenger naturally smiled when he heard this response. It was exactly what he wanted to hear. As such, he wasted no time and immediately began to inform his uncle of the decision he had come to. Uncle, it is no great secret that some of my reforms have been less than popular among the higher echelons of Austrian nobility. Some still refer to me as usurper and upstart. They look down upon my lineage rather than kneel before my achievements. I have no ill will towards them. They are old and stubborn fools refusing to change with the times. Whenever a significant change occurs within a society, there will always be men like that. However, I do require their assistance. Soon I will be gathering together the heads of state and various noblemen from across the kingdom for a matter of great importance. Now that we are an independent kingdom, the time has come to establish a constitution worthy of our great nation. Though I have done the groundwork with the previous renditions, they were never intended to be the final product. With this in mind, I want all of the great men of Austria, whether they come from the nobility or the common populace, to come together and aid me in creating a system that will endure the test of time and take everyone's needs into account. The fact of the matter is, with a simple request, I can quickly gain the support of the common men and that of the lesser nobility, for nobody has gained more during my time as a monarch than they. However, I fear men of your caliber, the dukes and marquises of Austria, will be a bit hesitant to join in on this constitutional convention of mine. What I require of you is fairly simple. I would very much appreciate it if you could represent the interest of the higher nobility and call for this meeting as chancellor before I make the announcement. So it appears as if I am not forcing my ideas onto everyone else yet again. After hearing this, Otto was silent for several moments. He did not make a single movement as he reflected on Berengar's speech. After a while, he finally sighed and in doing so, nodded his head as he accepted the task bequeathed to him by his sovereign. Very well, I will make a public declaration in the coming days, requesting a constitutional convention. I will call upon you and everyone you deem to be of importance to attend the meeting in the Reichstag, where we will come to a consensus on what should and should not be put into our constitution. Though I must be honest, I fear that you are simply using this as a propaganda piece to satisfy those who have been less than agreeable with your reforms. Berenger chuckled when he heard this response. After doing so, he stood up from his seat and nodded his head with a smile etched upon his face before responding. Uncle, you know me so well. Very well, I will leave this task to you. After you make your declaration, I shall respond in agreement, where we will then set a date and time for the leaders of our society to gather in the Reichstag. I look forward to working with you in the future. After saying this, Berenger departed from Otto's temporary residence. It was only after he had ensured that his nephew was long gone that Otto dared to release his breath and utter the thoughts he had on his mind. No wonder he has 3 wives. The amount of work this fool endures is enough to put any man into an early grave. Chapter 396, Austrians arrive in Granada. A few days had passed and the first of Berengar's armed forces had stepped foot upon the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. In southern Granada, thousands of Austrian soldiers gathered together with their arms and artillery as they prepared to advance north. However, until the remainder of the division could arrive, a temporary city devised of tents was set up on the edge of the region for the time being. This city of tents was used to house the thousands of soldiers waiting for the rest of their division and supplies to arrive. A general who had earned his spot in Berengar's good graces was currently leading the 1st Division. With his swift victory over the Swiss, Adelbrand von Salzburg was sent as the leader of the 1st Division until he regrouped with Arnulf and the forces of the Royal Granadon Army. At that point, Arnulf would seize command of all coalition forces in Granada by decree of King Berenger von Kufstein. For some time now, the Reconquista had become a proxy war that Berenger used to divide the forces of the Catholic Church and force his enemies to spend time, bodies, and resources on a fight they simply could not win. Unfortunately, the Granadon army proved less competent than he had initially estimated. They forced him to enter the war years in advance of what he had planned. Berenger himself was in the process of leading the Kingdom of Austria into a new era of industrialization. He could ill afford to march an army to war at the moment. Instead, he had begrudgingly dispatched a portion of his army to his allies' territory under the supervision of one of his top generals who was loosely related to him. Adelbrand was a young and ambitious duke who was always a skilled warrior with a mind for tactics. Despite his age, he had gained an advantageous position in the Austrian Royal Army and proven himself on the battlefield by leading a campaign against the Swiss, which ultimately resulted in their annexation. He was the young brother of the incompetent dullard Wolfgang von Salzburg, the husband of Eva von Graz, Berengar's cousin and Adela's sister. The man had distant ties to Berenger from a familial aspect, and thus the young monarch was more inclined to trust him. Adelbrand, of course, was fiercely loyal to Berenger and his regime, seeing the meritocratic approach to succession and military matters to be an enormous improvement over the medieval primogeniture system. After all, if Berenger had not risen to power, he would still be kneeling beneath his idiot of an elder brother, that is, if he was still alive. While Salzburg was being burned to the ground under Bavarian occupation, Adelbrand took up the mantle to defend his home, despite it being a lost cause. Wolfgang had fled to the relative safety of his wife's family's estate, leaving his people to suffer under the wrath of the Bavarian armies. If not for Berengar's intervention, it is hard to say precisely what the young duke's fate would have been. Initially a count, he, much like his counterpart Otto, was raised to the status of duke when Berenger rose to the position of king. Now he was tasked with leading the 1st Division of the Austrian Royal Army, which was the most battle-hardened and elite division of Berengar's forces to battle in Granada. Granted, he would be forced to cede his authority to Arnulf, who would act as leader of both Granadon and Austrian forces. Nonetheless, he held significant power in this campaign to eradicate the Catholic kingdoms of Iberia. Eventually, Adelbrand noticed the arrival of the Granadon Sultan, who gazed upon the field of feldgrau-clad men with a look of hope in his eyes. Hassan had a joyous expression as he witnessed the arrival of the Austrian forces. He was in for a big surprise, as Berenger had initially informed him that he would only be sending 10,000 men to aid him. Ultimately, Berenger had opted to send a whole division, which just so happened to be the most veteran force he had under his command. Berenger was the type of man to underpromise and overdeliver. He had initially expected it would take longer than 6 months to equip his entire 1st Division with the arms necessary to win this conflict in extravagant fashion. However, due to his ongoing industrialization and the efficiency of his workers, the arms factories produced more than enough weapons to fulfill the demands of a single division. Thus, in the end, Berenger had sent the entirety of his 1st Division along with one of his most capable generals to achieve overwhelming victory. The 1st Division comprised of 3 infantry brigades, 1 cavalry brigade, 1 artillery brigade, and a few support battalions, which consisted of specialty units like Jaegers, medics, pioneers, etc. Not all of these men had made their way to Granada yet, and as such, Hassan was unaware of the immense force that Berenger had committed to his cause. Upon noticing that Adelbrand seemed to be giving commands to his troops, Hassan approached the man and quickly asked the question on his mind. "Are you the man in charge here?" Luckily for Adelbrand, since Berenger had first met Hassan, the man had been studying his German and could now communicate effectively with the leaders of the Austrian army. In response to Hassan's question, Adelbrand threw up a standard military salute and reported his name and rank to the Sultan of Granada. "Major General Adelbrand von Salzburg, I have been tasked by His Majesty King Berenger von Kufstein to lead the 1st Division of the Austrian Royal Army to victory in this campaign. Though the Granadon Royal Army had sought to emulate Austria's mighty military, they had yet to fully encompass the proper scale and unit designations that Berenger had used. After all, at the beginning of this conflict, they had less than an entire division's worth of men to field. For this reason, Hassan did not immediately understand just what a division of soldiers meant. Because of this misunderstanding, Hassan immediately asked a relatively foolish question. "The 1st Division? Does that mean there are more of you coming?" Adelbrand immediately responded to this question with a smug expression as he explained in full detail just what exactly Austria defined a division as. "While my entire unit has yet to reach these shores, I assure you there will only be 1 division taking part in this conflict. Your Majesty, I must inform you that a full division is roughly 25,000 men who are fully capable of waging war independently if they must. Due to the superiority of our forces over that of the enemy, His Majesty King Berenger has decided that he will only need the 1st Division to win this war. After hearing that 25,000 Austrians would be arriving to support him, Hassan felt greatly relieved, as if the pressure he had been facing these past 6 months suddenly vanished. He was aware of how efficient the Austrians were in warfare and knew that Berenger truly valued their alliance if he were to send so many of his soldiers to battle. However, there was one last question on his mind as he thought about this. As such, Hassan did not hold back his thoughts as he inquired about the whereabouts of a specific person. "Tell me, where's King Berenger? I very much would like to share a drink with him." Adelbrand's expression suddenly became awkward. He had no idea that Berenger had utterly neglected to inform Hassan that he would not be entering the conflict. An uncomfortable smile appeared on his face as he tried to explain the situation as delicately as possible. "King Berenger is currently occupied overseeing a critical transition without our kingdom and is unavailable to lead the conflict. However, I assure you that under my command it will be more than enough to win this conflict." Hassan immediately began to curse in his native tongue as he spoke his thoughts aloud. "That bastard! I bet he's avoiding me because he knows I will try to marry my sister off to him." Adelbrand had no idea what Hassan was saying, but he figured it was not pleasant. Thus he kept his mouth shut. He would only speak up on Berengar's behalf if the Sultan had the guts to insult him in a language that the general could understand. Luckily for everyone involved, Hassan kept his thoughts to himself. After a while, Hassan began to speak to the Austrian general about the ongoing conflict. "At the moment, your General Arnulf is behind enemy lines leading my royal guard in what he referred to as a guerrilla campaign. So far, they have been successful in slowing down the Iberian advance, but it won't be long before they engage my defenses. I suggest that you quickly make your way to the front to reinforce my main army, or else it will be a hell of a lot more difficult when the first line of defense fails." Adelbrand shook his head when he heard this suggestion. He had a plan and would stick to it. It was with this in mind that he responded to Hassan's request. "I will wait here until the first division has fully landed. Afterward, I will root out your enemies from your land. When I have secured your emirate and exterminated every last Catholic in these lands, I will then drive my army into Portugal, where I will capture its capital and force their king to kneel before me. For the time being, your soldiers will have to hold out. I am sure they can manage that." When Hassan heard this, he sighed before walking back to his caravan. He had traveled a long way to greet the Austrian host, and he was not going to sit around and wait for the rest of the division to arrive. As he began marching back to his carriage, as he did so he called out to Adelbrand, giving him the green light to do whatever he pleased. "You are the general, do what you think is best, but I warn you, if they break through my army, you will be forced to deal with dozens of small armies across my territory, and this will turn into a very long campaign." After saying this, the young sultan departed from the port, traveling back to his capital of Granada. While Adelbrand and Arnulf waged war against the Iberians, Hassan would sit back in his palace and enjoy the luxuries contained within. This carefree attitude would later be seen as an act of cowardice, becoming a significant point of contention between the Granadan generals and their sultan. Chapter 397, Assassinating an Eastern Warlord. Since Berenger had first decided to annex the Teutonic state and incorporate it into his domain, he had ordered Linda to send field agents into the territory currently occupied by the Eastern Coalition, which was comprised of multiple countries such as Poland, Lithuania, the various Rus states, and the Golden Horde. These field agents were tasked with sabotage, assassination, and deep reconnaissance to halt the Eastern Coalition's advance into what little remained of the Teutonic state. It was a difficult mission, and at the moment, a field agent by the name of J=1/4 Spec was deep behind enemy lines with a task that most likely would result in his untimely demise. Nevertheless, for the sake of the fatherland, he was more than willing to pay the price. In his hands was a Schmidt needle rifle with its range elevated out to 1,000 yards. Having performed excellently in his marksmanship course, J=1/4 was more than capable of making the shot. At the moment, he was sitting far away from his target, who was riding with his host. Cotton was the current Khan of the Golden Horde, and he was riding with his warriors westward to Marienburg with a single purpose: to eradicate the last remnants of the Teutonic state. It would undoubtedly be a massacre if he and his 130,000 horsemen arrived within those lands. At that moment, J=1/4 was aiming down his sight in the pouring rain as he waited for the Khan's approach. The man would be entering firing range any minute now, and the agent could take his shot. Dressed in a splinter camo smock and field cap, J=1/4 blended in with his environment at such a distance perfectly. Without a Khan to lead the horde, the various clans would undoubtedly fall into infighting for the next ruler. Thus J=1/4 took a deep breath and placed his finger on the trigger. His target was now within his sights. As he squeezed the trigger, the sound of thunder cracked in the air, startling the Eastern warriors. Initially, they thought it was just thunder, yet when they gazed over their fearless leader, there was a bloody hole square in the center of his chest. Due to the distance of 1,000 yards and the poor weather, they had not seen the smoke plume that spat out of J=1/4's rifle, and thus was unaware of how their leader had been slain. Nevertheless, the Khan fell from his horse's back with shock in his eyes as he breathed his last breath. The moment this occurred, the horde of 130,000 men erupted into chaos. They frantically began to search for the culprit, never expecting that he would lay hiding in the bushes 1,000 yards away. However, in his panicked state, J with tilde 1/4 Regen made the foolish action of hopping on his horseback and fleeing the scene of his crime, which immediately caused the Horde scouts to notice his presence. Had he just stayed put and hunkered down, it was possible that the Golden Horde would have assumed the death of their Khan was an inside job, and yet now with the lone horseman frantically absconding from the scene, they knew that their Khan had somehow been assassinated by an outsider. With this in mind, the Golden Horde began to chase after J with tilde 1/4 Regen with their swift horses. Whether he could escape or not was now in God's hands. The Austrian agent hurried off as fast as his horse would allow him. Luckily for him, Arabians had a high endurance level. Nevertheless, despite spending nearly 3 miles outrunning his pursuers, his horse began slowing down. It could no longer endure its top speed and was completely exhausted. Considering he was left in the middle of nowhere, with no surrounding village to hide in, J with tilde 1/4 Regen knew he had only one chance of survival. After reflecting upon his choices, he quickly halted his horse, where he pulled out a piece of parchment contained within his pouch. With a fountain pen in hand, he pulled out a map of the area and marked down his general location with a single phrase written down: SOS. After doing so, he attached the letter to the messenger owl that was contained within a cage tied to the horse's saddle. After doing so, he threw the owl into the air and sent it off to the nearest field camp of his nearby agents. Hopefully reinforcements would arrive soon and liberate him from his desperate situation. If the Eastern warriors of the Golden Horde wanted to pursue him, they would have to do so under his terms. Considering he was dressed in camouflage and wielding a superior weapon, J with tilde 1/4 Regen knew his only hope for survival was hiding out until his pursuers abandoned their quest to find him. After scouting out the area, J with tilde 1/4 Regen found a nearby forest that he could hide within until help arrived. With this in mind, the man quickly began covering himself in mud to hide his white skin, where he then fled under the cover of the large forest. He hoped he would hide well enough that the Eastern warriors would be unable to find him. After roughly an hour had passed, Jürgen had found a small cave where he took the chance to rest within. It was unknown if some form of predator lied within its depths. However, he knew that if he did not get out of his soaking clothes soon, then without a doubt he would die from hypothermia. Luckily for J with tilde 1/4 Regen, there were no signs of a beast camped within the cavern, thus the man quickly started a fire and stripped from his soaked clothes, where he reached into his satchel and pulled out a pair of medieval peasant clothing he kept as a spare in case the need arose where he would have to hide his identity. For 3 days, J with tilde 1/4 Regen stayed within the forest, hunting and trapping his food while surviving the land. Just when he thought his pursuers had lost track of him, he felt a sharp pain pierce through his thigh. A barbed arrow stuck out from his leg just below the femoral artery. He was well and truly crippled. Though he tried to crawl away, he was eventually kicked over by a large Mongolian man dressed in the armor of his people. Just as the man was about to bring down his blade and decapitate the wounded field agent, his hand was stopped and an even larger man began speaking to him with a stern tone in a language that J with tilde 1/4 Regen did not understand. Before long, J with tilde 1/4 Regen was bound up with rope and carried out of the forest by Mongols. The worst imaginable situation had transpired. He was captured alive by the Golden Horde and would undoubtedly be tortured for information on his identity before being executed. J with tilde 1/4 Regen knew the odds of rescue were low and such resigned himself to his fate. Even if aid could arrive, there was no conceivable way for them to break into the Golden Horde's encampment and free him from his bondage. Unknowingly to him, his owl had reported his location to the nearest field outpost, and thus a team of agents was already on its way to search for his whereabouts. Roughly a month had passed since J with tilde 1/4 Regen's capture, and at the moment, Hema, who was the deputy director of Royal Intelligence, was standing within the halls of their headquarters located within the city of Kufstein. She held a field report in her hand as a frown curled upon her lips. After reading through the information, she fully understood the situation at hand. Since J with tilde 1/4 Regen's capture, the Golden Horde had split off into various factions vying for the position of the next Khan. The objective had been achieved and their advance into the Teutonic state was halted. They were no longer united, and J with tilde 1/4 Regen was surprisingly still alive. Though tortured mercilessly, he had never revealed his identity. Thus the Mongols continued to keep him breathing for the time being. However, his current location was deep within the camp of the prime candidate for the position of Khan. With 50,000 horse riders by his side, it would not be easy to extract the field agent from his predicament. A team of agents was constantly monitoring the situation, and they had sent a request back to headquarters on how to proceed. It would not take long before J with tilde 1/4 Regen had finally broken and revealed that this was a ploy by Austrian intelligence to slow down the Golden Horde's advance into the Teutonic states' lands. When that happened, open warfare would occur between Austria and the Golden Horde. Such an outcome needed to be stopped at all costs. Thus Hema, who was currently dressed in her work uniform, had a complicated expression on her lips. Until now, none of her field agents had been captured alive. The information that J with tilde 1/4 Regen had available could quickly spark a war between the two countries. Thus 2 options presented themselves either way. An elite team that she did not have available would have to sneak into the enemy encampment. After dwelling upon it for some time, Hema sighed heavily as she stared at her director of covert operations, who had handed her the report. After several moments of silence, she revealed her thoughts on the matter. It looks like I am going to have to request aid from the director herself. Chapter 398, Establishing Special Operations. Berenger, Linda, and Hema were currently within the king's office inside the royal palace. As Berenger sat down at his seat, Linda stood by his side as they read the report given to them by the Deputy Director of Royal Intelligence. Hema had proven herself a capable field agent in the past and was well aware of the dangers associated with the mission she had been ordered to give out to the men and women under her command. However, one of her people was captured and she currently lacked the means to extract them from their compromised position. The only option left was to ask for assistance from the armed forces directly under Berengar's command as both King and Reichsmarshal of Austria. Berenger gazed at the report with a complicated expression. He knew that he had issued the order to assassinate high-profile targets, but taking out the leader of the Golden Horde was a rather foolish decision on Royal Intelligence's part. After coming to a thorough understanding of the current situation, Berenger sighed heavily as he placed the report down upon his desk. After doing so, he put his fingers together in contemplation. He sat there in silence for a few moments before he finally asked the question on his mind. "What is it exactly that you are requesting of me?" Hema gulped, the saliva pooling in her mouth as she struggled to find the means to express her desire. Eventually, she steeled her resolve and asked Berenger for the support she had in mind. "I request that you dispatch your forces to enter the camp covertly and either extract or eliminate Jurgen to prevent classified information from being leaked to the enemy." Berenger thought about the question at hand for a few moments. Though his field agents were talented in espionage, assassination, and sabotage, they were not skilled in military matters. As a result, if they attempted to rescue the target, it would fail. Berenger had not thought of establishing a dedicated special operations unit until now. The reason was quite simple. He believed the superiority of his forces was so overwhelming that the use of specialized units to fulfill unconventional tasks was not required. Yet here he sat with a mission that not even his Jaegers could easily pull off. After all, covert operations were not exactly in their job description. They were direct action, light infantry specialists. With this in mind, he pulled out a piece of paper and began to draft a royal edict to immediately establish a task force under the command of the Austrian Royal Army. If Austria's Jaeger Corps were based upon the 75th Ranger Regiment from his past life, this unit would be based on the Green Berets. This special forces unit would be labeled as Jag Commandos and trained in land and seaborne operations. They would act as the silent professionals needed to complete Austria's dirty work. As for airborne operations, unfortunately, Berenger did not yet have the means to manufacture aircraft. As such, he could not train them in such methods. After finishing the edict, Berenger put down his fountain pen and announced his decision. "I am authorizing the establishment of a special operations force designed to handle covert operations like these. They shall be known as Jag Commandos. They shall be equipped with specialized equipment for their missions that will not see use in the standard armed forces for many years. After all, for what I have in mind, we will only be able to produce a small number of such weapons. You have my permission to take whoever you see fit from the army to establish this unit. I want Agent Jurgen extracted alive if possible. However, if such a feat proves too challenging to achieve, he needs to be eliminated in a way that does not draw attention to us. A bayonet to the heart will suffice. You have 2 weeks to form this unit and dispatch them to Poland. Any longer than that, and I fear the man will break and reveal everything." Hema immediately stood up and saluted Berenger after receiving her orders. She did not know how effective the unit would be within 2 weeks. However, it was better than what she currently had available. "Heil Victory." After saying this, Berenger nodded, stood up, and returned her Roman-style salute before dismissing her. After doing so, he sat back down in his seat with a weary expression. Though the Golden Horde had split apart for the time being as they tried to elect a new Khan, one of his agents was captured and would require a specialized team to extract or eliminate him. For the time being, the troops sent on this mission would undoubtedly be recruited from the most elite Jaegers and field agents after their task was completed. They would be trained into the elite force that Berenger had mentioned earlier and equipped with more advanced weapons than what was currently available to his army. After dwelling upon this for a while, Berenger felt his shoulders being rubbed and looked up to see Lindy's beautiful smile as she comforted him. After all, ordering the potential elimination of one of his agents was not easy to accept, and thus she knew her husband was likely conflicted. "It's okay, even if it comes to what you fear most, he will have died for the sake of the fatherland. What Jurgen knows can't be released to the Mongols. It would invite danger to the people here at home." Berenger began to relax as his second wife gave him a message. He knew the reasoning for doing such a horrid task, but just because it was logical did not make it any easier on his conscience. While Linda was rubbing his shoulders, Berenger cracked a joke to his wife about her deputy director. "Hema looked good in her uniform. Maybe you should dress up in yours more often?" When Linda heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes. Though she was director of intelligence, she had never actually gotten a uniform tailored for herself. After all, she spent more time at home in the palace looking after the kids than she did at headquarters. Because Austrian Royal Intelligence acted as both a domestic and foreign intelligence agency, there were uniforms in place for members who spent most if not all of their time within the nation's borders. These uniforms were partially based upon those of the Stasi from East Germany, with the primary difference being that the collars were in the form of those used by the Wehrmacht in WW II. Hearing that her husband so very much wanted to see her in a uniform brought a smile to the girl's face as she wrapped her arms around his shoulders from behind and whispered in his ear with a sensual tone, "If you want me to have a uniform so badly, then I will have one designed. However, I fear that if I wear such a thing, you won't be able to keep your hands off me." After saying this, she turned Berengar's seat around and sat in his lap as she began to kiss him passionately. The young king immediately began to unzip her dress from the back where it fell from her shoulders, revealing her substantial bosom. It did not take him long to start sucking the milk from her teats. However, before they could become truly connected, they heard a knock on the door followed by the sound of their son's voice, which thoroughly interrupted the couple's playtime. "Mommy? Father? Are you in there?" Upon hearing this, Berenger sighed heavily before helping his wife get dressed. After doing so, he approached the door and let his son in. Lindy's frustrated expression immediately softened the moment she saw her darling little boy enter the room. Berenger picked his son up into the air and smiled as he asked the boy a question. "Hans, what is the matter? You know better than to knock on my office door during work hours." Hans immediately looked over at his mother and back at his father before expressing his reason for interrupting them. "I'm hungry and I couldn't find Mommy." After saying this, Berenger set the little tyke down on the floor before where he rustled his strawberry blonde hair. As he did so, he gave his son a brief lecture with a smile on his face. "Hans, you're 4 years old now. It is time for you to wean off your mother's milk. If you're hungry, go to the kitchen and ask for a glass of milk and something to eat." This would have been a convincing argument if there wasn't a leftover drop of Lindy's milk upon Berengar's lips. Upon seeing his father lecture him in such a manner, Hans began to pout and immediately questioned his father's hypocrisy. "Then why do you get to drink Mommy's milk?" Berenger was immediately awestruck when he heard this. He quickly wiped the milk on his lips onto his sleeve before giving a questioning look towards the boy's mother, who was gazing at him with a mocking expression. Upon seeing this, Berenger sighed before coming up with the quickest excuse he could think of. "Because I'm your mother's husband, and a husband can have as much of his wife's milk as he wants." The moment Hans heard this, a light flickered in his eyes as if he had come to the most tacit understanding. He quickly nodded his head in response to Berengar's words before responding. "So if I get married, I can have as much of my wife's milk as I want?" Not realizing the problem he had caused, Berenger quickly nodded his head with a smile on his face. "Now you understand." After saying this, Hans hugged his father before running out the door. Berenger would never know that he had inadvertently passed on his fetish for breastfeeding to his son with this statement. Of course, such a thing would not manifest itself for many years. Chapter 399, Next Generation Weapons Part 1. While plans were underway to form a special task force to liberate the captured field agent from the hands of the Golden Horde, as well as the ongoing efforts of the Austrian intervention in Granada, Berenger had decided to design 2 new weapons that would eventually replace the needle rifle and the 1422 service revolver in a few years. However, more importantly, these weapons would become the standard issue to his JAG commandos in the upcoming months. The reason Berenger had no intents to mass-produce these weapons for the time being is because they relied on smokeless powder, and he currently had a limited production capability of such a valuable resource. It was only after his chemical factories expanded that he would be capable of mass-producing the substance and with it the munitions required for these weapons to function. With this in mind, the first firearm he intended to create was a multi-shot bolt-action rifle. This bolt-action rifle was primarily based upon the Kar-98K, the standard-issue infantry rifle of the Wehrmacht during the Second World War of Berengar's previous life. However, a few alterations were made to the overall design. The first change to the weapon was that the bolt handle was straight rather than curved. This alteration was due to the inclusion of a dust cover based upon the system used by the Arisaka Type 99 rifle issued to the Imperial Japanese Army during his past life. This dust cover was a piece of stamped steel attached to the bolt and moved alongside it. It was designed to cover the action and prevent dirt, dust, and grime from entering. In the case of trench warfare or jungle environments, this was a huge bonus. The Mauser 98 action was arguably the best action of any service bolt-action rifle. It was robust, reliable, and durable. Unlike other designs, it utilized 3 locking lugs to keep the bolt intact. Aside from the battle-proven functionality of the weapon, it also included an internal 5-round box magazine. Other minor alterations Berenger made to the rifle were an insert in the stock and butt plate designed to store the cleaning kit much like on an AKM, and a magazine breakdown button contained within the trigger guard much like was seen on the Arisaka Type 99. To put it simply, taking apart the magazine on the traditional German Mausers was more complicated than it needed to be. While one would rarely take apart the internal magazine, sometimes it was necessary, such as in maintenance, and anything easier for the grunts in the field was a plus in Berengar's book. Other alterations to the overall design were purely cosmetic. For example, Berenger designed the stock to be based upon the predecessor of the Kar-98K, which was the Mauser model of 1933, also known as the Mauser Standard Model, or the Mauser Banner Rifle. The primary difference between the weapon's stocks was a lack of indent for a curved bolt handle and the inclusion of a small rectangular cut on the handguard beneath the rear sight. In other words, this bolt-action rifle was a mixture of 3 excellent rifles from his past life. The Mauser Kar 98K, the Mauser Standard Model, and the Arisaka Type 99, which was loosely based upon the Mauser 98. Berengar was creating what he thought was the perfect military bolt-action rifle. Berengar decided to label the rifle as the Geur model of 1422 or the G22 for short. This was because Berengar intended for it to be introduced to service in a limited capacity this year, with the intent for the weapon to be utilized by his covert operators and thus not officially adopted by his armed forces. To Berengar, there was no more excellent full-sized rifle caliber than the 7.92 by 57mm Mauser. However, for this timeline, Berengar decided to name this cartridge the 7.92 by 57mm Lang Patroni. After all, within his lifetime he intended to introduce the 7.92 by 33 Kurs for use in assault rifles. It was a powerful cartridge that was in use by the German army from the days of the Boxer Rebellion to even after World War II, during the early years of the Cold War from Berengar's past life. The 7.92 by 57mm LP was a rimless, bottleneck-style cartridge. This meant that the rim around the primer was not substantial in size and that the cartridge tapered towards the bullet. The projectile itself was a Spitzer-shaped bullet that used a copper jacket with a mild steel core. It also utilized a double-based smokeless powder, which meant there was a mixture of nitrocellulose and nitroglycerin. This cartridge had a muzzle velocity of 790 meters per second or 2,592 feet per second and an effective range of 550 yards when shot out of a G25 rifle. In reality, when equipped with a telescopic optic or when in the hands of a talented marksman, the rifle could achieve hits out to 1,090 yards. After designing the rifle, Berengar moved on to the next critical piece of equipment he would be issuing to his JAG commandos, and that was a new sidearm. While the 1422 service revolver was practical among rear echelon troops, officers, and cavalry, Berengar felt that something far superior was needed as a sidearm for his special forces. With this in mind, he quickly got down to drafting the blueprints for a legendary pistol that was issued to German troops of both world wars from Berengar's past life. However, it would forever remain in infamy as the favored sidearm of the Waffen-SS, the elite shock troops of the Nazi Party, and the personal army of the Führer. The Mauser C96 that Berengar designed was chambered in 9 by 19mm Luger, more commonly referred to in the modern era as 9 by 19mm Parabellum, which had become one of, if not the most widely adopted military and police cartridges in the world by the time of Julian's death. The Mauser C96, or the P22 as it would become known by in this timeline, was among the first commercially and militarily successful semi-automatic pistols and was commonly referred to as the broom handle by American shooting enthusiasts. However, due to this fact, it had some quirks that were later redesigned in later models. For example, Berengar fully intended to replace the internal, stripper clip-fed 10-round magazine with detachable 10 or 20-round magazines, as was seen on many of the variants that had made their way to China in his past life. Though there were better semi-automatic pistols Berengar could adopt, there was a particular reason that he chose this weapon for use in his special forces. When the Germans adopted this pistol, they generally issued it with a wooden holster that could also act as a stock, turning the gun into a semi-automatic pistol-caliber carbine. This would be essential for dangerous operations where his JAG commandos would need access to relatively rapid-firing weapons. As such, it made the perfect sidearm for his most elite forces. Also, from a purely aesthetic perspective, it was a uniquely German handgun, which Berengar greatly appreciated. Another minor alteration to this weapon was the use of improved iron sights, which led to the shooter acquiring their target faster than on the original model. Was this essential to the function of the weapon? No, after all, the Mauser C96 from his previous life had an exceptional combat record. Still, it did not hurt to make such a minor improvement. Having designed the weapons that would soon be issued to his JAG commandos and later become standard to his conventional army, Berengar laid back and relaxed in his office chair. He had done more than enough work for that day. With this in mind, he broke out the old skull chalice and poured himself some fortified wine. As he drank from his chalice, he saw a particular sight enter his room. Honoria was dressed in a silk dress of the current fashion within Austria that was dyed purple, much like her hair. She had a sultry smile on her face as she approached her husband. Though Berengar did not know immediately what she had in mind, he could take a guess. As she reached her husband's seat, she quickly hopped in his lap, nearly knocking the chair over as she did so. If not for Berengar's foresight and fast reflexes, the couple would have indeed smashed into the ground. However, after stabilizing himself, Berengar immediately asked his third wife why she was bugging him. "So, I assume you have something to tell me?" Honoria quickly nodded her head. However, in the very next moment, she kissed her husband. After they had separated, she began licking his neck, which Berengar found strange. After a while, he flicked her on the nose and asked her the question on his mind. "What are you doing?" Honoria's playfully prodded his chest with her dainty finger as she whispered in her husband's ear. "Marking my territory, you reek of Lindy's perfume." Berengar chuckled when he heard this before getting down to business. "We can play later. Tell me, what is so important that you have interrupted my progress?" Honoria began to pout as she heard this before sighing. After she did so, she expressed the thoughts that troubled her mind. My crew wants to participate in the war against the Catholic Iberian kingdoms, but I'm pregnant and can't enter the battlefield. So, I wanted to know what you thought about allowing Melissa to take over for the time being? Berenger thought about this for a few minutes before he broke into laughter. Anuria did not know how to react to this action and became slightly offended as she protested his attitude. What's so funny? Berenger calmed down after hearing this before responding to the prince's question. They're your crew, do what you want with them. You don't need to ask for my permission on how to run your business. Upon hearing this, a broad smile appeared on Anuria's pretty face as she kissed Berenger on the cheek. After doing so, she hopped off his lap and ran towards the exit, leaving behind a single phrase. Thanks, Daddy. After saying that, she disappeared from Berengar's sight, where he quickly downed the remaining contents of his fortified wine. After doing so, a single thought escaped from his lips. Looks like I'm going to need to break out the whiskey. Having said this, Berenger spent the remainder of the evening drinking liquor by his lonesome. Chapter 400, Annihilating the Aragonese Army. Throughout the past few weeks, while the Austrian expeditionary force gathered on the coast of Gibraltar, the war in Granada had been waging on. The central defensive line commanded by General Ziad was crushed at Granada's northern borders, and by now they had been forced to withdraw to their capital city. While this had transpired, General Arnulf and the Granadan Royal Guard had become trapped deep behind enemy lines, struggling to survive as Duke Lorenzo de Benavente ruthlessly pursued them across the plains of Andalusia. After the attempt on his life, he had refused to show mercy to Arnulf and the men beneath his command. Currently, the city of Granada was enjoying its last few days of peace, as the men, women, and children contained within prayed to their deity for their very survival. After all, the crusaders who would soon beset upon them would never show any mercy. What little remained of the Granadan royal army scrambled to form a line of defense to protect their capital city from the ferocity of their enemies. Luckily for them, the Austrian reinforcements had finally arrived, where they immediately dug themselves into a massive and well-fortified trench line. 25,000 Austrians, standing side by side with 5,000 Granadans, patiently waited for the arrival of the main Aragonese army. Standing a few miles outside of the city was the primary force of the Aragonese army, supported by tens of thousands of crusaders from the Order of Santiago and Calatrava. At its head was none other than King Felipe de Trastamara, with an army of 50,000 men at his back. The Aragonese king had personally led this army to defeat Granada. After all, the Castilians were currently struggling to root out the remnants of the Granadan Royal Guard, and the Portuguese armies were God knows where. Thus, in his eyes, the glory for defeating Granada and completing the Reconquista naturally fell to him. At last, after nearly 700 years, Iberia would once more belong to its native sons. It was with this in mind that he sneered with disdain upon the supposedly meager fortifications standing between him and total victory. He cared not that the Austrians had arrived in significant number to halt his advance. They may have powerful weapons on their side, but Aragon had the power of the Lord God Almighty backing them, and thus the foolish king feared not what sorcery Berenger the Accursed had managed to conjure from the depths of hell. After receiving a scout's report about the nature of the enemy's defenses, Felipe gave his order to his troops, who were sitting back and waiting for the battle to begin. Forward march and fear no evil, for God is on our side. Tens of thousands of men immediately began their charge, attempting to take the trench line from the Austrian and Granadan forces. Completely unaware that they were walking into a massacre. The Aragonese were quite confident recently they had begun to manufacture their crude version of the arquebus. It was made of cast iron, and they had utterly failed to standardize its caliber. Still, nevertheless, the Aragonese were now equipped in some small capacity with the weapons the Granadans utilized. It was with this in mind that they recklessly charged towards the enemy, foolishly believing they would not be fired upon until they reached a distance of 100 feet. The knights were the first to enter the fray as the horses attempted to gallop over the barbed wire. However, overburdened by Barding and their riders, it did not take long for the Catholic cavalry to get stuck within the defenses that the Austrians had made. It was only after the Catholics reached a range of roughly 600 yards that the echo of the artillery roared in the air. The screams as the shells twirled out of the barrels of the mighty 1422 field guns resounded across the battlefield like that of a titan escaping from the pits of Tartarus. The shells landed upon the army trapped within the field of mud and barbed wire. As they detonated, piles of men were torn into chunks of meat, and others were ripped apart by the white-hot shrapnel. Blood-curdling screams accompanied the sound of gunfire and artillery to form a symphony of war. Felipe gazed in horror at the rear of his army as he witnessed the destruction wrought upon his army. The very sight of the 75mm high explosive shells erupting and engulfing his men in fiery blasts was exactly as the Pope had described. Somehow, someway Berenger the Accursed had conjured hellfire upon the battlefield. The terrified king of Aragon immediately wet his hose as he could no longer contain his bladder. After doing so, he immediately cried out in a shrill voice befitting that of a hysterical woman. Retreat! For God's sake, retreat! The echo of gunfire and explosions had wholly drowned out his order despite this. Instead, the men within the field were given their conflicting orders by their officers. That being that under no circumstances were they to retreat if they wanted to survive, they must press forward at all costs. As the king witnessed his army being torn to shreds and refusing his orders, he immediately gave up and ordered his house guard to retreat. Thus the king fled the battlefield as his army valiantly tried to overcome the technological gap between them and their foes. Adelbrand, on the other hand, stood upon the city walls beside General Ziad and the young Sultan Hassan. They watched the massacre unfold from a distance with a pair of binoculars. With a wicked grin on his face, Adelbrand immediately declared to his allies, "Wonderful, isn't it? The power that His Majesty's army possesses is not limited to what you see here. I am certain that we will be wielding even greater weapons in 5 years. As for what you see here, it will probably be issued to the reserves. Aren't you glad that His Majesty has a soft spot for Saracens such as yourself?" Hassan could hardly believe his eyes by now. The Iberians had begun to withdraw. The rapid rate of fire of the needle rifles, combined with the explosive power of the rifled breechloaders, had indeed and utterly torn the enemy army to shreds. Within minutes of the battle beginning, tens of thousands of men lie dead in the fields outside his capital city. As for the remainder of the Aragonese army, they were either wounded and bleeding out or struggling to retreat from the trap they had marched into. The young sultan only had one thought on his mind as he witnessed the sheer level of bloodshed beneath his very eyes. "Whatever it takes, I must marry my sister to King Berenger. Without a marriage to bind our 2 houses together, this could be the fate of my people one day." As Hassan was thinking these words, Adelbrand reached into his satchel and pulled out a folder where he instantly handed it to the young sultan with a stoic gaze. Confused by this action, Hassan immediately inquired about what was inside. "What is this?" The Austrian general refused to look the Sultan of Granada in the eye as he continued to gaze upon the carnage on the battlefield below. However, without the slightest hesitation, he revealed a hint of the true nature behind the folder. "It is a gift from His Majesty King Berenger. While I win your war for you, he wants you to get to work and begin implementing what is inside of this folder." Hassan looked through the folder briefly and was confused by what he was staring at. Nevertheless, there was sure to be somebody within his realm he could comprehend its contents. He handed it to his general Ziad and gave him a command. "Have this folder brought to somebody who understands what is contained within." Ziad immediately nodded his head and saluted his sovereign. After doing so, he gazed upon the battlefield in the trenches below. The Aragonese crusaders were annihilated with it. The echoes of gunfire and artillery had begun to fade. This day would mark a turning point in the centuries-long Reconquista. The ruthless massacre of the Aragonese army at the hands of the Austrian 1st Division would spark out an outcry by the Catholic world, and countless volunteers would soon march from their homes to end the combined threat of the Austro-Granadan alliance. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.